In the shadows of every city, behind every closed door, there are stories too disturbing to be forgotten. Stories of deception, betrayal, murder. Tonight, on Stories of Crime, we uncover another chilling case that shocked the world and left investigators searching for answers. So dim the lights, put on your headphones and prepare yourself for a journey into the darkest corners of the human mind. This is Stories of Crime.
The Maltese Falcon. Hope. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey into the dark heart of obsession, where shadows cling to every alleyway and desire twists the souls of men and women alike. We are about to step into a world crafted by the legendary Dashiell Hammett, another architect of the gritty, cynical landscape of American war. This is not a tale for the faint of heart, nor for those who seek simple heroes and villains. No, this is a story steeped in moral ambiguity, where justice often feels like a cruel joke, and the truth is a chameleon, constantly shifting its colors. Our destination is the San Francisco of the 1920s, a city that pulses with a restless energy, a place where fortunes are made and lost, and where danger lurks just beneath the surface of everyday life. At the very center of this swirling vortex of intrigue, we will encounter Sam Spade, a private investigator whose world-weariness is matched only by his sharp intellect and an uncanny ability to navigate the treacherous currents of human deceit. Spade isn't your conventional hero. He's a man forged in the crucible of a harsh reality, someone who understands that the lines between right and wrong are often blurred beyond recognition. His cynicism is a shield, his detachment a survival mechanism. But beneath that hard-boiled exterior lies a complex individual capable of surprising depths. And then there is the Maltese Falcon itself. The Falcon. It is not merely an object, is it? It is a dangerous allure, a siren song that promises unimaginable wealth, power, and perhaps even a twisted form of redemption to those who possess it. This isn't just a bird statuette. It's a mythical symbol, an almost mythological artifact, rumored to be encrusted with the most precious jewels, a treasure beyond measure. But its true value, its true power, lies not in its material worth, but in the insatiable desire it lies in the hearts of those who chase it. It's a focal point for every dark impulse, every hidden craving, every desperate scheme. The Falcon represents the ultimate prize, the kind of prize that drives people to betray, to steal, and ultimately to kill. It's the MacGuffin that sets the entire intricate and deadly plot into motion, pulling Spade deeper and deeper into a labyrinth of lies and violence. So, prepare yourselves to be immediately pulled into this captivating, dangerous world, a world where the stakes of life and death, and where the most dangerous creature is often the one you least suspect. Now, as we embark on this auditory adventure, how do we, as storytellers, or even as astute listeners, effectively transport ourselves into such a distinct milieu? Consider the power of sound. For instance, imagine, if you will, a faint jazz trumpet playing a mournful, bluesy melody, a sound that conjures images of smoke-filled backrooms, late-night confessions, and a certain melancholic sophistication. Juxtapose that with a rhythmic clang and a rumble of a street bell, a sound that grounds us firmly in the urban grit of a bustling city, hinting at the constant movement, the anonymity of crowds, and the relentless march of time. These aren't just arbitrary traces. They are deliberate brushstrokes of the canvas of our imagination. Think of how the film Noir genre so brilliantly mastered this. Consider the opening scenes of a classic like Chinatown, where the very air seems to hum with a sense of foreboding. A specific type of saxophone wail immediately setting the tone of weary cynicism and a creeping dread. Or perhaps the subtle, almost subliminal sound design in Blade Runner, where the rain and the distant, echoing city noise create a tangible sense of a dystopian, wind-lit future. These creators understood that sound isn't just background. It's a character in itself, an unspoken narrator guiding your emotional response. Even in literature, a skilled writer will weave in sonic descriptions, the squeal of tires, the distant siren, the murmur of a crowded bar to paint a vivid sensory picture, inviting the reader's mind to hear the story unfold. From a psychological perspective, these auditory cues are remarkably potent. They bypass our conscious analysis and tap directly into our emotional centers. A familiar sound, even an imagined one, can trigger powerful associations and memories. The mournful jazz trumpet might evoke feelings of loneliness, loss, or seductive danger, instantly preparing your mind for a narrative tinged with tragedy and intrigue. The street corporal, on the other hand, grounds you. It reminds you that this drama, however extraordinary, is unfolding within the mundane fabric of everyday life, making the extraordinary feel all the more visceral and impactful. It's a subconscious priming, a way to set an emotional stage before the curtain even truly rises. It tells your brain, without a single spoken word, you are now entering a specific time, a specific place, with a specific emotional texture. For us, as listeners, the practical application is to engage not just our minds, but our senses. When you hear these sounds, allow them to wash over you, to inform your imagination. What do they make you feel? What images do they conjure? For those who aspire to tell their own stories, whether through writing or other artistic forms, the lesson is clear. Don't underestimate the power of your sound design, whether explicit or implied. What specific sounds define your work? What auditory cues can you use to instantly convey mood, setting, or character? How can you make your audience not just see your work, but hear it too? It's about creating an immersive experience, a truly three-dimensional mental landscape. Now, with our senses tuned and our minds open, let's delve into the very core of our food, a gripping opening that speaks to the lengths people will go for myth. The Maltese Falcon, as we've established, is more than just a jeweled bird. It's a legend, an ancient curse, a symbol of ultimate desire. And for such a symbol, people will commit unspeakable acts. Why do humans consistently pursue these elusive, sometimes illusory treasures? What is it about a myth, a legend, an unverified rumor of immense value that can drive individuals to sacrifice their morality, their relationships, even their lives? Consider the annals of history and literature for countless examples. Think of the obsessive quest for the Holy Grail as depicted in countless Arthurian legends and modern tales like Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. The Grail wasn't just a cup. It was a promise of eternal life, of divine power, a myth so potent that knights dedicated their entire lives to its pursuit, facing unimaginable perils. Or reflect on Captain Ahab's relentless, ruinous chase of the white whale in Moby Dick, a creature that became less an animal and more a symbol of fate, of insurmountable challenge, of a person more than that against the universe itself. In the real world, the search for El Dorado, the fabled city of gold, 12 Spanish conquistadors to unimaginable hardships and acts of cruelty in the Amazon, sacrificing countless lives, including their own, for shimmering illusion. Even today, the pursuit of buried treasure, the hunt for lost civilizations, or the desperate longing for lottery jackpot, all tap into this fundamental human susceptibility to the allure of the extraordinary, the promise of something truly transformative. It's not just about the object, it's about what the object represents: ultimate freedom, unassailable power, boundless happiness, an escape from the mundane. Psychologically, this phenomenon is deeply rooted in our innate desire for meaning, for transcendence, for an answer to the fundamental human condition of striving. The myth provides a powerful narrative framework for our desires, giving shape to our hopes and fears. It taps into our capacity for medical thinking, the belief that there is something beyond the ordinary that can fundamentally alter our existence. This pursuit can activate a potent cocktail of neurochemicals, fueling an almost addictive drive. It's about the thrill of the chase, the intoxicating proximity to a goal, and the distorted belief that this one object, this one prize, will finally complete us, resolve all our problems, and deliver ultimate satisfaction. It also plays into what's known as the sunk cost fallacy. The more people invest, the more they sacrifice for a goal, the harder it becomes to abandon it, even when reason dictates they should. They've gone too far to turn back, convincing themselves that the next step, the next betrayal, the next murder, will surely bring them to their desired end. The myth, therefore, becomes a justification for increasingly reckless and immoral behavior, a blinding light that obscures all ethical considerations. The practical application of this gripping hope for us as listeners is profound. It immediately establishes the immense stakes of the story. We understand from the outset that we are not dealing with trivial matters, but with fundamental human drives and the catastrophic consequences of unchecked desire. It prepares us to witness acts of extreme desperation and immorality, making their unfolding drama all the more compelling and, frankly, terrifying. For a storyteller, this is the art of laying your thematic cards on the table early. What is the central question your narrative will explore? A fundamental human flaw or desire will be in its ending. By establishing this deep, universal truth at the very beginning, you create an immediate connection with your audience, inviting them to ponder these questions alongside your characters. You set a powerful philosophical framework for all the events that are to follow, ensuring that the listener isn't just passively consuming plot, but actively engaging with deeper meaning. Finally, with the atmosphere set and the core thematic question posed, it's time to taste the incredible journey that lies ahead. This, dear listeners, will not be a short excursion. Over the next 271 minutes, yes, 271 minutes, a precise measure of the immersive experience awaiting you, you will be plunged headfirst into a labyrinth of deceit, a chilling succession of murders, and an all-consuming greed that infects nearly every character you encounter. This is not a story that offers easy answers or clear-cut morality. It's a journey that will challenge your perceptions, test your judgment, and perhaps even force you to confront some uncomfortable truths about human nature itself. Think of the masterful trailers that entice us to the cinema, carefully constructed to offer tantalizing glimpses of a narrative scope without revealing its ultimate secrets. The shocking snippets of intense dialogue, quick cuts of thrilling action, and emotive glances that hint at profound emotional arcs. They promise a certain kind of experience, whether it's a pulse-pounding thriller, a sweeping romance, or a mind-bending mystery. Consider the opening narration of so many classic noir films, a gravelly voice setting the scene. In a city of shadows, where dames are dangerous and every corner hides a killer, one man tried to stay straight. These brief, evocative introductions don't just summarize, they prime you. They build anticipation, create a sense of eager expectation, and establish the genre and tone immediately. They are a contract between the storyteller and the audience, an unspoken agreement about the kind of emotional and intellectual ride that is about to begin. From a psychological standpoint, this teasing is crucial for building anticipation and managing expectations. By giving you a specific time, 271 minutes, it makes the journey feel substantial, a significant commitment of your time and attention, thereby elevating its perceived value. More importantly, by highlighting the core elements, deceit, murder, greed, it clearly establishes the genre and the emotional landscape. You know you're not signing up for a lighthearted comedy or a heartwarming romance. You're preparing for a dark, complex narrative filled with twists and turns. This preconditioning allows your mind to settle into the appropriate, receptive state, ready for moral ambiguity and shocking revelations. It fosters a sense of curiosity, a desire to know how all these elements intertwine, who is responsible, and what the ultimate consequences will be. It's an invitation to solve a puzzle, to unravel a mystery alongside our protagonist. So, as a practical step for us as listeners, this serves as a roadmap, a warning, and an invitation. It tells you to lean in, to pay attention, because every detail might be important. It encourages you to embrace the complexity, to resist the urge for simplistic resolutions, and to appreciate the intricate dance of human motivation. For any aspiring storyteller, this demonstrates the art of promising a rich, multifaceted experience without resorting to spoilers. It's about communicating the scope, the stakes, and the inherent conflicts of your story in a way that generates excitement and ensures your audience is prepared for the depths of the world you're about to unveil. It's about building a narrative promise, a compelling reason for your audience to invest their precious time and emotional energy. In summary, dear listener, we have meticulously laid the groundwork for our dive into the Maltese Falcon. We've established the pretty, cynical world of Sam Spade and the dangerous allure of the mythical falcon. We've shown how carefully chosen sound effects, the jazz trumpet and street harp bell immediately transport us to the 1920s noir landscape, affecting us on a primal, psychological level and reminding us to engage all our senses in the storytelling process. We've explored the profound power of a gripping hope that focuses on humanity's obsessive pursuit of myths, understanding how this universal drive sets monumental stakes and primes us for profound thematic exploration. And finally, we've teased an intricate 271-minute journey of deceit, murder, and greed that lies ahead, building anticipation and setting our expectations for a complex, morally ambiguous narrative. Every element, from the faint sounds to the grand themes, is designed to pull you in, to prepare you, and to ensure you are ready for the unforgettable experience that is about to unfold. Are you ready to step into the far-shortest streets of San Francisco? Are you prepared to confront the darkest corners of the human heart? Then listen closely, for our journey truly begins now, with the very first chapter of Dashiell Hammett's timeless masterpiece, The Maltese Falcon. Intro. Sound of distant foghorn, a low hum of a city waking, then fading slightly into the background, replaced by a subtle, almost imperceptible hum of anticipation. Welcome, dear listener, to the atmospheric depths of San Francisco, a city perpetually shrouded in a mysterious embrace, where secrets linger in the mystic air and shadows stretch long and treacherous across cobblestone streets. We are about to step into a world crafted with precision and grit, a narrative that has, for decades, captivated imaginations and defined an entire genre of storytelling. Our journey today takes us to the very heart of the mystery, to the foundational chapter that lays the groundwork for the thrilling pursuit of the Maltese Falcon. This is where the stage is meticulously set, the principal player introduced, and the very air begins to hum with an undeniable tension, promising complexities and dangers yet to unfold. It's an immersion, a slow and deliberate drawing into a world that feels both familiar and unnervingly foreign. I'll deep dive into this crucial introductory chapter, often considered the narrative's true beginning from the omniscient narrator's perspective, centers on three vital pillars that Dashiell Hammett masterfully constructs. First and foremost, we must fully immerse ourselves in establishing the signature hardball tone, an unmistakable hallmark of Hammett's groundbreaking genius. We need to, viscerally, feel the cynical edge, the war-weary wisdom, and the uncompromising realism that permeates every carefully chosen word and descriptive phrase. This is not a tale of chivalry, but of loss, of vanished human nature. Secondly, we will meticulously introduce the very nexus of the unfolding drama, the spade and archer detective agency. This isn't merely an office space. It's a crucible where human frailties, criminal intentions, and desperate pleas for help invariably collide, a grim beacon for those entangled in the city's murky underbelly. And finally, we will carefully, almost imperceptibly, set the rhythmic pacing for our entire audiobook experience, beginning with a deliberate, almost languid opening that gradually, organically, builds towards an accelerating, relentless momentum. Are you ready to feel the cool, damp breath of the San Francisco fall upon your face, to taste the metallic hand of impending danger, and to absorb the witty promise of a story that will pull you irrevocably into its intricate, dangerous web? This initial establishment of the hardboiled tone is not just important. It is absolutely paramount, foundational to everything that follows. But what exactly do we encapsulate when we speak of hard-boiled? Imagine, if you will, a world stripped bare of romantic illusions, where traditional heroism is often accidental or non-existent, where justice is a slippery, often elusive concept, and where moral lines are perpetually, frustratingly blurred. It's a narrative universe painted in nuanced shades of gray, resisting the comforting clarity of stark black and white. The language itself is a character in this world, terse, economical, yet incredibly potent and evocative, delivering its impact with a direct, unflinching punch rather than relying on flowery or necessary embellishment. This tone reflects a certain weary resignation, a profound cynicism born of too much first-hand experience with humanity's darker, more self-serving side. It doesn't preach moral lessons. It observes human behavior in all its messy complexity. It doesn't overtly judge characters. It presents their actions and motivations, allowing the reader, or in our case, the perceptive listener, to draw their own often uncomfortable conclusions about the morally compromised individuals and situations they encounter. It's a distinct literary flavor, much like a strong, bitter black coffee, an acquired taste for some, perhaps initially challenging, but otherwise essential and deeply satisfying for others who crave authenticity. Think of the way light filters through the grimy Venetian blinds in classic film noir, casting striped shadows that hint at hidden truths and obscure motives. That visual effectively encapsulates the very essence of the hard-boiled mood. This opening, then, is our opportunity to acclimate our auditory senses to this particular narrative frequency, to prepare our minds for a story that values brutal honesty and stark realism over coveting, sanitized fantasy. It ensures that when the true violence, betrayal, and deception begin to unfold, we are not shocked by the tone, but rather, we recognize it as an inherent, immutable part of this meticulously constructed world. It's the very atmosphere we will breathe throughout this journey. Now, let's turn our attention to the specific architectural details of this introduction, beginning with the protagonist himself. Our first key point is to meticulously describe Sam Spade's physical appearance and, perhaps even more importantly, his cold, calculating demeanor, the very essence of the hard-boiled detective. Sam Spade is decidedly not your conventional leading man, at least not in the sense of a classic, romantic hero. He is not chiseled like a Greek god, nor does he possess the reassuring warmth and approachable charm of a traditional protagonist. Instead, his presence is something more primal, more angular, more unsettling in its undeniable force. The narrative paints him as a tall man, undeniably lean, almost gaunt, with a distinct vicious torso that gives him a formidable, almost predatory silhouette. His shoulders are broad, tapering down to a narrow waist, suggesting both underlying strength and a deceptive agility, a cold readiness that belies his apparent stiffness. But it's his face that truly captures the essence of a man. We are told of his long, bony jaw, a prominent feature that instantly conveys obstinacy, fierce determination, perhaps even a stubborn, unyielding refusal to compromise. His eyebrows are thick, dark, and often drawn together, casting his eyes into a perpetual shadow, further adding to his already inscrutable aura. And those eyes, described with unsettling precision as yellowish-gray, hold a peculiar, almost reptilian quality. They are certainly not warm, not inviting. Instead, they are the piercing eyes of a predator, intensely intelligent, constantly observant, and capable of a chilling, almost unnerving detachment. He often carries his head in a particular way, slightly tilted, that suggests an animalistic alertness, as if he is perpetually weighing, assessing, and preparing for the next inevitable move. He isn't conventionally handsome, no, but his presence is undeniably striking, compelling, and utterly memorable, leaving an indelible impression. He has a way of seeming both aloof and intensely present at the very same time, a duality that makes him endlessly fascinating. His demeanor, even more than his physical attributes, surely defines him. Sam Spade is the living embodiment of that calculating mind. He rarely wastes a single word, and even more rarely reveals his true thoughts or emotions. He's a master of the poker face, his expressions carefully controlled, his reactions measured to an almost clinical degree. There's a distinct coldness about him, an emotional distance that allows him to observe human drama and tragedy unfold without becoming overtly or sentimentally entangled. He's not overtly cruel, but he operates with a practical, almost surgical detachment from the messy emotional landscape of his clients and adversaries. Deep at the profound sense that he sees directly through the flimsy facades people present, that he understands the underlying motivations, the raw desires, the petty deceits that drive human action. He's a man who has witnessed too much, endured too much, to be easily surprised or shocked by human depravity. This coldness isn't born of malice. It's a sophisticated defense mechanism, a finely honed tool for survival in a world that constantly throws moral ambiguities and brutal realities his way. He seems to move through life with a quiet, unshakable confidence, an inner certainty that, while not always pleasant or endearing, is remarkably effective in his profession. He doesn't seek comfort or solace. He seeks the truth, however oddly or inconvenient it may prove to be. Now, to ground this intricate character analysis in a real-world storytelling example, consider the iconic portrayal of Sam Spade by Humphrey Bogart in John Huston's Master of 1941 film adaptation. Bogart, with his perpetually rumpled trench coat, his signature fedora pulled low, and his ever-present, perpetually lit cigarette, perfectly captured that lean, watchful intensity. His voice, gravelly and imbued with a cynical resignation, delivered lines with an almost word-weary detachment. Yet beneath it, you could always sense the sharp, analytical mind relentlessly at work, dissecting every word and gesture. Another excellent example, though from a slightly different era and by a different master of the genre, might be the character of Raymond Chandler's Philip Marlowe, particularly as portrayed by Robert Mitchum in Farewell, My Lovely. Both characters embody that archetypal hard-boiled detective who is tough, smart, and ultimately operates by his own complicated, often morally ambiguous code, frequently at odds with the official strictures of the law. They possess an unwavering resolve, a core of integrity that, while perhaps not conventionally virtuous, is undeniably present, even when navigating thoroughly corrupt landscapes. They are men of action, yes, but also men of profound, internal thought, always processing, always analyzing, always a few steps ahead. What does a psychological analysis of Spade's character matter so profoundly in an introduction? It matters because it immediately establishes him as a unique, formidable force within the narrative. We don't necessarily admire him in the conventional, heartwarming sense, nor are we immediately invited to simply like him. Instead, we are compelled, almost against our will, to respect his formidable capabilities, his intelligence, and his sheer, unyielding resilience. His coldness and calculating nature creates an immediate, palpable sense of intrigue. What past experiences forged this man into such an impassive observer of human folly? What deeply buried motivations truly drive him? What are his true loyalties, if any? This calculated ambiguity is absolutely crucial for the hard-boiled genre, as it allows for more complex, nuanced exploration of morality than a straightforward hero narrative ever could. He's not a shining white knight riding to the rescue. is a deeply flawed, undeniably human individual operating within an equally flawed world. This psychological depth makes him relatable in his struggle with the harsher realities of human nature, yet aspirational in his undeniable confidence and razor-sharp intellect. It prepares us, the listeners, for protagonists who will make difficult, pragmatic choices that might not always be palatable or heroic in the traditional sense, but which will always be logical and effective within his own rigorous framework. It ensures we understand that this is a story about survival wit and complex moral navigation, not a simplistic clash of unambiguous good versus evil. His very presence, meticulously described, establishes a benchmark of stark realism and a profound rejection of saccharine sentimentality that will define the rest of our journey into this gripping tale. For you, dear listener, the practical application of understanding space introduction is to actively engage your imagination from this very moment. As we proceed through a story, I invite you to close your eyes. It's safe to do so, and vividly form a mental image of him based on these meticulous descriptions. Pay keen attention to how he interacts with his environment and, even more importantly, with the other characters he encounters. Notice his silence is often more potent and revealing than any dialogue he might utter. Observe the subtle shifts in his demeanor, the almost imperceptible changes in those yellowish-gray eyes that hint at deeper thoughts. How does his physical description, his lean frame and hawk-like gaze, subtly foreshadow his actions and his distinctive approach to the unfolding mystery? Does his coldness make him more effective, or does it, perhaps, isolate him from genuine human connection? By actively visualizing and analyzing his presence, his movements, and his reactions, you will not only deepen your immersive experience into the story but also gain a richer, more profound understanding of the complex psychological forces at play within the entire narrative. His character is not just a participant. It is a finely crafted lens through which we, the audience, view the harsh, unyielding realities of the world that Shilhanet so brilliantly creates. Now, let us shift our focus from the man to his environment, to the very air he breathes, the specific urban landscape that shapes his existence. Our second key point is to introduce the hazy, fog-filled backdrop of San Francisco, a setting that is far more than mere scenery. San Francisco, in the world of the Maltese Falcon, is more than just a vibrant city setting. It is a sentient character in itself, breathing, brooding, and profoundly influencing the very pulse of the narrative. And nothing defines this city's atmospheric presence more dramatically, more symbolically, than its ubiquitous, iconic fog. The narrative's description of this fog is never just about meteorological conditions. It's an intrinsic element of mood, an enhancer of mystery, and a potent, pervasive metaphor for the story's deeper themes. It rose in from the vast, Pacific, a thick, damp blanket that smothers the vibrant colors of the city, replacing them with muted grays, ghostly whites, and an endless array of shadowy, indistinct forms. It obscures, distorts, and conceals, transforming familiar landmarks into vaguely unsettling silhouettes. What was clear and distinct moments ago becomes vague, uncertain, and potentially menacing, hinting at things unseen. The fog dampens sounds, muting the bustling cacophony of the city into a muffled, distant hum, creating an almost claustrophobic sense of isolation even amidst sounds of people. It's undeniably cold and damp, a persistent, pervasive chill that seems to seep not just into the bones of the inhabitants, but into the very spirit of the city itself. It lends an unmistakable melancholic, almost ominous quality to everything, hinting at hidden truths and unseen dangers lurking just beyond the veil of visibility. The city's famous hills and winding streets, already a maze, become even more labyrinthine, a place where one can easily get lost, not just physically, but morally. This is a San Francisco that feels perpetually on the brink, shrouded in a cloud of uncertainty, a city waiting for something to shatter its uneasy peace. Consider a compelling real-world storytelling example to truly grasp the profound power of environmental atmosphere as a narrative device. Think of Alfred Hitchcock's Vertigo, where the perpetually present fog, the iconic Golden Gate Bridge, and the distinctive San Francisco landscape are not merely picturesque backdrops but are the integral components of the psychological suspense and the protagonist's profound disorientation and descent into obsession, or stepping outside of San Francisco for a moment. Consider the perpetually rainy, neon-drenched, dystopian Los Angeles of Ridley Scott's Blade Runner. In both instances, the environment is elevated to the status of a character, actively reflecting the internal turmoil of the protagonists and amplifying the themes of illusion, deception, and the blurriness of reality. The weather patterns, the specific architectural details, the unique urban sensory inputs, they all contribute to a holistic, immersive sensory experience that resonates deeply with the story's emotional and thematic core. The fog, therefore, is not an accidental or incidental detail. It is a deliberate, masterful choice by the author to heighten the specific sensations and feelings he wishes to evoke. It makes the world feel tangible, tactile, alive, and profoundly menacing, a living entity itself. From a psychological perspective, what does this pervasive, easy, fulfilled environment matter so much in setting the stage for our story? It matters because the external landscape often serves as a profound mirror to the internal landscape of the characters and the overarching themes of the story. The fog makes everything uncertain, murky, much like the ambiguous moral landscape some spade navigates daily. Nothing is entirely clear-cut. Motives are obscure, intentions are hazy, and the ultimate truth is often hidden behind multiple layers of deception, much like the city itself is frequently hidden behind dense layers of mist. This constant, pervasive uncertainty creates a profound sense of claustrophobic tension, a feeling that dangers could emerge from anywhere, at any moment, from the formless depths of the mist. It keeps the listener, and by extension, the characters themselves, perpetually off balance, contributing significantly to the mounting suspense. It fosters a pervasive sense of isolation, even within the bustling metropolis, emphasizing the often solitary, alienated nature of the detective's lonely quest psychologically. It is deeply unsettling, creating an undercurrent of existential unease that prepares us for the profound moral ambiguities and brutal realities that will inevitably unfold. The fog is, in essence, a physical manifestation of the mental and moral confusion that characters experience, and it subtly influences their decisions, their perceptions, and their interactions, making the entire world of the story feel inherently more precarious, more dangerous. It's a stroke of genius in atmospheric writing that ensures the setting is not passive, but an active, breathing participant in shaping the narrative and influencing our emotional response. For you, our astute and attentive listener, The practical application here is to keenly listen for those rich sensory details as the story progresses. As the narrative unfolds, I invite you to afterward ask yourself, how does the fog affect the soundscape of the city around the spade? Do distant sounds become strangely muffled, or do ordinary noises take on an ominous echo? How does it influence what you see in your mind's eye? Does it make the city feel more dangerous, more mysterious, more ripe for intrigue and clandestine dealings? Most importantly, how does it make you, as a listener, feel? Does it evoke a sense of melancholy, a feeling of anticipation, or even a profound sense of dread? By actively tuning into and interpreting these atmospheric cues, you will not only enrich your imaginative experience but also gain a deeper, more profound appreciation for our environment so intricately shapes character, influences mood, and subtly drives the plot in masterful storytelling. The fog is a silent conspirator, always present, always influencing, always subtly threatening. And now, we arrive at our third crucial point, a moment of profound anticipation that marks a turning point, the subtle, yet potent foreshadowing of the arrival of a beautiful but deadly client. This is where the quiet hum of the introduction truly begins to shift. This introductory chapter, while diligently establishing the foundational tone and introducing the enigmatic character of Sam Spade, is also subtly, yet powerfully, leading towards a pivotal event that will shatter Spade's established routine and set the entire labyrinthine plot in motion. The narrative at this point deliberately portrays the typical, almost mundane, life of the Spade and Archer detective agency. The quiet hum of the office, the rustle of ordinary paperwork, the predictable rhythm of a regular working day, all of this domestic, professional normalcy is meticulously established to provide a stark and dramatic contrast to the profound disruption that is imminently approaching. We are given just enough time to settle into this everyday reality, to feel its reassuring predictability, before the first tremor of change, an earthquake of events, is subtly felt. The true beauty of Dashiell Hammett's writing here lies in its understated yet profound power. He doesn't announce her arrival with a blaring fanfare or an explicit declaration. Instead, he orchestrates it with a carefully modulated sense of impending destiny, a premonition that something significant is about to break the calm. The beautiful but deadly client is a cornerstone archetype of the noir genre, the quintessential femme fatale. She is the catalyst, the alluring siren who inevitably lures the unsuspecting protagonist into a treacherous sea of deception, danger, and often fatal consequences. The mere suggestion of her arrival, even without a single explicit detail about her appearance, her name, or her dubious motives, creates an immediate, palpable suspense that grabs the listener's attention. We know instinctively that this is the precise moment when the world will dramatically shift on its axis for Sam Spade, and for us, the audience, to offer a compelling real-world storytelling example that clarifies this archetype. We need to look no further than the very client herself, Bridget O'Shaughnessy, who will soon grace Spade's office. She is the definitive, iconic femme fatale. But consider other cinematic examples that have burned this archetype into our collective consciousness. Think of Phyllis Dietrichson in Billy Wilder's scorching film Noir, Double Indemnity, a woman of exquisite, ice-cold beauty who ensnares and the suspecting insurance salesman into a meticulously planned murder plot. or the unforgettable Maddie Walker in Lawrence Kasdan's steamy body heat, played with captivating allure by Kathleen Turner, who seductive power leads William Hurt's character, Matt Russin, down a path of no return, a path paved with lust and ultimate destruction. The common thread woven through all these characters is always an exquisitely alluring, seemingly vulnerable woman whose charm, apparent helplessness, and seductive mystic are cunning, deceptive mask for dangerous, often lethal agenda. They are not merely pretty faces. They are powerful forces of nature, agents of chaos who disrupt the established order and relentlessly challenge the protagonist's moral compass, twisting it to their will. The sheer anticipation of such a character arriving, even before she steps into the scene, immediately heightens the stakes and promises of stories steeped in irresistible temptation, profound betrayal, and high-stakes peril. It's a classic narrative setup that resonates deeply with audiences because it taps into primal human fears and desires, the seductive power of beauty and the lurking danger that can often accompany it. From a psychological analysis standpoint, what does the foreshadowing of this particular plot matter so profoundly in the very fabric of the story? This trope, the beautiful but deadly woman, taps into deeply ingrained psychological archetypes and universal societal anxieties. Beauty, often conventionally associated with purity, innocence, and boldness, is here inverted to become a cunning, deceptive mask for danger, deceit, and even outright death. This inversion creates a profound sense of dramatic irony and moral ambiguity, forcing the protagonist, and by extension us, the audience, to constantly question appearances and to grapple with the unsettling idea that the most alluring and seemingly trustworthy things can also be the most destructive and treacherous. It sets up a fundamental, agonizing dilemma for Sam Spade, where he succumbs to undeniable charms and emotional manipulation, thereby becoming another unwitting victim in her intricate, deadly scheme. Over his cold, calculating mind, his innate cynicism, and his sharp intuition see directly through her carefully constructed facade. This inherent tension between powerful attraction and pervasive suspicion creates significant dramatic tension and emotional investment from the audience. We are watching a man, a professional cynic, walk into what appears to be a classic honey trap, and we are left to wonder if he possesses the extraordinary wit and emotional fortitude to escape it unscathed. It's a classic setup for the hero's ultimate test, a brutal trial by fire where his intelligence, his professional ethics, and his very moral fortitude will be severely challenged, perhaps to their breaking point. It makes us acutely aware that his journey will involve not just external threats and physical dangers, but profound, soul-searching internal troubles. It suggests that the most dangerous weapon in this story might not be a gun, a knife, a brute force, but rather a deceptive smile, a well-spun tale, and the insidious power of manipulation. For you, our attentive and discerning listener, the practical application steps here are to actively notice the subtle shifts in atmosphere, the almost imperceptible changes that occur even before she physically appears in the narrative. How does the narrative text itself deal with this escalating anticipation? Is it through a sudden, unexpected phone call, a specific, haunted turn of phrase, or simply the pervasive feeling that the calm before the storm, the everyday routine, is rapidly drawing to a close? Actively anticipate this imminent disruption. What kind of person, described in such indirect yet profoundly potent terms, would possess the power and come into close Sam Spade, with his unflappable demeanor and legendary cool, to break his polite, professional front? How does the prior description of his mundane office life, the familiar filing cabinets, the incessant ringing of the telephone, the general sense of professional order contrasts with the expected arrival of such a disruptive, dangerous, and utterly captivating force? By actively seeking out these subtle cues and internalizing their implications, you prepare yourself not just for a plot point, but for the dramatic pivot point of the entire story, understanding that the seemingly quiet and understated introduction is, in fact, laying the meticulous fuse for an inevitable explosion of intrigue, violence, and profound emotional complexity. It's about recognizing the intricate artistry of setting up an expectation with such precision and then, inevitably, fulfilling it in a way that both profoundly satisfies and expertly surprises. In summary, this introductory chapter to the Maltese Falcon is far more than just a cursory, functional opening to a novel. It is a masterclass in establishing pervasive atmosphere, introducing a complex, iconic character, and carefully setting the narrative trajectory for an entire genre. We have solely built into the hard-boiled tone a pretty unvarnished and realistic lens through which we will view a world rife with moral compromise and human imperfection. We've encountered Sam Spade, a protagonist whose cold, calculating nature and distinctive physical presence mark him as a compelling, if not conventionally heroic figure, a man perfectly suited to his treacherous environment. We've been deeply immersed in the hazy, fox-trotted urban landscape of San Francisco, a city that functions as a character in its own right, mirroring the story's pervasive themes of obscurity, uncertainty, and hidden dangers. And finally, we felt the palpable tension of potent foreshadowing, anticipating the momentous arrival of a beautiful but deadly client who will undoubtedly ignite the powder keg of this intricate, dangerous plot, setting everything into irreversible motion. Each element, meticulously woven together with Emmett's characteristic precision, serves to immerse us completely, to set the perfect, deliberate pace, and to prepare us emotionally and intellectually for the exhilarating, treacherous journey ahead. The cart before the storm is decisively over, dear listener, and the first whispers of compelling, intricate mystery are about to break the silence of Spade's office. And with that, we conclude our deep dive into the foundational elements of this remarkable introductory chapter. We prepare to move forward into the direct narrative of Chapter 2 itself, where these carefully laid pieces will begin to move, where the characters will begin to interact, and where the real story, with all its inherent dangers, deceptions, and tantalizing clues, will finally begin to unfold before us. Are you ready to step into Sam Spade's office, to witness the iconic encounter, and to face the woman who will irrevocably change everything, forever entangling him in the quest for the legendary Maltese Falcon? We are now ready to hear the words as they were originally written, and truly experience the world of the Maltese Falcon firsthand. Sound of a door creaking upon faint distant street noises, then a soft, almost imperceptible closing sound, followed by silence, holding for a few seconds before the actual Chapter 2 begins. Chapter 1 Decline. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey into the fog-shrouded streets and shadow offices of 1920s San Francisco, where dames are dangerous, men are hard-boiled, and a falcon made of jewels could cost you everything. Today, we step into the very first chapter of Dashiell Hammett's seminal work, The Maltese Falcon, a story that not only defined a genre but etched itself into the very fabric of American literature. Our focus for this session is Chapter 1, The Client, a pivotal opening that lays the groundwork for all the intrigue, betrayal, and deadly pursuit that is to follow. We begin by immersing ourselves in the core concept of this chapter, the introduction of Miss Wonderly and the initial, seemingly simple surveillance stop that ignites the entire complex plot. Imagine, if you will, a typical Tuesday morning in the detective agency of Spade and Archer, nestled amidst the bustling, indifferent hum of a city that knows how to keep its secrets. The air might be thick with a faint scent of stale cigarette smoke, a silent testament to countless hours spent pondering over cryptic cases. The rhythmic clatter of typewriters from neighboring offices provides a mundane soundtrack to what is about to become anything but mundane. It's precisely this quiet, almost unremarkable beginning that makes the subsequent explosive events all the more impactful. Now, let's delve deeper into the key moments that unfold within this crucial first chapter, peeling back the layers of narrative to understand their profound impact. Our first key point revolves around the entrance of the nervous Miss Wonderly. Picture the scene. The frosted glass door, bearing the slightly chipped gold letters Spade and Archer, private detectives, swings inward, and through it steps a woman. She is young, strikingly attractive, and impeccably dressed, her attire speaking volumes of a world removed from the gritty realities of a detective's office. Yet, despite this outward veneer of sophistication and composure, an almost palpable current of nervousness courses through her. Her hands might have trembled ever so slightly, a fleeting hesitation in her step, a darting gaze that suggests unease rather than confidence. A deep heroine, Spade's sharp-witted secretary, a woman who has seen her fair share of distressed clients, registers this immediately. And then, Miss Wonderly is ushered into Sam Spade's office, into this world, bringing with her an aura of vulnerability that is, as we shall soon see, both captivating and deeply deceptive. What truly makes her entrance so compelling is the immediate sense of intrigue she creates. She presents as fragile, perhaps even a little overwhelmed, which instantly positions her as a damsel in distress, a classic archetype designed to elicit protective instincts. But within this vulnerability, there is a subtle dissonance. Her expensive clothes, her poised mannerisms, even her carefully chosen words, don't quite align with the raw, unvarnished fear one might expect from someone genuinely desperate. This subtle contradiction is Hammett's genius at play, sitting down even before a single line is uttered. Let's consider a real-world storytelling example to fully grasp the power of such an introduction. Think of the countless film noir classics where a mysterious, beautiful woman walks into a detective's office. In many instances, she arrives with a story of woe, often involving a missing loved one or a threat against her life. Take, for instance, the classic femme fatale archetype from films like Double Indemnity or Out of the Past. While Miss Wonderly isn't immediately portrayed as overtly villainous, her entrance shares that same magnetic quality, that same unsettling blend of allure and hidden agenda. She's a siren, but her song is sung with a deliberately shaky voice. The detective, and by extension, the audience, is immediately drawn in, wanting to understand the truth behind the carefully constructed facade. Psychologically, why does this matter so profoundly? Her nervousness, or the appearance of it, serves several crucial functions. Firstly, it disarms. Few people instinctively mistrust someone who appears vulnerable and distressed. It taps into our inherent human empathy, making us more inclined to believe their story and offer help. For a detective like Spade, who is cynical by nature, it acts as a subtle challenge. He can sense the undercurrent, the performance, but the human element of potential distress still demands his attention. Secondly, it creates immediate dramatic tension. Is a fear genuine, a cry for help for a truly missing sister? Or is it a carefully orchestrated act designed to manipulate the seasoned detective into doing her bidding, to pull him into a web of deceit far grander and more dangerous than a simple missing persons case? This ambiguity is a hook. It makes us lean in, urging us to question every word, every gesture. It's the initial spark of suspicion that will fuel Spade's relentless pursuit of the truth. Practically speaking, what can we, as listeners, take away from this? It highlights the critical importance of observing initial impressions with a discerning eye. In any complex situation, whether it's a professional negotiation, a new relationship, or even just meeting a stranger, pay close attention to inconsistencies. Does their body language match their words? Is their emotional display congruent with the circumstances they describe? Are there subtle tells of flicker in the eyes, an unusual inflection in the voice, a too perfect story that suggests deeper, unrevealed truth? Always question the surface narrative, especially when it seems almost too perfectly crafted to evoke a specific emotional response. Remember, the most effective deceptions often begin with a veneer of vulnerability, designed to lower your guard. This leads us seamlessly into our second key point, the detailed assignment given to Spade and Archer. Miss Wonderly, with a voice carefully modulated between apprehension and urgency, explains her predicament. She claims her younger sister, Corinne, has run off with a man named Floyd Thursday. Her concern, she states, is for Corinne's welfare and reputation, a delicate matter that requires the utmost discretion. The task she sets before them seems straightforward enough. Find Thursday, ascertain Corinne's whereabouts, and, if possible, persuade her to return home, or at least establish contact. The simplicity of the request, however, is quickly undercut by a significant detail, the substantial fee she offers. She is willing to pay a considerable sum of money, an amount that seems disproportionate to a simple tailing and recovery job, especially for a firm that likely handles more mundane, if equally unsavory cases. Sam Spade, with his keen instincts honed by years in the grimy trenches of human deceit, immediately senses that his narrative, while polished, has cracks. He probes gently but firmly, asking pointed questions, trying to catch her in a contradiction, to see beyond the carefully constructed facade. He understands that generous fees often paper over larger, more nefarious intentions. He is aware that when a client offers too much too quickly, the stated problem is almost certainly not the real problem. This is the heart of the detective, reading between the lines of a client's story, anticipating the hidden depth. To provide a real-world storytelling example, consider any espionage thriller where a seemingly innocuous Data retrieval or surveillance mission is actually a front for a much larger, more dangerous operation. Think of the early stages of a movie like The Pelican Brief or The Firm, where a protagonist is hired for what appears to be a legitimate, if somewhat mysterious job, only to discover it's merely a small cog in a vast, deadly conspiracy. The initial assignment is a smoke screen, a low-stakes task designed to lull the target into a false sense of security or, in this case, to throw the detectives into a world far beyond a domestic squabble. The details of the assignment are precise enough to sound credible, but the underlying context, the exaggerated payment, hints at something darker psychologically. Why is the detailing of this assignment so critical? It is the inciting incident, the spark that ignites the entire sprawling narrative. It establishes the immediate objective for Spade and Archer, giving them a clear, albeit deceptive, path to follow. More importantly, it highlights Spade's character and his professional skepticism. His immediate distrust of Miss Wondery's story isn't just cynicism. It's a testament to his experience. He knows that human motives are rarely as pure as they are presented, especially when large sums of money are involved. This contrast between the client's presented reality and the detective's experienced perception is fundamental to the hard-boiled genre. It teaches the listener to look beyond the obvious, to question the surface motives, and to recognize that what's on the invoice isn't always what's truly at stake. The assignment is designed to be a tripwire, not a straightforward path. For practical application steps for the listener, this scenario underscores the invaluable skill of active listening and critical questioning. When presented with a task or proposition, especially one that seems too good to be true or has an element of unusual urgency or generosity, practice probing deeper. Ask not just what is being asked, but why it's being asked in precisely that way. Look for discrepancies between the stated problem and the proposed solution, or between the perceived risk and the offered reward. A truly effective professional, whether a detective, a businessperson, or an everyday problem solver, understands that the most crucial information is often unspoken, lying just beneath the surface of the presented facts. Learn to define the scope of work clearly, but always keep an open mind for the inevitable, unexpected developments that reveal the true nature of the challenge. This initial assignment, innocuous on the surface, is a masterclass in setting up a deception. And this brings us to our third, and perhaps most dramatically poignant, key point. Miles Archer's eager but ultimately doomed decision to take the tailing job personally. As Spade remains skeptical, brooding over Miss Wonderly's backstory and her overly generous retainer, Miles Archer, his partner, enters the scene. Archer is a different breed of detective than Spade. He is, to put it mildly, less cerebral, more impulsive, and perhaps a touch more susceptible to the charms of a beautiful woman and the lure of an easy dollar. He sees Miss Wonderly, hears the outline of the job, a simple tale, a relatively straightforward recovery, and almost immediately volunteers to take the first shift. There is a clear sense of eagerness in Archer's decision. Is it purely professional? A desire to get a jump on the case, to prove his worth? Or is there something more personal at play? Hammett implies the latter. Archer is known to be attracted to women, and Miss Wonderly is undeniably attractive. Perhaps he sees an opportunity to impress her, to be the heroic figure who swiftly resolves her delicate predicament. He might view it as an uncomplicated task, a quick score, a chance to be out on the street rather than stuck in the office. Whatever his precise motivation, his author is swift, decisive, and, as we know, creatively ill-fated speed, recognizing Archer's tendencies, accepts the offer with a quiet resignation, perhaps a flicker of an unspoken warning, but ultimately allows his partner to proceed. This moment, seemingly mundane, is the narrative's fulcrum. Consider a real-world storytelling example to understand the weight of this decision. Think of a buddy cop movie where one partner, often the more impetuous one, charters headlong into a situation that the more cautious partner advises against. In Lethal Weapon, Martin Riggs often acts on impulse, while Roger Murdoch tries to rein him in. Here, Archer's impulsiveness isn't just a character quirk. It's the direct catalyst for the story's true beginning. Or, imagine a suspense film where a character, convinced they're taking an easy shortcut on a complicated side job, walks right into a meticulously laid trap, transforming the entire world in an instant. This is a classic dramatic device, the seemingly minor choice that has catastrophic, irreversible consequences, igniting the main conflict psychologically. Why does Archer's decision matter so profoundly? It immediately introduces the element of imminent danger and raises the stakes from a simple surveillance job to a matter of life and death. His eagerness, fueled by a mixture of professional duty and perhaps personal vanity, defines his character in his final, fateful action. It shows him as a man driven by immediate gratification and a less analytical approach than Spade, but most crucially, his decision sets up some Spade's immediate and visceral motivation, avenging his murder partner. This isn't just about solving a case for a client anymore. It's about justice for a fallen comrade, a professional and personal vendetta that will drive Spade through the labyrinthine plot of the entire novel. It transforms Spade from a detached professional into a man with a deeply personal stake in the outcome, compelling him to confront the dark forces at play. This decision acts as a potent demonstration of how personal biases, impulses, or underestimating a situation can lead to catastrophic consequences, serving as a powerful warning against hubris and lack of caution. It is the tragic pivot around which the entire narrative swings. For practical application steps for the listener, Archer's fatal choice offers a stark lesson in the dangers of impulsivity and underestimating risk. In any professional or personal endeavor, it is paramount to always evaluate the potential risks, even for tasks that appear straightforward or easy. Resist the urge to jump at seemingly quick rewards without considering the full implications. This is especially true when personal biases, such as wanting to impress someone or a desire for easy money, might cloud your judgment. Effective teamwork and clear communication between partners are also highlighted here, as Spade and Archer shared a deeper, more candid discussion about their reservations. Perhaps the outcome could have been different. Always pause, assess, and consider the worst-case scenario before making a critical decision, especially one that puts you others in harm's way. Archer's eagerness, while human, becomes his undoing, a vivid reminder of the high cost of unchecked impulse. So, as we bring our deep dive into Chapter 1, The Client, to a close, let's briefly summarize the pivotal moments we've explored. We began with the intriguing and deliberately ambiguous entrance of Miss Wonderly, a client whose vulnerability was expertly blended with an underlying current of deception. She presented Spade and Archer with a seemingly simple task: finding her sister Corinne and her alleged paramour, Floyd Thursey. This assignment, however, was quickly complicated by Miss Wonderly's substantial retainer and a distinct feeling of a hidden agenda, meticulously sensed by the astute Sam Spade. Finally, we witnessed Miles' actor's eager, almost impulsive decision to take the first sailing shift, a choice that, though seemingly minor at the time, was destined to reshape the lives of everyone involved and propel the story into a realm of danger and profound consequence. This chapter isn't merely an introduction. It's a meticulously constructed setup, a masterclass in suspense and character introduction. Every detail, from Miss Wonderly's nervous demeanor to Archer's fatal eagerness, serves a purpose, building layers of intrigue and foreshadowing the dark events yet to unfold. It's a testament to Hamill's skill that such a seemingly mundane beginning could hold the seeds of such a sprawling and complex mystery. As we transition to the next chapter, dear listener, we leave behind the quiet hum of the detective agency and step onto the rain-slick streets of San Francisco, where Archer's fatal decision will quickly transform a simple surveillance job into a cold-blooded murder investigation. The game, as they say, is now afoot, and the stakes could not be higher. What will Sam Spade do when his partner is found dead? How will he unravel the tangled web of lies spun by this enigmatic client? And who truly is Miss Wonderly? These are the questions that will drive our narrative forward, pulling us deeper into the heart of the Maltese Falcon. Get ready, for the shadows are about to lengthen, and the true hunt is about to begin. Chapter 2: Death in the Fall. Welcome back, listeners, to our continuing journey into the shadowed world of Dashiell Hammett's The Maltese Falcon. In our previous chapter, we were introduced to the enigmatic Sam Spade and the intriguing, dangerous Miss Wonderly. Now, as the city of San Francisco settles into its late-night slumber, a sudden, jarring event shatters the fragile peace, thrusting our protagonist, and indeed, our entire narrative, into the cold, unforgiving grip of murder. This is Chapter 2, Death in the Fog, and it is here that the true game begins. Today, our deep dive focuses on the abrupt and brutal murder of Spade's partner, Miles Archer, and, perhaps even more tellingly, on Sam Spade's utterly cold and pragmatic reaction to this devastating news. This isn't just a plot point. It's a profound revelation of character, setting the tone for every cynical twist and turn that follows. Can you imagine the kind of world where a man's own partner can be gunned down, and his first instinct isn't grief, but rather chillingly detached assessment of the professional implications? It's a harsh reality, isn't it? Yet, this is the very foundation of Sam Spade's persona. He is not a man swayed by sentimentality. He is a man driven by a relentless, almost brutal pragmatism. He navigates a landscape where human life, even that of an associate, is often just another piece on a chessboard, a factor in a complex equation to be solved. His reaction, or lack of conventional reaction, isn't born of helplessness, but rather a deeply ingrained survival mechanism, a professional hour honed in the crucible of a city where shadows hide more than just secrets. It's an almost surgical detachment, enabling him to operate with precision when others might be paralyzed by emotion. Let's begin by examining the first key point: the late-night phone call that shatters Spade's sleep and delivers the shocking news of Archer's death. The ring of the telephone, cutting through the heavy silence of a San Francisco night. It's a universally potent symbol in detective fiction. It's never good news, is it? It's always an intrusion, a summons to the grim realities that lurk beneath the city's facade. For Spade, jolted awake from a deep sleep, that insistent, shrill sound on his bedside table isn't just an annoyance. It's a stark harbinger of disruption. He answers, his voice gruff, perhaps still thick with sleep, but even in that initial moment, a certain loudness, a readiness for the unpleasant, is palpable. The voice on the other end is his secretary, a Perrin, his usual unflappable demeanor replaced by an uncharacteristic urgency, a tremor of real shock. Miles Archer has been shot, killed. Lieutenant Dundee is on the line, delivering the stark facts. And with those few clipped words, Spade's world, while not collapsing, certainly shifts on its axis, demanding immediate and rigorous recalibration. Think for a moment about a classic film war scene. Picture it, the stark ring of the telephone slicing through the oppressive quiet of the night. The grainy, high contrast shot of the detective's hand, perhaps a cigarette burning in an ashtray nearby, reaching for the receiver. His face, illuminated only by a sliver of moonlight filtering through Venetian blinds, remains impassive even as a hushed, urgent voice on the other end delivers news that irrevocably shatters the calm. It isn't just information being conveyed. It's an invasion, a violent disturbance of the natural order that demands immediate, unequivocal action. You might recall the opening sequences of films like The Big Sleep or even the more modern, yet equally atmospheric Chinatown, where the arrival of an unexpected client or an urgent phone call immediately signals a descent into a world of complication and danger. That sudden jolt, that abrupt severing from mundane existence, is the very essence of the noir narrative's initiation. It strips away the comfort of the ordinary, propelling the protagonist into an extraordinary, often perilous reality. Now, let's consider the profound psychological impact of this moment. Why does this sudden, late-night phone call matter so much, beyond merely advancing the plot? It's the inciting incident, yes, but more profoundly, it reveals the immediate, involuntary psychological shift that occurs within Spade. For many, such news will trigger an avalanche of shock, grief, or perhaps even fear. But for Spade, his subconscious immediately begins a rapid, cold calculation. Who is responsible? What are the implications for his business, his reputation, his standing with the police? Where did this happen? And what does that tell him? This immediate plunge into cold logic, this almost complete detachment from emotional turmoil, isn't a sign of carelessness, but rather a sophisticated defense mechanism, a professional reflex honed over years in a world where death is a frequent, unwelcome visitor. It's what allows him to function, to think clearly, to survey and, crucially, to solve cases. This initial reaction is a testament to the emotional armor a person builds when constantly exposed to trauma and the darker, more brutal side of humanity. We witness the immediate activation of his professional identity, already an innocent personal connection or historical baggage he might have carried concerning Miles Archer, whom he certainly wasn't fond of. His mind goes straight to the mechanics, to the immediate, tangible next steps required. From a practical application standpoint for you, the listener, consider moments in your own life when truly unexpected, disrupted news arrived. How did you react? Did you immediately succumb to an emotional wave? Or did that practical switch immediately flip, compelling you to think about the logistics, the immediate necessary actions? Learning to compartmentalize, to address the immediate logistical demands before allowing yourself the space to process the emotional weight can be a profoundly crucial survival skill, particularly in high-stakes, fast-moving environments. It's about developing mental resilience, recognizing when to engage emotion and when to consciously defer it for the sake of clear-headed action and effective problem solving. Think about the training first responders undergo. They can't afford to be overwhelmed by the tragedy they witness in the moment of crisis. They must act. This initial phone call reveals space equivalent of our professional, almost automatic response. He gives every instructions. If he doesn't call her back in an hour, she's to call Danny. A cold, calculated move, ensuring his own safety and also establishing a professional alibi of sorts. Moving on to our second key point, following Spade as he visits the bleak and unforgiving crime scene. Spade's journey from his apartment to Burridge Street is described with a raw, almost sensory vividness. The San Francisco fog, so iconic to the city, isn't merely a weather condition here. It's an oppressive blanket, muffling sounds, obscuring vision, and lending an almost ethereal, birthday quality to the urban landscape. It's cold down and infiltrates everything, a perfect metaphor for the creeping uncertainty and moral ambiguity that defines the noir genre. He dresses quickly, efficiently, his movements precise and unhurried despite the urgency. The taxi ride is a blur of indistinct shapes and muted colors, the city a series of indistinct smudges. And then he arrives. Burridge Street, a narrow, dark alleyway, choked by the fog, barely illuminated by the faint glow of streetlights struggling to penetrate the gloom. The uniformed figures of policemen are already present, their breath booming in the frigid air, their voices low and green. And there, face down, a crumpled figure against the wet pavement, is Miles Archer. His life brutally extinguished. The scene is not adorned with melodrama. It is dark, professional, and utterly devoid of any comfort. The cold dampness permeates the very fibers of Spade Cold, just as the cold reality of death permeates the atmosphere. There's no dramatic music, no anguished cry, just the grim, undeniable facts of our life violently ended. To truly grasp this, visualize the scene through a cinematic lens. Imagine the alleyway, a suffocating, claustrophobic tunnel carved out of the dense San Francisco fog. A symbol, distant gaslight casts an eerie, limited glow, barely piercing the thick miasma. The hushed murmuring voices of the policemen, their breaths visibly pluming in the frigid air, become a low, disembodied chorus of official grimness. And there, stark and terrible, is the figure of Archer, a silent, fallen monument to senseless violence. Notice the minute details, the slick, wet pavement gleaming under the faint light, perhaps a subtle, metallic sense of gunpowder still lingering in the heavy air, the unsettling stillness, or perhaps the slight disarray that speaks of a brief, brutal sharp blow. This isn't just a place observed by Spade. It's an atmosphere, a profoundly sensory experience designed to immerse both him and us in the grim reality of death, made even more stark by the indifferent, enveloping city around it. Every detail contributes to a palpable sense of dread, of a world gone subtly, yet terrifyingly awry. The fog doesn't just hide the killer. It magnifies the isolation and vulnerability of the human condition. Let's delve into the psychological significance of this bleakness. Why is the raw, unadorned grimness of the crime scene so crucial to Spade's character in the narrative? It's because it strips away any romanticism or heroic veneer from death. It's raw, it's cold, and it's utterly, unbeautifully final. For Spade, this dark reality serves to cement his professional resolve. The palpable lack of sentimentality or overt emotion regarding Arthur's body reinforces everything we are meant to understand about his character. He is a man who deals in facts, in the brutal consequences of human actions, not in analogies or sentimental laments. The environment itself, the chilling fog, the anonymity of the grimy alley, the quiet, almost mundane finality of the body, all these elements serve to remove any personal, emotional connection for Spade and underscore the brutal and personal nature of the crime. It makes Arthur's death a professional challenge, a puzzle to be solved, rather than a personal tragedy to be mourned. The external environment mirrors Spade's internal landscape, a hardened detective's domain, where emotion is a luxury he cannot afford. This immediate immersion into the grotesque serves as a psychological trigger, shifting him fully and irrevocably into investigation mode. From a practical application perspective, consider how you approach challenging, perhaps even disturbing, situations in your own life. Do you allow external factors, the bleakness, the sheer overwhelming nature of the situation, to engulf and paralyze you? Or do you, like Spade, use them as fuel for analytical thought? Spade demonstrates an extraordinary ability to remain objective and analytical, even in a profoundly disturbing and emotionally charged setting. This involves cautiously observing details, suppressing immediate emotional responses, and focusing solely on the data and implications. It's about cultivating acute situational awareness and unwavering mental fortitude, understanding that a clear, untroubled mind is often your most valuable asset when everything else is chaotic and overwhelming. It's a testament to the power of focus, even amidst visceral discomfort. Finally, we arrive at our third key point. Spade's tense and tight interaction with the local police, particularly Lieutenant Dundee and Detective Tom Powles. Upon arriving at the scene, Spade is immediately enveloped in the guarded, suspicious atmosphere cultivated by the uniformed officers and, more pointedly, by Dundee and Powles. They know who he is, of course. He is a partner of the deceased. This immediately places him in a precarious position, blurring the lines between colleague, witness, and potential suspect. Their questions are sharp-clipped and laced with an unspoken accusation. They want to know what he knows, where he was, and what Arthur was doing not alone in the fog. Spade's answers are laconic, carefully chosen, revealing only what is absolutely necessary, protecting his own insights and withholding information he deems premature or irrelevant to their immediate understanding. There's an undercurrent of professional rivalry, a wary respect mixed with a deep-seated distrust. He doesn't try to ingratiate himself, nor does he show any overt defensiveness. He simply states the facts as he knows them, his expression unreadable, his eyes taking in everything while giving away nothing. It's a subtle power play, a dance of adversaries who are, for the moment, nominally on the same side, yet deeply wary and distrustful of each other's motives and methods. Imagine this interaction as a funny choreographed dance in a dark room. Picture the curt, clipped dialogue exchanged between Spade and the police lieutenants. Feel the palpable undercurrent of suspicion and professional rivalry that crackles between them. The questions from Dundee and Powers are sharp probing, designed to catch him off guard or expose a lie. Spade's responses, however, are laconic, economical, and surgically precise, revealing only what is absolutely necessary, always protecting his own interests and insights. You can almost hear the unspoken accusations hanging in the damp air, see the wary glances exchange, and sense the subtle power plays at work. It's a classic tableau of adversarial allies, individuals who are sensibly working towards the same goal but whose methodologies, loyalties, and ethical boundaries might be worlds apart. Think of the compelling, often frustrating, dynamic between Harry Bosch and the P.D. Brass in Michael Connelly's novels, or the ever-present tension between Philip Marlowe and the police force in any Raymond Chandler masterpiece. It's a conflict rooted in differing approaches to justice and the inherent distrust between the institutional and the independent investigator. From a psychological perspective, this tension is absolutely crucial to understanding Spade. It firmly establishes him as an outsider, a lone wolf even within the professional sphere of law enforcement. It highlights his fierce independence and his intensely pragmatic view of alliances. They are conditional, often transactional, and certainly not absolute. Psychologically, this dynamic reinforces his self-reliance, his refusal to be beholden to anyone, and his almost inherent distrust of institutional authority. He fully understands that, by virtue of being Arthur's partner, he is automatically a suspect in their eyes, and he accepts this as a given, an unavoidable professional hazard. His lack of defensiveness, his almost bored acceptance of their suspicion, further illuminates his hardened character. He isn't trying to win friends. He is trying to solve a case, and he intrinsically understands that our police are both potential resources and significant obstacles in that pursuit. This interaction also demonstrates a high degree of self-awareness. He knows precisely how he is perceived by officialdom and uses that knowledge strategically to his advantage, never allowing their assumptions to dictate his composure or his course of action. It underscores his mastery of the psychological chess game inherent in his profession. Now, let's consider the practical application for you, the listener, in navigating similar situations. In professional or even personal conflicts, how do you handle suspicion, scrutiny, or even outright accusation? Do you instinctively become defensive, allowing emotion to cloud your judgment? Or do you maintain a cool, objective, and strategic stance? Spade's interactions teach us the invaluable lesson of strategic communication, saying enough to be cooperative and appear forthcoming, but never so much as to compromise your own position, review premature conclusions, or expose your vulnerabilities. It's about adeptly managing perceptions, understanding the underlying power dynamics at play, and crucially, not allowing external pressure or the opinions of others to dictate your actions or emotional responses. It underscores the profound importance of establishing and maintaining clear personal boundaries, of keeping your own counsel, and of meticulously guarding your own intellectual and emotional resources when the stakes are undeniably high. It's a masterclass in professional poker face. Chapter 2, Deaths in the Fog, isn't merely a chapter where a murder occurs. It's a profound revelation of character and a brutal initiation into the harsh realities of the detective's life. We witnessed Miles Archer's sudden, violent demise, not through the lens of grief or sentimentality, but through the sharp, calculating, almost chillingly objective eyes of Sam Spade. His immediate, almost automatic professional reaction to that jarring late-night phone call, his methodical and absorbing assessment of the bleak and unforgiving crime scene, and his terse, strategic, and often subtly confrontational interactions with the suspicious police force all converge to paint a vivid and indelible portrait of a man forged in the crucible of a dealing world. This chapter, far from being just a plot point, is about the very making, or perhaps more accurately, the resolute reaffirmation of Spade's unique and unyielding character, a character defined by an unwavering pragmatism, a profound emotional detachment, and an almost singular focus on the job at hand, even when that job hits uncomfortably, perhaps even dangerously, close to home. The fog may temporarily obscure the identity of the killer, lending an air of mystery and immediate danger, but it has, paradoxically, brilliantly illuminated the unyielding spirit and the formidable mental architecture of our protagonist. Having witnessed this pivotal moment, where the immediate shock of death quickly gives way to the gritty, relentless gears of a burgeoning investigation, we are now perfectly poised to delve even deeper into the complex, dangerous web of deceit and mystery that Sam Spade will inevitably unravel. The first brutal stroke of the crime has been delivered. What will be Spade's very first steps in the full, unvarnished light of day? And how, armed with his unique brand of cynical brilliance, will he begin to untangle the intricate threads of a crime that has struck not only at the heart of his own agency, but also at the very fragile balance of San Francisco's underworld? The game, my friends, has just begun. Join us next time as the investigation truly commences. 5. Chapter 3: Three Women. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 3 of our journey into the shadowy, labyrinthine world of Sam Spade and the Maltese Falcon. In this chapter, titled Three Women, we delve deep into the complex, often turbulent, relationships that define our protagonist's immediate reality, setting the stage for the even greater mysteries and dangers to come. This particular segment of the story isn't just a plot device. It's a profound exploration of human connection, deception, and the psychological burdens we carry. Our core concept for today's discussion revolves around Sam Spade's intricate dance with three pivotal women: Eva Archer, the grief-stricken and emotionally volatile widow of his recently deceased partner; Eddie Perrin, his sharp, observant, and deeply loyal secretary; and the enigmatic, ever-shifting client, initially known as Miss Wonderland, whose true identity slowly begins to unravel. Each of these women represents a distinct facet of Spade's life, pulling him in different directions backwards into a past he may wish to forget, anchored in the pragmatic present, and irresistibly forward into a future laden with peril and deceit. How does a man like Spade, a man seemingly carved from stone and cynicism, navigate such emotionally charged waters? And what can we, as observers of his world, learn from his methods, his resilience, and his vulnerability? Let us begin with the first of these crucial encounters, one that appeals back a layer of space meticulously constructed facade and reveals the raw edges of his past. Our first key point focuses on handling Eva Archer's hysterical visit to Spade's office. Imagine the scene. The quiet tension of the detective agency, still reeling from the violent death of Miles Archer, suddenly shattered by a woman's distraught entry. Eva Archer, Miles's widow, bursts into Spade's office, her grief a tempest, mingled with accusation and apathetic desperation that speaks volumes about her relationship with both men. She is not merely mourning her husband. He is confronting Sam Spade, her words lashing out, fueled by suspicion and perhaps a wounded pride stemming from a secret past entanglement with Spade himself. She demands answers, not just about Miles's death, but about Spade's involvement, his apparent detachment, and even the identity of the mysterious client who seems to have superseded her importance in his life, or, at least, in his attention. Her presence is disruptive, emotionally draining, and a stark reminder of the personal cost of the dangerous world Spade inhabits. How does one respond to such an onslaught, particularly when there are unspoken truths lingering in the air? Spade, in his typical fashion, remains outwardly calm, almost detached, yet we sense a will turning behind his eyes. He avoids direct answers, deflects her accusations, and tries to manage her emotional outbursts without revealing too much, safeguarding his own secrets and the nascent investigation. He understands that her hysteria, while genuine in its grief, is also a tool, a means to extract information or control. To offer a real-world storytelling example, think of a powerful dramatic scene from the classic film Noir or even a modern psychological thriller. Picture the moment where a character, reeling from a devastating loss, confronts another with the suspect of involvement or betrayal. Perhaps a scene from Chinatown where Evelyn Murray confronts Jake Gibbs, her emotions raw, her words laced with veiled accusations about the secrets of her family, forcing Gibbs to navigate a minefield of personal history and professional ethics. Or consider the intense, grief-filled confrontations in a series like Broadchurch, where a heartbroken parent confronts those they believe responsible for their child's death, their pain making them both vulnerable and formidable. In these instances, the emotional stakes are incredibly high, and the accuser's distress is a potent weapon, demanding a careful and calculated response from the confronted party. Psychologically, Eva's visit is far more than just a widow grieving. He's a masterclass in how unresolved personal histories can erupt into the professional sphere, contaminating everything in their paths. Her hysteria, while stemming from genuine sorrow, is also a desperate attempt to reassert control, to force Spade into a position where he must acknowledge their shared past, or at least explain his current aloofness. It's an act of emotional manipulation, whether conscious or subconscious, designed to break Spade's composure and extract concessions. For Spade, her presence is a stark reminder of his own moral ambiguities, his potential guilt over a past affair with Eva, and the dangerous ripple effects of his choices. It forces him to confront not just the murder of his partner, but the tangled web of personal relationships that preceded it. This moment is critical because it grounds the fantastic mystery of the Falcon in the very real, very messy human emotions of lust, betrayal, and consequence. It underscores the destructive power of secrets, particularly those involving intimacy and deceit, and how they can haunt a person long after the deed is done. complicating even the most straightforward professional endeavors. Now, how can we apply this understanding to our own lives? What practical steps can we glean from space handling of this volatile situation? Firstly, the importance of maintaining composure in the face of emotional onslaught cannot be overstated. When confronted by highly charged emotions, our instinct might be to react in kind, but space demonstrates the power of a measured, calm response. Secondly, it highlights the need for clear, albeit sometimes unspoken boundaries. Space doesn't engage in endless emotional drama. It tries to steer the conversation back to the facts, or at least away from self-incrimination. This isn't about being cold, but about protecting one's professional integrity and emotional well-being. Finally, it reminds us to look beyond the surface of emotional displays. Is it pure grief, or is there an underlying agenda, a desire for control, or an attempt to shift blame? Understanding the multi-layered motivations behind someone's emotional outburst can empower us to respond more effectively and avoid being drawn into unproductive conflict. Moving from the tempest of Eve's visit, we turn our attention to a calmer, yet equally crucial interaction, one that exemplifies trust and professional competence. Our second key point emphasizes space's reliance on his secretary, a key pairing, to track down the elusive Miss Wanderley. After the dust settles from Eve's outburst, Spade finds himself in a predicament. His new client, the one who initiated the chain of events leading to Miles' death, has vanished, leaving him with more questions than answers. He needs information, and he turns, without hesitation, to Effie. Effie isn't just a typist. She's an indispensable part of Spade's operation, a keen observer of human nature, possessing a practical intelligence and an uncanny intuition that Spade respects implicitly. He doesn't give her detailed instructions, nor does he need to. A few subtle cues, a half-formed thought, and Effie understands the task at hand. She knows how to navigate the city, how to subtly inquire, how to piece together fragments of information that others would overlook. Her quiet competence, her unwavering loyalty, and her sharp intellect make her Spade's most trusted ally in this unfolding drama. She is his anchor. His eyes and ears are outside the confines of his office, and her ability to read people, even from the briefest encounter, will prove invaluable. Consider a real-world storytelling example from a realm beyond detectives. Think of the dynamic between a brilliant but often reckless innovator and their indispensable, grounded assistant. Perhaps the relationship between a visionary scientist and their chief lab technician, who not only executes complex experiments flawlessly but also spots critical anomalies and offers practical solutions that the scientists might miss in their grander conceptual thinking. Or, in the world of espionage, picture a master spy who relies on a brilliant handler or quartermaster, someone who can procure information, resources, and intel through unconventional means, often staying in the shadows but being absolutely essential to the success of the mission. They are the ones who notice the peculiar detail in a photograph, trace a phone number with seemingly no lead, or intuit a pattern from disparate pieces of data, proving that intelligence isn't always about brute force or overt action, but often about keen observation and subtle deduction. Their value lies in their ability to see what others don't and to act decisively on those insights. Psychologically, Effie's role transcends that of a mere employee. She is a space intellectual and emotional sounding board, his touchstone to reality. Her intelligence is not just academic. It's deeply rooted in common sense, street smarts, and an acute understanding of human behavior. Spade trusts her judgment not because she's flashy, but because she's consistently accurate. Her ability to discern character, even with limited information, speaks to the power of intuition and the importance of paying attention to nonverbal cues. The way someone holds themselves, the slight hesitation in their voice, the flicker in their eyes. For Spade, who often operates in a world rife with deception, Effie represents a rare beacon of honesty and reliability. She provides a grounded, objective perspective that helps him navigate the emotional fog that often accompanies his cases. Her contribution highlights the immense value of a strong, capable support system, someone who not only executes tasks but also offers crucial insights and a different, perhaps more human, lens through which to view the world. It reminds us that even the most formidable individuals benefit from trusted allies who possess complementary skills and perspectives. From this, what practical applications can we draw for our own lives, whether personal or professional? Firstly, it underscores the importance of cultivating a reliable support system. Who are the happy parents in your life? Those trusted individuals whose judgment you value, who can provide a calm, insightful perspective when you're overwhelmed or unsure. Secondly, it highlights the power of keen observation. Effie doesn't just see, she notices. Developing our own observational skills, paying attention to details, body language, tone of voice can give us invaluable insights into situations and people. Finally, it teaches us about effective delegation and trust. Spade doesn't micromanage Effie. He trusts her competence and her methods. Recognizing and leveraging the unique strengths of those around us and empowering them to use their skills can lead to far greater success than trying to do everything ourselves. It's about building a team, even if that team is just one incredibly capable person, and valuing their contributions beyond their immediate job description. Now, let us move to the culmination of Effie's initial detective work, a revelation that fundamentally alters Spade's perception of his client and deepens the pervasive sense of deception in the narrative. Our third key point is the discovery that Miss Wonder's real name is Bridget O'Shaughnessy. This is a pivotal moment, a turning point where the veil of pleasantries and faint vulnerability is abruptly torn away, revealing a more dangerous, calculating individual beneath Effie. Through her quiet yet determined investigation, uncovers this crucial piece of information. The name change isn't a mere formality. It's a deliberate act of obfuscation, a professional alias, a clear signal that Miss Wonderly is not who she claims to be. When Effie released this news to Spade, it confirms his simmering suspicions, his inherent distrust of appearances, and deepens his cynical worldview. He already knew she was trouble, but now he knows she's a professional at it. The revelation elevates her from a mere disrupt client to a genuine femme fatale, a woman capable of elaborate deception and, by extension, perhaps even darker deeds. The mystery is no longer just about the Falcon. It's about the woman who set the entire deadly game in motion. As a compelling real-world storytelling example, consider any narrative where a character meticulously constructs a false identity to evade justice, pursue a hidden agenda, or simply disappear. Think of the intense moment in a spy thriller when a seemingly unassuming person is unmasked as a highly trained operative with multiple aliases. Perhaps a scene from The Bourne Identity where Jason Bourne begins, to uncover the layers of his own fabricated past. Or a moment in Catch Me If You Can, where Frank Badmel jar. As the latest sophisticated facade is exposed, forcing him to adapt awfully. This impact of such a revelation is profound. It forces everyone involved, the protagonist, the antagonist, and the audience, to re-evaluate every interaction, every word spoken, every emotion displayed up to that point. It creates a sudden, disorienting shift, transforming what appeared to be reality into a carefully constructed illusion. The true identity signifies a history, a purpose, and a set of skills far more dangerous than initially perceived psychologically. The unveiling of Bridget O'Shaughnessy's true name is a moment of profound psychological consequence for Spade, and indeed, for the narrative itself. It validates Spade's inherent skepticism and his professional caution, reinforcing his belief that people rarely are what they seem, especially in his line of work. For Bridget, the use of a false name isn't just a simple lie. It's a fundamental aspect of her survival and her modus operandi. It speaks to a life lived on the fringes, constantly reinventing herself, always one step ahead of exposure. This act of deception isn't a lapse in judgment. It's a calculated, integral part of her identity, revealing a person who thrives in ambiguity and manipulation. For us, as listeners, this discovery triggers a re-evaluation of everything we thought we knew about her. It deepens the mystery, making her character far more complex and dangerous. It underscores the wide theme that illusion is often more prevalent than reality, and that trust is a luxury rarely afforded and often misplaced. It also highlights the unsettling psychological impact of being deliberately lied to, the feeling of vulnerability, the erosion of trust, and the mental effort required to recalibrate one's understanding of a person and a situation. What practical application steps can we derive from this revelation about Bridget O'Shaughnessy? Firstly, it emphasizes the critical importance of verifying information. In an age of information overload, it's easy to take things at face value, but Spade's world, much like our own in certain contexts, demands a healthy dose of skepticism. Don't simply accept a name or a story without some form of corroboration. Secondly, it teaches us to recognize red flags in communication and behavior. The fact that a client would give a false name, or a series of false names, is a glaring warning sign that their intentions are likely not pure or straightforward. It's about developing an intuitive sense for inconsistencies, for narratives that don't quite add up. Finally, it encourages us to understand the psychological layers behind deception. People lie for many reasons: fear, greed, self-preservation, and recognizing these underlying motivations can help us to better navigate complex relationships and protect ourselves from manipulation. It's a reminder that identity can be fluid, constructed, and strategically deployed, and our discernment is our best defense against it. In summary, Chapter 3's Three Women is a masterclass in character development, world building, and plot progression. We've witnessed some Spade navigating the emotionally charged aftermath of Maya Archer's death through the lens of his interactions with three distinct female figures. Archer represents a complicated, messy past, laden with personal baggage and potential guilt, forcing Spade to confront the human cost of his choices. Effie Perrin stands as the unwavering anchor of the present, embodying competence, loyalty, and intuitive intelligence, providing the practical assistance and grounded perspectives Spade desperately needs. And finally, Miss Wonderly, now revealed as Bridget O'Shaughnessy, represents the dangerous, deceptive future, a character whose true nature unravels further with each new piece of information, pulling Spade deeper into a web of intrigue and peril. These three women, in their distinct roles, force Spade to oscillate between emotional entanglement, professional detachment, and cynical suspicion. They challenge him, aid him, and mislead him, shaping his every move and refining his understanding of the treacherous landscape he inhabits. He is not merely a detective seeking a falcon. He is a man grappling with his own moral compass amidst a maelstrom of human failings. As we conclude this chapter, the stakes are undeniably higher. Spade is no longer just investigating a simple murder. He is pursuing a phantom, a woman with many names and the talent for deception, whose connection to the priceless Maltese Falcon is becoming increasingly clear. Armed with this crucial new information and a renewed sense of caution, Spade is poised to delve deeper into the mystery, knowing full well that nothing and no one is quite what they seem. What further layers of deception will Bridget O'Shaughnessy reveal? And how will Spade's growing entanglement with her affect his professional integrity and his personal safety? Join us in our next chapter as we follow Sam Spade further down this dark and winding path, where every shadow might hide a secret, and every smile might conceal a betrayal. Chapter 4: The Blackbird Motif. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 4 of the Maltese Falcon, a pivotal moment in our journey through Dashiell Hammett's masterpiece. In this chapter, titled The Blackbird Motif, we witness a dramatic shift in the narrative, moving beyond the immediate aftermath of Miles Archer's murder and into the true heart of the mystery, a sprawling, international conspiracy centered around a legendary treasure. Here, we are introduced to a character who will irrevocably alter the course of Sam Spade's investigation and, indeed, his life, Joe Cairo. And with Cairo's arrival comes the first direct and electrifying mention of an elusive statuette, the very object whose dark allure will ensnare everyone in its orbit. This is where the story truly begins to unravel its deeper layers, where the initial crime serves not as the main event, but as a bloody curtain raises to a far grander, more perilous quest. Before this chapter, we knew Spade was investigating a murder, a classic private eye scenario. But now, the stakes are about to be dramatically elevated. We are about to understand that the shadowy figures converging on San Francisco are not merely concerned with the depths of a man, but with something infinitely more ancient, more valuable, and far more dangerous. It's the moment the puzzle pieces start to form a discernible, albeit still mysterious image, drawing us deeper into the world of intrigue and obsession. Our first key point revolves around Joe Cairo's unforgettable, almost theatrical arrival at Sam Spade's office, an entrance marked by a sense so distinctive it practically becomes a character in itself. Imagine the scene. Spade is in his typically cluttered, somewhat disheveled office, lightly steeped in the lingering aroma of stale cigarettes and perhaps the thin scent of old paper and leather. Then, the door opens, and the world is suddenly invaded by the overwhelming, almost cloying, perfume of gardenias. This isn't just a gentle fragrance. It's a statement, an announcement of an unusual presence. Cairo himself is described with an almost delicate air, his face pale and smooth, his hands small and meticulously cared for. contrasting sharply with Spade's rugged masculinity and the gritty realism of his surroundings. He's dressed impeccably, perhaps a little too impeccably for casual visit, suggesting a meticulous attention to detail that borders on the obsessive. What does this striking entrance tell us? Consider a real-world storytelling example. Think of the way characters are introduced in a grand opera or a classic film noir. The entrance of a femme fatale isn't just about her looks. It's about the way the light catches her, the rustle of her silk dress, the way heads turn as she walks in. Or consider the deliberate character introduction of Hannibal Lecter in The Silence of the Lambs. His initial appearance, caged and almost serene, belies the monster's intelligence and danger he embodies. The details, his perfect posture, his precise language, the way he seems to analyze Clarice starting with unsettling calm are all meticulously crafted to create an immediate, indelible impression. In both instances, the character's arrival isn't incidental. It's a carefully orchestrated moment designed to communicate vital information and set a specific tone. Psychologically, why does this matter so much? Because first impressions are incredibly powerful, both in fiction and in life. The immediate sensory input, especially an unusual strong scent like gardenias in a masculine space, instantly flags Carol as an anomaly, someone who doesn't quite fit. It creates a sense of unease, a subconscious warning. Our brains are wired to detect deviations from the norm. A strong, distinctive perfume can be perceived as an attempt to mask something, or simply as an expression of an exaggerated self-importance that feels out of place. It's a deliberate production of an image, one that's fake, and we, as the audience, immediately find suspicious. This deliberate effeminacy, the meticulous grooming, the overpowering scent, they all work to establish Cairo as a character who operates outside conventional norms, someone whose true intentions might be hidden behind a carefully constructed facade. We are, almost instinctively, put on guard. For our practical application, consider how this masterstroke of character introduction can inform your own understanding of observation and deduction. How often do you consciously register the subtle cues people present in your daily interactions? Pay attention to the details beyond just what someone says, how they dress, their posture, their mannerisms, even their choice of scents. These are all subtle forms of communication. A strong cologne or perfume, an unusual choice of attire for the setting, an overly formal or informal demeanor, these aren't just quirks. They're often deliberate or subconscious signals about a person's personality, their intentions, or their attempts to project a certain image. By honing your observational skills, you can begin to read situations and people with greater nuance. Much like Spade immediately picks up on Cairo's unusual nature. Now, as the conversation between Spade and Cairo begins, there's an immediate tension simmering beneath the surface of the polite, almost formal exchange. Spade, ever wary, senses something is amiss. Cairo's questions are too precise, too direct, too eager, all revolving around the stone statuette. Then, with startling suddenness, the polite veneer shatters. Our second key point arrives. Cairo's abrupt, almost theatrical, attempt to hold Spade as compoint. One moment, they are engaged in a seemingly civilized, albeit charged discussion. The next, Cairo has produced a small, pearl-handled pistol, pointed directly at Spade. It's a swift, unexpected turn, A clear declaration of intent that rips away any pretense of harmless inquiry. The atmosphere instantly shifts from polite intrigue to outright menace. The power dynamic flips in an instant, or so Cairo believes. This sudden escalation is a classic narrative device, a jolt to the system for both the character and the audience. Think of a real-world storytelling example. Imagine a scene in a spy thriller, perhaps a quiet dinner between two characters, one seemingly friendly, the other on edge. The dialogue is witty, the tension palpable, but then, without warning, a hidden weapon is produced, a glass shatters, or a sudden movement reveals a concealed threat. Think of the moment in Pulp Fiction where Jules and Vincent are having a seemingly mundane conversation about fast food, only for the situation to turn lethally violent with the appearance of a dawn and a sudden, brutal interrogation. Or in a western, where two men are simply staring each other down, and then, in a blink, pistols are drawn. The power of these moments lies in their unexpectedness. How quickly a situation can devolve from controlled conversation to overt aggression. It shatters any illusion of safety or predictability, forcing the protagonist into immediate action psychologically. This sudden attempt to gain control through force is incredibly effective in building suspense. It highlights the fragility of any perceived security and the constant, underlying threat in Spade's world. For the audience, it's a moment of heightened anxiety. Our hearts quicken because we understand the stakes. A gun changes everything. It's a primal fear response, the sudden awareness of danger and vulnerability. It also reveals Cairo's character more deeply. Despite his effeminate appearance and careful demeanor, he is willing to resort to violence to get what he wants. This makes him far more dangerous than his initial impression might suggest. It tells us that this man, despite his delicate features and guarding accent, is not to be underestimated in his ruthlessness and single-minded pursuit. It's a crucial demonstration of the harsh realities of the criminal underworld that Spade navigates daily. From a practical application standpoint, this moment teaches us about recognizing and reacting to red flags and the importance of situational awareness. In any interaction, be it a negotiation, a social encounter, or even observing a story unfold, pay attention to shifts in tone, unexpected moves, or sudden changes in body language. Spade, with his inherent wariness, is always prepared for things to go south. While we may not face literal guns in our daily lives, understanding how quickly situations can escalate from calm to confrontational, and developing the ability to think on your feet, can be invaluable. This doesn't mean being paranoid, but rather being observant and mentally preparing for contingencies. It's about developing that inner space sense that something isn't quite right, and being ready to act decisively when the situation demands it, rather than being caught entirely off guard. Patrol Cairo's moment of perceived dominance is fleeting. Our third, and perhaps most crucial, key point of this chapter details Spade's swift, decisive physical dominance as he disarms Cairo and, under duress, finally learns the identity of the mysterious blackbird. In a blur of motion, Spade, with his characteristic blend of raw strength and quick thinking, effortlessly turns the tables. The gun, for all its menace, becomes a useless toy in Cairo's inexperienced hands against the Spade's straight-hold reflexes. It's a brutal, yet efficient, display of power. Spade doesn't just disarm Cairo. He completely incapacitates him, strips him of his dignity, and asserts absolute control. The ease with which he does this is remarkable, almost contemptuous. It emphasizes to such Cairo, extracting crucial information and belongings, reversing the roles entirely. It's in this moment of space, unquestionable ascendancy that Cairo, honored and humiliated, finally breaks and reveals the treasure's true identity. The blackbird, the falcon, and not just any falcon, but one encrusted with priceless jewels, an object of unimaginable value, capable of commanding fortunes, perhaps even a king's ransom. To illustrate this, think of real-world storytelling examples of protagonists asserting their physical and intellectual superiority. Consider Indiana Jones casually shooting the sword-wielding villain in Raiders of the Lost Ark, a moment that perfectly encapsulates his practical, no-nonsense approach to danger. Or, more subtly, think of Sherlock Holmes, not just disarming a foe with his physical prowess, but using his lightning-fast deductions to expose a lie or a hidden agenda, turning the tables with sheer intellect. In the Maltese Falcon, Spade combines both the physical skill to neutralize the immediate threat and the psychological acumen to extract the vital truth. The immediate, physical reversal of fortunes is a powerful statement about Spade's capabilities. He's not just a thinker, he's a doer, a man of action who can handle himself in a tight spot. He doesn't panic. He takes charge psychologically. This sequence is vital for establishing Spade's credentials as our protagonist. It reaffirms his tough guy persona, showcasing that he's not just clever, but also physically formidable. This makes him a more compelling and believable hero in the dangerous world he inhabits. His ability to dominate Cairo, despite the initial surprise, reassures us that he is capable of navigating the treacherous waters ahead. More importantly, it's in this scene that the central object of desire, the MacGuffin of the entire narrative, is finally named, the Blackbird. This revelation immediately elevates the stakes from a mere murder investigation to a high-stakes treasure hunt. The mention of the staggering sum offered for it, $10,000, an enormous sum in that era, provides a clear, tangible motivation that can drive people to obsession, betrayal, and murder. The audience now understands what truly drives the characters, why everyone is so desperate, why the stakes are so incredibly high. The entire narrative scaffolding is now visible, even if the details remain hazy. For practical application, this scene offers valuable insights into understanding character agency and the critical role of plot devices. In any story, the protagonist needs to demonstrate agency, the ability to make choices and take actions that drive the narrative forward. Spade's quick action here is a prime example. For listeners, it's an invitation to recognize how key plot elements are introduced and how they redefine the entire story. When a specific object, a blackbird, is suddenly given a name and an astronomical value, it ceases to be a background detail and becomes the very engine of the plot. As you engage with stories, ask yourself, what are the central objects or concepts that characters are obsessed with? How are they introduced? And what power do they hold over the characters? Recognizing these pivotal moments helps you appreciate the craftsmanship of storytelling and better anticipate where the narrative might be heading. It also highlights how a single piece of information, like the name and value of the falcon, can completely reframe an entire mystery, transforming it from a local crime into an international caper. So, in summation, Chapter 4 is a powerhouse of revelations and dramatic confrontations. We began with the peculiar, coordinated arrival of Joe Cairo, a character whose effeminate yet dangerous demeanor instantly signals a new level of intrigue. This was quickly followed by Cairo's audacious, albeit short-lived, attempt to hold State at gunpoint, a moment that shattered any illusion of a civil conversation and underscored the brutal realities of his world. Finally, we witness Spade's swift and brutal reassertion of control, turning the tables on Cairo and forcing him to divulge the critical information, the existence and immense value of the black bird, this elusive Maltese Falcon. This chapter dramatically shifts the entire focus of the novel. What started as a seemingly straightforward murder mystery has now morphed into a far grander and more dangerous quest for a legendary, priceless object. The motivations of the shadowy figures are becoming clearer, their desperation more palpable. The game has changed, and Sam Spade is now firmly entangled in a web far more intricate and perilous than he initially imagined. We have moved from the who killed Miles Archer to who ordered the Blackbird, and what lengths will they go to possess it. The stage is set for an epic, high-stakes hunt, brimming with double crosses, betrayals, and even more murders. As we transition to the next chapter, we are left with a burning question. Who else is searching for this fabled falcon? And what further secrets will Spade uncover as he delves deeper into the obsessive world of those who call it the Blackbird? The chase has truly begun. Join us next time as the plot continues to thicken and the list of contenders for the Falcon grows, bringing Spade face to face with even more formidable and unpredictable adversaries. Chapter 5: The Setup. Welcome back, listeners, as we delve deeper into the shadowy world of the Maltese Falcon. Moving now into Chapter 5: The Setup. This chapter is a masterclass in strategic maneuvering and the delicate dance of deception and control, providing us with invaluable insights into human nature and high-stakes negotiation. At its heart, the core concept we explore today revolves around the protagonist, Sam Spade, as he masterfully manages police suspicions while simultaneously maneuvering his highly suspect clients into a precarious yet essential meeting. Think of it as a complex game of chess, where Spade isn't just playing against one opponent, but several, each with their own hidden agenda and potentially lethal moves. He must not only defend his own king from immediate threats, but presented by the diligent, his somewhat plotting police force, but also strategically position his queen and knights, in this case, the enigmatic Bridget O'Shaughnessy and the effeminate Joe Cairo, to being an advantage in the latter game. Uncovering the truth behind the Maltese Falcon and the murders it has instigated is a delicate balance of revealing just enough to seem cooperative, while holding back the critical pieces of information that could unravel his entire investigation or worse, incriminate him. This chapter showcases Spade's exceptional ability to operate in multiple registers simultaneously, maintaining a public facade of weary cooperation while privately orchestrating a dangerous confluence of interests. It's a prime example of how true strategists navigate complexity, using every interaction not just to react, but to proactively shape the unfolding narrative to their benefit. How often do we find ourselves in situations where we must manage stakes down or pressures while simultaneously pushing forward our own hidden objectives? Spade's predicament is a heightened reflection of these daily challenges. Let us now dissect these core concepts through 3 critical junctures within the chapter, each offering profound lessons in perception, awareness, and strategic control. Our first key point focuses on Spade's uncanny ability to evade probing questions from detectives Downey and Powers. Picture the scene. Spade is back in his office, the grim reality of his partner Miles Archer's murder still hanging heavy in the air. The detectives arrive, the presence of persistent, unwelcome shadow. The questions, sharp and aimed directly at exposing inconsistencies in Spade's story. They are seeking to pin anything, on the man who was perhaps too close to the deceased, and perhaps too close to the mysterious client. Bridget O'Shaughnessy. Spade, however, like the seasoned diplomat facing an aggressive interrogation, doesn't lie outright in most instances, but rather masterfully sidesteps, deflects, and offers answers that are technically truthful but strategically devoid of useful context. He frames his responses with a veneer of weary honesty, seasoned with just enough professional annoyance to make their persistent questioning seem almost impertinent. He provides fragments of information, carefully curated, like crumbs dropped along a false trail, ensuring the detectives feel they are making progress, without actually giving them anything substantial to build a case upon. To illustrate this, consider a real-world storytelling example, perhaps from the world of international espionage or high-stakes corporate negotiations. Imagine a spy who has infiltrated an enemy organization. During a casual but pointed conversation with a suspicious superior, the spy is asked about their whereabouts on a particular evening. Instead of lying, which could be easily verifiable and lead to immediate exposure, the spy might state, "I was reviewing some documents, preparing for tomorrow's briefing, as I usually do when I need to ensure everything is perfect." This statement is true. They were reviewing documents, albeit documents related to their covert mission, not a mundane briefing, but it subtly misdirects the questioner to assume the most benign interpretation of their actions. The spy offers a plausible, everyday explanation that fits their established persona, making further probing seem unnecessary or even rude. It's a masterful deflection, using truths as a shield to obscure a larger, more dangerous truth. From a psychological perspective, space evasion techniques are crucial because they highlight the power of selective disclosure and a strategic ambiguity in maintaining control of a narrative. Why does this matter? Because in any situation where information is power, the ability to control the flow and interpretation of that information is paramount. Spade understands that upright lies are fragile and prone to discovery. He said he employs a more sophisticated tactic, manipulating the perception of truth. He leverages the detectives' preconceived notions and their own limitations, allowing them to fill in the blanks with assumptions that serve his purposes. This strategy relies on psychological principles such as cognitive bias, where people tend to interpret ambiguous information in a way that confirms their existing beliefs. By presenting vague or partial truths, Spade encourages Dundee and Howells to construct a narrative that aligns with their professional duties in investigating a partner's murder but doesn't necessarily lead them closer to the real story, which involves the Falcon. It buys in time, creates doubt about its direct culpability, and keeps the official investigation comfortably off his trail, allowing him to pursue his own, more dangerous inquiry. It demonstrates the psychological advantage of being a step ahead, not just in action, but in anticipated reaction. For our listeners, The practical application of this lesson is profound, extending far beyond the realm of detective work. In our professional and personal lives, we often face questions that, while perhaps well-intentioned, might require a degree of discretion. How do you answer a difficult question from a colleague about a sensitive project without breaching confidentiality? How do you manage a family member's intrusive inquiries about your personal life without causing offense? The key is not necessarily to lie, but to master the art of a non-answer, the strategic pivot, and the redirect. First, always pause before responding. This gives you time to assess the intent behind the question and formulate a measured reply. Second, consider responding with a question that reframes the discussion or shifts the focus away from the sensitive point. For example, instead of directly answering, "How much money do you invest in that new venture?" you might pivot with, "What do you ask? Are you interested in the market trends right now?" Third, practice giving truthful but incomplete answers. Focus on what you can say, rather than what you must hide. The project is progressing well, and we're exploring several promising avenues. Is a perfectly true statement that reveals little specific detail. Finally, cultivate an air of confident nonchalance. Your body language and tone can communicate more than your words. If you appear relaxed and forthcoming about generalities, it often satisfies casual curiosity without demanding specifics. This isn't about deception. It's about boundaries, information security, and maintaining control over your own narrative. Moving to our second key point, Spade's keen observation skills come into play as he notices a mysterious shadow tailing him through the city streets. This isn't a mere passing glance. It's a moment of heightened awareness, a subtle shift in the urban tapestry that triggers Spade's innate sense of danger. As he leaves his office, navigating the bustling San Francisco thoroughfares, his eyes, honed by years of walking the city's treacherous paths, catch a recurring figure, a watchful presence that doesn't quite blend into the anonymous crowd. It's not an overt pursuit, but a carefully distanced observation, suggesting a professional tale. This fleeting realization confirms Spade's understanding that he is not just an investigator, but also a target, a pawn in a larger, more dangerous game involving players far more ruthless than he's yet encountered. This awareness transforms his immediate environment into a potential minefield. Every street corner, every shadow doorway, a place where hidden dangers might lurk. For storytelling parallel, consider a classic film noir scene, perhaps from The Big Sleep or Chinatown, where the detective, walking down Rensselaer Street, catches a reflection in the shop window not of himself, but of a figure consistently a block behind, always managing to be obscured by a passing car or a bus stop sign just as the detective turns his head. Or picture a scene from a spy thriller where the protagonist, after a seemingly casual stop for a newspaper, suddenly scans the street, noticing the same dark scene parked 2 blocks away from different vantage points, or the same individual lingering near a cafe entrance in 2 separate locations. It's never an obvious pursuit. It's a series of disquieting coincidences that, when strung together by a trained eye, reveal a pattern of surveillance. This isn't paranoia. It's an informed deduction based on meticulous observation of anomalies in everyday patterns. Psychologically, Spade's immediate recognition of being tailed underscores the profound importance of situational awareness, particularly in environments where trust is a rare commodity. Why does this matter? Because in a world filled with distractions, the ability to perceive subtle cues that indicate a threat or opportunity is a survival skill. Space paranoia isn't an irrational fear. It's a finely tuned instinct, a constant state of readiness that allows him to differentiate between random urban happenstance and deliberate, targeted observation. This feeling of being watched creates a unique psychological pressure. It confirms that his actions are being monitored, that he is operating under scrutiny, and that his adversaries are organized and committed enough to dedicate resources to tracking him. This knowledge impacts his decision-making, forcing him to be even more cautious, to plan his movements with greater care, and to factor in the unseen eyes into his strategies. It heightens the tension of the narrative, giving us, the audience, a visceral understanding of the constant threat under which Speed operates. It's the feeling of being hunted, and that feeling sharpens the senses and clarifies the mind. For listeners seeking practical application, developing the situational awareness is an invaluable skill, whether for personal safety or professional acumen. How can you train yourself to notice these subtle patterns? First step, practice active observation. Instead of merely looking, truly see your surroundings. When you enter a room or walk down a street, take a mental snapshot. Note exits, potential hidden spots, unusual objects, and people who don't quite fit the context. Second, cultivate your peripheral vision and avoid tunnel vision. Often, the most important cues are not directly in front of you. Periodically scan your environment, not just at eye level, but also above and below, and to your sight. Third, learn to trust your gut feeling. If a situation or person makes you feel uneasy, even without a clear reason, pay attention to that intuition. It's often your subconscious processing subtle cues your conscious mind hasn't yet articulated. Fourth, look for inconsistencies. Does the same car appear repeatedly on your route? Does the same person seem to be lingering in different places you visit? Develop a baseline of normalcy for your regular environments, and then notice deviations from that baseline. This practice isn't about becoming paranoid. It's about becoming present, alert, and capable of making informed judgments in a complex world. Finally, return to our third key point. Spade's audacious decision to arrange a high-stakes meeting between Bridget O'Shaughnessy and Joel Cairo at his own apartment. This is where Spade truly steps into the role of a puppet master, pulling the strings of two highly unpredictable and potentially dangerous individuals. He doesn't bring them together in a neutral public space, but in his personal domain, his apartment, asserting a degree of control over the environment and, by extension, the encounter itself. He understands that to unravel the mystery of the Falcon, he must witness their interactions firsthand, observe their lies, their truths, their hidden alliances, and their palpable distrust. This meeting is not just a conversation. It's a controlled experiment designed to extract information and force the hand of these two enigmatic figures. It is a dangerous gambit, inviting two untrustworthy parties, each with their own violent inclinations and secret agendas, into his private sanctuary. Consider a real-world storytelling example, the climactic scene in a political thriller where two rival leaders, who operate despite each other, are forced by a cunning mediator to meet in a secure, neutral location. The mediator doesn't just arrange the meeting. They dictate the terms. No bodyguards, no weapons, a specific time limit, and a clear agenda. The mediator watches that every gesture, listens to every carefully chosen word, and observes the unspoken language of power and deception between them. Or imagine a skilled negotiator in a hostage situation, not only communicating with the hostage takers and authorities, but also bringing together different factions within the law enforcement team who have conflicting approaches, forcing them to find common ground under his managed supervision. The choice of venue, the setting of the rules, and the active presence of the facilitator are all critical elements in managing such a high-stakes confrontation psychologically. Spike's decision to host this meeting in his apartment is a brilliant power play, revealing deep insights into the psychology of control and coercion. Why does this matter? Because choosing the venue and setting the ground rules immediately establishes a hierarchy. By inviting them into his home, Spade asserts a degree of authority and ownership over their interaction. It's a subtle form of psychological intimidation, forcing his guests into his territory, where he feels most comfortable, and they are, by definition, on unfamiliar ground. This environment is deliberately chosen to maximize his observational advantage. He can study their reactions, their body language, their verbal cues in a controlled setting, free from the distractions of a public place. Furthermore, bringing them together forces a direct confrontation that might otherwise be avoided. It creates a crucible of tension, where their carefully constructed facades are more likely to crack under the pressure of each other's presence. Spade isn't merely facilitating a discussion. He's orchestrating a psychological drama, hoping to expose the truths that lie beneath the layers of deceit. This strategy relies on the principle that direct interaction, even antagonistic, can yield more information than separate interrogations. For our listeners, the practical application of this strategic choice of meeting location and agenda setting is highly relevant in various contexts. In business, if you need to mediate a conflict between two strong-willed team members, or broker a deal between competing divisions, hosting the meeting in a neutral, yet controlled, environment can be incredibly effective. First, always choose a venue that either gives you a psychological advantage or ensures neutrality, depending on your objective. Your own office, a neutral conference room, or even a pre-arranged restaurant table can serve different purposes. Second, clearly define the purpose and agenda of the meeting beforehand. What information do you need to extract? What outcome do you seek? Communicate these expectations to all parties. Third, establish clear ground rules. No interruptions. Respectful listening. Focus on facts, not personal attacks. Your role as a host and facilitator is to enforce these rules. Fourth, practice active observation. Pay attention not just to what is being said, but also to how it is being said. The body language, the hesitations, the unspoken signals, the dynamics between people in a group setting, especially when there's underlying tension, can reveal far more than individual conversations. This structured approach to facilitating difficult interactions can transform potential chaos into productive dialogue and ultimately desired outcomes. In summary, Chapter 5, the setup, provides a riveting demonstration of some Spade's intellectual prowess and his remarkable ability to navigate a treacherous landscape. We've seen him master the art of strategic evasion, effectively deflecting police scrutiny with carefully chosen words, maintaining his freedom to operate. We witnessed his acute observational skills, detecting the subtle signs of surveillance that confirmed the escalating danger of the situation, underscoring the vital importance of situational awareness. And finally, we've analyzed his bold move to orchestrate a high-stakes meeting between his enigmatic clients in his own apartment, a calculated power play designed to expose truth through controlled confrontation. Each of these maneuvers isn't just plot progression. They are profound lessons in strategy, psychology, and personal effectiveness that transcend the pages of a detective novel. As we move forward into the next chapter, Spade's careful setup will inevitably lead to an explosive encounter, pushing him further into the heart of the mystery and closer to the elusive Maltese Falcon. The stage is now set for revelations and betrayals, promising an even more intense exploration of character and conflict. Get ready, because the stakes are about to get even higher. Chapter 6: The Meeting. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 6 of Dashiell Hammett's enduring classic, The Maltese Falcon. In this gripping installment, we plunge first into a maelstrom of deceit, desire, and danger, all converging within the confines of Sam Spade's ostensibly mundane apartment. What we witness here is not merely a meeting of characters, but a collision of forces, a crucible where alliances are tested, and vulnerabilities are laid bare. Our central focus today, the very heartbeat of this chapter, revolves around a singular, electrifying concept, the moment when the carefully constructed tension, a palpable unease that has simmered beneath the surface for chapters, finally explodes as Bridget O'Shaughnessy and Joel Cairo confront each other face to face. It's a moment of truth, of raw, unbridled emotion ripping through the fragile veneer of civility that these conniving individuals often maintain. It's here that we truly begin to grasp the volatile nature of their collective pursuit, the desperate stakes involved, and the dangerous dance they are all performing around the elusive blackbird. Now, let us delve into the intricate layers of how this profound moment is constructed, broken down into three pivotal elements that contribute to its unforgettable impact. Our first key point focuses on the meticulous craftsmanship of building a claustrophobic atmosphere within Sam Spade's apartment. Before any overt conflict erupts, the very air in the room must thicken, becoming heavy with unspoken threats and simmering resentments. Think for a moment how another can make a physical space feel not just small, but oppressive, almost alive with foreboding. It's not enough to simply state that the room is cramped. The master lies in making the audience feel that constriction, that sense of being trapped with these dangerous individuals. To illustrate this, let's consider a real-world storytelling example. Imagine the classic stage play or subsequent film adaptation of Rob by Alfred Hitchcock. The entire narrative unfolds within a single, elegant New York apartment, where two murderers host a dinner party with their victim's body hidden in a chest serving as a buffet table. The apartment itself becomes a character, its confined space intensifying the psychological torment and the ever-present threat of discovery. The audience, like the characters, feels an inescapable pressure, a mounting anxiety that no one can simply walk away from the situation. Similarly, in many film noir classics, the detective's office, often depicted as small, cluttered, and smoke-filled, serves as a pressure cooker, a place where secrets are latently revealed under duress, and where the air itself seems to cling to the lies being told. From a psychological perspective, why does this claustrophobic atmosphere matter so profoundly in the Maltese Falcon? It matters because it mirrors and amplifies the character's internal states. When a physical space feels small and confining, it naturally evokes a sense of inescapable pressure. There are no easy exits, no convenient escapes from an uncomfortable conversation or a looming threat. This feeling of being cornered, of having limited options, forces characters to confront one another directly, stripping away any pretense of polite invasion. It trusts them with their secrets, their desires, and their mutual distrust. For the reader or listener, it creates a palpable tension, an anticipation that something is bound to break, precisely because there's nowhere for the characters to go, nowhere for them to hide. It compresses their emotional energy, ensuring that when the explosion finally comes, it will be all the more impactful. A violent release of pent-up psychological stress. So, how can we apply this understanding practically as listeners to further appreciate Hamlet's genius? When you listen to the chapter or reread it, pay acute attention to the subtle details that contribute to this feeling of confinement. Are there descriptions of the room size, perhaps the way the furniture is arranged, suggesting the lack of open space? Are the sounds from outside muffled or entirely absent, emphasizing the insularity of the apartment? Consider Spade's own perceptions. Does he feel hemmed in, even in his own domain? Notice how the arrival of Britain and then Cairo progressively shrinks the perceived space, not just physically, but psychologically. Their individual presences, each radiating their own brand of menace and duplicity, further contribute to this sense of the walls closing in. The air grows thick, not just with cigarette smoke, but with unspoken accusations and concealed agendas. Hamlet masterfully uses description to convey this, perhaps through the dimness of the light, the warm quality of the furnishings, or their oppressive silence that occasionally descends, making the taking of a clock seem deafening. This isn't just background detail. It's an active participant in building the story's tension. Now, as the atmosphere becomes charged and heavy, we move inexorably toward our second critical point. The sudden physical altercation and shouting that erupts between Cairo and Bridget. This is the moment when the pressure, so carefully built, finally finds its violent release. It's a swift, jarring shift from simmering hostility to overt conflict, catching both the characters and the audience off guard. Think about cinematic examples of such sudden, visceral outbursts. Consider the raw, immediate violence that often punctuates the top narratives of film noir. While not always physical between the main romantic leads, the verbal sparring in films like The Big Sleep builds to such intense, almost violent exchanges that the tension alone feels like a punch. Or consider moments in gritty thrillers where an unexpected slap, a shout, or a desperate scream cuts through the dialogue, shattering any pretense of control. It's their abruptness that makes it so effective. The way it rips through the fabric of the scene, leaving characters reeling and the audience breathless. This isn't a choreographed fight. It's a spontaneous eruption of deep-seated animosity and fear, psychologically. Why is this sudden outburst of physical altercation and shouting so impactful? It matters because it represents a complete breakdown of composure, a raw, primal expression of emotions that can no longer be contained by social graces or calculated maneuvering. When characters resort to physical violence or desperate shouting, it signals a loss of control, a breaking point where the true, unvarnished selves emerge from behind their carefully constructed facades. It reveals their desperation, their fear, and their underlying aversion. Bypassing the intellect and speaking directly from God, shouting, in particular, is a desperate attempt to dominate, to express outrage, or to defend oneself when words alone are no longer sufficient. It's a sign of profound vulnerability and utter frustration. For the audience, this sudden shift in intensity is a shock to the system. It's a moment of extreme vulnerability for the characters, revealing their true stakes and pushing the narrative into uncharted, dangerous territory. It makes the audience question their assumptions about the characters' strengths and weaknesses. To practically apply this understanding and fully appreciate Hamlet's storytelling prowess, pay close attention to the specific details of this confrontation. How swift is Cairo's movement? Is it a calculated strike or an impulsive lunge? What is the sound of the impact? A sharp crack, a muffled thud. Listen for Bridget's reaction. Is it a shriek of pain, a gasp of surprise, or a cry of defiant anger? What specific words are shouted, and more importantly, what emotional weight do they carry? Do they reveal old grievances, new threats, or simply the overwhelming fear that has driven these characters to this desperate point? Notice sound space immediate reaction. His intervention is crucial, highlighting his role as a reluctant, yet necessary, arbiter in this dangerous game. The focus should not just be on the action itself, but on the impact of that action, how it changes the dynamic between the characters, how it alters the perception of one another, and how it raises the stakes for the entire group. This isn't just noise and emotion. It's a revelation of character and plot, a turning point that will reverberate through the rest of the story. And just when the room is a vortex of unleashed fury, just when the primal screams and desperate struggles threaten to consume everyone present, we arrive at our third crucial point. The sudden heading off from the palace that abruptly interrupts the entire chaotic scene. This is a masterful stroke of narrative timing, a classic example of external pressure slamming into internal conflict, forcing an immediate and dramatic realignment of priorities. Consider a classic storytelling example for this type of interruption. Picture a scene in a high-stakes crime drama where two adversaries are locked in a deadly struggle, perhaps with a weapon drawn. And at the absolute peak of their confrontation, the distinct rising wail of a police siren pierces the night, growing louder and louder until it's right outside the window. Or imagine a suspense film where a critical, incriminating piece of evidence is about to be discovered, or a confession is on the verge of being extracted, when a sudden, insistent banging on the door draws everyone into terrified silence. In both scenarios, the external threat, the arrival of the law, instantly eclipses the immediate internal conflict, creating a shared sense of impending doom and forcing a temporary truce among the warring parties. The external world, with its rules and consequences, crashes into the insular, lawless world its characters inhabit. From a psychological standpoint, why is this specific interruption so profoundly reflected in storytelling, and particularly in the Maltese Falcon? It's powerless in its capacity to create dramatic irony and intensify suspense exponentially. The characters are caught in a moment of extreme vulnerability and incriminating behavior, fighting, shouting, potentially revealing their true natures and illegal doing. The sudden presence of the police, a force representing external authority and the consequences of their actions, freezes them in their tracks. All immediate conflict between Bridget and Cairo instantly ceases, replaced by a shared, primal fear of discovery. This shift in threats from internal their personal animosities to external the law forces a rapid, involuntary realignment of alliances. Suddenly, the previous squabbles seem trivial compared to the looming threat of arrest and intervention. It's a moment where individual desires are momentarily suppressed by a collective need for self-preservation. For the audience, this creates an agonizing freeze-frame effect, leaving them on the edge of the seats, wondering not only who called the police, but also how these devious characters will manage to extricate themselves from this perilous situation without exposing their true roles. It's a masterful way to complicate the plot and raise the stakes, adding yet another layer of impending disaster. To fully grasp the practical application of this brilliant narrative device, tune your ears and your imagination to the specific characteristics of this interruption. How does Hammett describe the knock? Is it timid, or is it a heavy, authoritative thought that resonates through the apartment? What is the immediate aftermath of that sound? Does the shout instantly cease? Do the characters exchange quick, panicked glances, a momentary, silent acknowledgement of their shared predicament? What thoughts race through Sam Spade's mind in that split second, as he weighs the consequences of opening the door? The abrupt cessation of the internal conflict is key here. It's not just a pause. It's a complete pivot in the narrative, a reorientation of threat. This single, resonant knob transforms the immediate, emotional landscape of the scene, shifting the focus from the personal vendettas of Bridget and Cairo to the broader, more systemic threat of the law. It forces us, the audience, to consider the larger implications of their actions and how they will navigate this unexpected and unwelcome intrusion. In summary, Chapter 6 of the Maltese Falcon is a masterclass in escalating tension and explosive confrontation. We began by dissecting the core concept, the dramatic and long-awaited collision between Bridget O'Shaughnessy and Joe Cairo. We then explored how Hammett meticulously builds a claustrophobic atmosphere within Spade's apartment, using the physical space to mirror and intensify the character's psychological pressures, much like the confined set of a Hitchcockian thriller. Following this, we immersed ourselves in the sudden, visceral physical altercation and shouting that served as the raw, powerful release of that pent-up tension, revealing the character's primal desperation and fear, akin to the unpredictable bursts of violence in classic noir. Finally, we examined the perfectly timed intervention of the police knob, an external force that shatters the internal conflict, forcing a dramatic re-evaluation of alliances and raising the stakes to an agonizing new level, much like the sudden arrival of law enforcement in a critical suspense scene. Each of these elements, skillfully woven together by Hammett, contributes to a chapter that is not just plot-driven, but deeply character-revealing and emotionally resonant. The meeting in Spade's apartment is far more than a simple gathering. It is a turning point, a violent crucible where the true nature of these shadowy figures is briefly, terrifyingly illuminated. The questions left hanging in the air are profound. Who called the police? How will Spade navigate this new peril? And what further deceptions will be necessary to evade the grasp of the law? As we move forward, dear listener, we will see how these immediate questions begin to unravel, propelling us deeper into the labyrinthine world of the Maltese Falcon. Chapter 7 Police Intrusion. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 7 of our exploration into Dashiell Hammett's classic, The Maltese Falcon. In this riveting installment, we plunge headfirst into a moment of pure, adulterated tension. Imagine the scene. Sam Spith's apartment, late at night. Joe Carroll lies unconscious on the floor. I read it out there earlier. Violent encounter. Bridget O'Shaughnessy, everyday enigmatic figure, is present, her face a mask of concern, or perhaps calculation. The air is thick with the scent of whiskey, the residue of cigarette smoke, and the ill-spoken weight of dark secrets. And then, the jarring, insistent knock at the door of the police. This is where Sam Spade, our cynical yet undeniably brilliant protagonist, truly shines. The core concept will unravel today is how Spade uses his lightning-fast wit and remarkable composure to diffuse a potentially disastrous police intervention. It's a masterclass in crisis management, a testament to the power of improvisation, and a fascinating study in psychological manipulation under extreme pressure. What makes his actions so compelling? It's not just the cleverness of his lies, but the sheer audacity and unwavering conviction with which he delivers them. He doesn't just navigate the storm. He actively steers it, bending reality to his will, momentarily at least, to avoid immediate catastrophe. How does one maintain such control when the walls are seemingly closing in? When an unconscious man and incriminating evidence could spell ruin? That's the intriguing question we'll seek to answer. Our journey through this chapter will focus on three pivotal aspects of Spade's masterful performance. First out, his uncanny ability to lie smoothly to the police, fabricating an elaborate story about a staged practical joke. Second, the subtle yet powerful ways he manipulates the detectives into leaving his apartment without making any arrest or digging too deeply into the truth. And finally, the immediate, decisive action he takes to force Cairo and Bridget to live separately, thereby maintaining his strategic advantage and control over the unfolding narrative. Let's dive into the intricate details of each of these crucial moments, shall we? Our first key point revolves around Spade's unparalleled skill in crafting and delivering a seamless, utterly convincing lie to the arriving police officers. Picture it. Two detectives, their faces grim, their eyes sharp, surveying the scene an unconscious man, a gun on the floor, the distinct air of something very wrong. Most people in this situation would panic, stumble over their words, or retreat into defensive silence. But Spade, not our Sam. It immediately invents a convoluted, yet surprisingly plausible, story about a staged practical joke. He claims they were setting up a friend, using prop guns and harmless knockout drops, all for a bit of mischievous fun. He doesn't merely speak the words. He embodies the performance, projecting an aura of slight irritation at the interruption rather than outright guilt. It's a remarkable display of cognitive agility. To give you a storytelling example of such smooth deception, consider the tale of a renowned stage magician who, during a complex illusion, inadvertently drops a key prop. In that split second, instead of acknowledging the mistake, the magician seamlessly integrates the dropped prop into the act, perhaps by making the show of accidentally kicking it off stage as part of a misdirection, or even pretending it was part of a larger, unseen mechanism designed to baffle the audience further. The crowd, engrossed in the spectacle, never suspects a blunder, because the magician's confidence and quick thinking transmute the error into another layer of intentional mystique. The key is that the lie or improvisation becomes more compelling than the truth, because it's delivered with such absolute conviction and woven so skillfully into the existing context. Psychologically, what does this matter? Why is Spades' smooth lie so effective? It taps into several powerful human tendencies. Firstly, there's the principle of cognitive estoppel. Even seasoned police officers often prefer simple, readily available explanation over complex, troublesome ones. A practical joke is a nuisance, perhaps, but it's a far less complicated scenario than a violent assault or murder investigation, which entails extensive paperwork, difficult questions, a significant time commitment. Secondly, Spade leverages confirmation bias. Once he plants the seed of a practical joke, the detectives might subconsciously look for details that support this benign narrative, rather than actively searching for evidence to contradict it, especially if Spade's demeanor suggests he's merely annoyed rather than genuinely worried. His confidence acts as a powerful nonverbal cue, signaling that there's nothing truly alarming to uncover. It's an appeal to their desire for efficiency and avoiding unnecessary hassle, cloaked in a veneer of innocent mischief. For those of us listening, how can we apply this? While we certainly don't advocate lying to the police, the underlying principles of clear, confident communication under pressure are invaluable. First, practice maintaining extreme composure. When faced with an unexpected challenge, take a deliberate breath. Your body language, your tone of voice, and your eye contact are often more convincing than the words themselves. Second, craft a simple, plausible narrative. If you ever need to explain a complex or awkward situation, avoid over-explanation. Focus on the most straightforward, least confrontational interpretation that still feels credible. And finally, anticipate questions. Think ahead. If I say X, what will they ask next? Having immediate, consistent answers at the ready fortifies your story and prevents hesitation from eroding your credibility. Spade didn't just have a story. He had a performative readiness to defend it. Moving on to our second key point, Spade started genuinely manipulating the detectives into leaving without making arrests. It's one thing to tell a lie. It's quite another to ensure it's accepted and acted upon. Spade doesn't just present his fabricated story. He orchestrates the entire encounter to ensure the police conclude their visit with minimum disruption. He guides their perceptions, subtly disarming their suspicions with his almost bored indifference and a hint of impatience. He makes them feel as though they've done their duty, satisfied their curiosity, and that there's truly nothing more to see here. He might casually suggest that their time would be better spent on rival crimes, subtly appealing to their professionalism and their desire to avoid what appears to be a petty domestic disturbance, rather than a serious felony. As a compelling storytelling example, consider a seasoned diplomat negotiating a tense international incident. Instead of directly confronting an opposing delegate's accusation, the diplomat might pivot, focusing instead on shared national interests and the potential for future cooperation. By gently steering the conversation away from contentious points and towards areas of mutual benefit, they can subtly manipulate the opposition into dropping their demands or softening their stance. without ever explicitly asking them to. The diplomat create an environment where conceding feels like a rational choice for the opposing party, rather than a defeat, making it easier for them to save face and disengage from a potentially escalating conflict. This is not about brute force. It's about strategic deflection and creating a favorable perception. From a psychological perspective, this manipulation is fascinating. Spade employs a form of psychological judo, using the detective's own momentum and expectations against them, but presenting a simple, non-threatening explanation with unyielding confidence. He gives them an easy out. Police officers, while dedicated, are also human. They have limited resources and often prioritize serious crimes. If Spade can convince them that the scene is merely harmless, albeit messy prank, he allows them to justify disengaging without feeling negligent. He grants them the perception of competence, letting them believe they effectively handled a situation that, in reality, was far more complex. He doesn't challenge their authority directly. Instead, he acknowledges their presence, provides an explanation they can logically accept or at least conveniently accept, and implicitly makes them feel that they've come to their own conclusion that nothing further is required. It's the art of leading someone to water and making them want to drink your preferred version of reality. How can we integrate these insights into our own lives? Firstly, cultivate an authoritative yet non-confrontational presence. When you need to assert your point or de-escalate a situation, project confidence through your posture and voice, but avoid aggression. Secondly, always seek to understand the other party's underlying motivations and concerns. What are they looking for? What would make them comfortable disengaging? Even if you're not fully transparent, addressing these underlying needs can be incredibly persuasive. Thirdly, offer an easy way out. If you're in a disagreement or explaining a tricky situation, frame your solution in a way that allows the other person to save face and feel like they're making a rational, intelligent decision by agreeing with you or letting the matter drop. This requires empathy and strategic foresight, not just raw power. Finally, having successfully navigated the immediate crisis of the police intrusion, Spade immediately shifts gears to our third key point: his decisive action in forcing Cairo and Bridget to live separately. The moment the detectives are out of sight, Spade's calm, affable demeanor vanishes, replaced by his usual hard-edged pragmatism. He understands that while the police threat is temporarily averted, the danger posed by the shifting alliances and conflicting agendas of Cairo and Bridget remains potent. Allowing them to confer, to coordinate their stories, or to plan their next moves together would severely undermine Spade's own position and his ability to control the flow of information. He issues clear, non-negotiable instructions, asserting his dominance and ensuring that they depart his apartment individually, preventing any opportunity for them to consolidate power or strategize against him. For a storytelling parallel, think of a master chess player who, after fending off a dangerous attack on their king, immediately moves to control key squares and isolate their opponent's most powerful pieces. They don't gloat over the averted threat. They immediately reset the board dynamics, ensuring that their adversaries cannot regroup or launch another coordinated assault. Each player is sent to a different corner of the board, so to speak, unable to communicate, forced to react individually to the chess master's subsequent moves. This isn't just about winning a round. It's about setting the conditions for future victory by controlling their environment, and the movements of all relevant players. Psychologically speaking, this immediate post-police action by Spade is a brilliant display of strategic thinking and the maintenance of information asymmetry. He knows that information is power in this convoluted hunt for the Maltese Falcon. If Bridget and Cairo were to exchange notes, they might discover discrepancies in Spade's narrative or, more dangerously, conspire against him. By forcing their separate departures, Spade maintains his role as the central hub of information, the one individual to whom both Cairo and Bridget must return for updates or further negotiation. It ensures a continued dependency on him, keeping this leverage intact. It's about compartmentalization, dealing with one crisis, then immediately reorganizing the pieces on the board to prevent the next one from emerging, all while ensuring he remains at the strategic center. This demonstrates a deep understanding of human motivation and the importance of controlling communication channels. Practically speaking, how might we apply this principle? Firstly, cultivate decisive action after resolving a primary issue. Don't linger in the glow of success. Immediately identify the next potential challenge and take steps to mitigate it. Secondly, recognize and manage power dynamics in complex relationships. If you are mediating a conflict or managing a team with competing interests, be mindful who is communicating with whom and how that communication might affect your overall objectives. Sometimes, separating individuals or controlling the flow of information can be crucial to maintaining control and impartiality. Thirdly, set clear boundaries and expectations. Spade didn't waffle. He gave direct, unambiguous orders. In any professional or personal situation, clarity in communication, especially when it comes to expectations and boundaries, prevents confusion and potential exploitation. In summary, Chapter 7 of the Maltese Falcon offers a stunning look into Sam Spade's unmatched ability to think on his feet and manipulate high-stakes situations. We've seen how this smooth deception, disguised as a practical joke, disarmed the police, leveraging their own psychological inclinations to his advantage. We explore the subtle artistry with which he manipulated those detectives into leaving, ensuring his story was accepted and the immediate threat of arrest averted. And finally, we witnessed his immediate, strategic reassertion of control, separating Cairo and Bridget to maintain his information advantage and diplomatic leverage. Spade doesn't just react to chaos, he bends it to his will, a true testament to his sharp intellect and unyielding resolve. As we conclude this deep dive, remember that while Spade's methods are ethically ambiguous, the underlying principles of quick thinking, confident communication, and strategic foresight are universal. They are tools that, when wielded responsibly, can help us navigate the complex challenges of our own lives. Join us next time as we delve further into the labyrinthine world of the Maltese Falcon and discover what new twists and turns await our intrepid, morally grey detective. Chapter 8: The Fat Man. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 8 of our continuing journey through Dashiell Hammett's masterpiece, The Maltese Falcon, a chapter aptly titled The Fat Man. Up until now, we witnessed Samuel Spade navigate a labyrinth of deceit, murder, and certain loyalties, encountering a gallery of fascinating, often dangerous characters. But in this pivotal chapter, all roads converge, leading Spade directly to the enigmatic figure who pulls many of the strings, Caspar Goodman. This is not just a meeting. It is a momentous confrontation, a battle of wits and wills, where our protagonist finally comes face to face with the true mastermind behind the relentless pursuit of the priceless blackbird. The air is thick with anticipation. The stakes are impossibly high, and the psychological games are about to begin in earnest. Our concept for today, then, is precisely this: Thanos-based dramatic encounter with Casper Batman, the man whose obsessive desire for the Maltese Falcon has set in motion the entire deadly drama. Think of it as the ultimate reveal in a meticulously crafted mystery. The moment when the curtain is pulled back to show the true orchestrator of events. What does it feel like to stand before the person who has been lurking in the shadows, influencing destinies, and pulling the levers of fate? It's a moment of both clarity and increased power, for understanding your adversary doesn't necessarily make them less dangerous. It merely illuminates the scope of their power and their relentless intent. Spade has pieced together fragments, sensed undercurrents, and now is about to get the full, unvarnished picture from the very source. Let us now delve deeper into the specific elements that make this encounter so profoundly impactful, beginning with the formidable presence of Casper Gutman himself. The first key point we must explore is Gutman's immense physical size, coupled with his jovial yet unmistakably dangerous personality. Hammett paints a vivid portrait of a man who is not merely large, but phenomenal in his bulks, a man of about 50, of an abundant 6 feet of stature, and a width of shoulder, a depth of chest, and a fatness of body that made his bulk phenomenal. Yet, this imposing physique is often clothed in a disarming, almost drooping smile. Can you imagine the immediate impression such a man would make? He projects an image of geniality, perhaps even bonhomie. Yet beneath that affable exterior lies a razor-sharp intellect and an unwavering, ruthless will. It's a classic velvet glove over an iron fist approach, mastered to perfection. The contrast is jarring, isn't it? One expects a man of such have to be either a bumbling fool or an overt brute, but Gutman is neither. It is cultured, articulate, and utterly merciless when his grand objective is concerned. This blend of outward warmth and inner steel makes him an extraordinarily complex and menacing figure. It invites trust with one hand, while subtly tightening a noose with the other. As a real-world storytelling example, consider the enduring appeal of characters like Vito Corleone in The Godfather. On the surface, he is a family man, dispensing wisdom, celebrating weddings, and listening to petitions with a calm, patriarchal demeanor. He speaks softly, often with a gentle smile, yet beneath that surface lies an unyielding power, a strategic mind, and our willingness to eliminate any obstacle with close efficiency. The juxtaposition of his gentle mannerisms and his ruthless effectiveness is precisely what makes him so compelling and terrifying. Similarly, some historical figures, such as powerful political leaders or even influential business magnates, have mastered this art of using an approachable, sometimes even charming, persona to mask an insatiable ambition or an uncompromising will to power. They lull their opponents into a false sense of security before revealing the true strength of their resolve psychologically. Why does this combination of immense size and a jovial, dangerous personality matter so profoundly? It creates a potent form of cognitive dissonance within anyone who encounters Gutman. Our minds are often wired to make quick judgments based on appearances. We might associate a large, smiling person with kindness, generosity, or harmlessness. Gottman expertly explies these deeply ingrained expectations. By presenting himself as a friendly sad man, he encourages his adversaries, like Spade, to drop their guard, to underestimate his cunning, or to misinterpret his intentions. This allows him to gain an initial psychological advantage, subtly manipulating the social dynamic. It highlights a critical aspect of human perception, that superficial traits can often obscure deeper, more perilous realities. It forces us to confront our own biases and assumptions, reminding us that true danger often doesn't announce itself with overt aggression but rather with a deceptive veneer of pleasantness. It's a masterful display of indirect power, which becomes a weapon and physical presence and intimidating, yet often misinterpreted field. So, what are the practical application steps for you, our discerning listener, when faced with similar scenarios in your own life? Firstly, cultivate a habit of looking beyond the surface appearances. When meeting someone new, especially in high-stakes situations like negotiations or important collaboration, resist the urge to form immediate judgments based solely on their demeanor or physical attributes. Secondly, learn to discern incongruities. Does their body language genuinely match their words? Is there a subtle tension in their eyes that belies their smile? Are their actions consistently aligning with their proclaimed intentions? Practice active listening, not just to the content of what is being said, but also to the tone, the pauses, and the unspoken subtext. Finally, develop your own poker face. Understand that in some interactions, revealing too much of your true thoughts or intentions can be a disadvantage. Just as Gottman uses his jovialities as a mask, you might need to employ a composed exterior to prevent others from easily reading your hand. Always question the apparent and seek the underlying motivations. Moving on, our second key point zeroes in on the intense verbal, sparring and psychological warfare that defines Spade and Gottman's interaction. This chapter is a masterclass in strategic conversation, a sophisticated game of mental chess played with words. Gottman dominates much of the conversation, launching into a lengthy, detailed, and utterly captivating monologue about the history of the Maltese Falcon. He recounts its origins, its perilous journeys, the various hands it has passed through, and the immense sums of money and even lives that have been sacrificed in its pursuit. This isn't just storytelling. It's a calculated display designed to impress Spade, to establish Gottman's intellectual superiority, and to underscore its deep, almost mystical, investment in the black bird. He uses his vast knowledge as a psychological weapon, a means to overwhelm and intimidate simultaneously. Gottman masterfully weaves in flattery, such as praising Spade's methods and intelligence, interspersed with thinly veiled threats and subtle manipulations. He's testing Spade, probing for weaknesses, and trying to gauge just how far the detective can be pushed forward. Spade, in turn, responds with characteristic brevity, his retorts often cutting and designed either to deflect Gottman's attempts to pry information from him or to subtly expose a crack in Gottman's formidable facade, never giving away more than absolutely necessary. It's a delicate dance, each man trying to outmaneuver the other without revealing his true hand. To illustrate this, think of a high-stakes little cross-examination you might have seen in a compelling courtroom drama. Lawyers meticulously craft the questions, not just to elicit information, but to trap a witness, to undermine the credibility, or to subtly sway the jury. Every pause, every inflection, every choice of word is a strategic move. Or consider the intricate negotiations between revelations of corporate titans, where diplomats and CEOs use carefully chosen language, veiled promises, and indirect warnings to secure advantages without openly declaring hostility. The art of diplomacy, in its purest form, is often a sophisticated form of verbal sparring, where the goal is to achieve objectives through persuasion, influence, and strategic communication rather than overt conflict. It's about reading between the lines, understanding their unspoken implications, and responding in a way that advances your own position while protecting your vulnerabilities. From a psychological perspective, why is this verbal sparring and psychological warfare so significant? It demonstrates the profound power of language not just as a tool for communication, but as a potent weapon and an essential shield. This isn't merely about conveying facts. It's about controlling the narrative, subtly shifting power dynamics, and probing for an adversary's vulnerabilities. Gottman's landscape monologue, for instance, isn't just an exposition. It's an attempt to psychologically dominate space by establishing its intellectual and emotional authority over the Falcon's history and significance. He aims to make space feel like an amateur trespassing on sacred ground. Speedsters, guarded responses, conversely, are a defense mechanism, a refusal to be drawn into Gottman's psychological game on Gottman's terms. They protect his interior landscape and prevent Gottman from gaining an easy read on his thoughts or intentions. This dynamic highlights the critical importance of critical thinking in real-time conversations, of not taking anything at face value, and of constantly analyzing the subtext and unspoken messages, the hidden agendas in any interaction. It underscores how psychological advantage can be gained or lost through the subtle manipulation of dialogue and information. For the practical application steps in your own life, consider how you might enhance your communication skills to navigate such intricate scenarios. First, cultivate the ability to listen with a third ear, not just for the explicit content, but for the underlying intentions, emotions, and the subtle manipulations. Ask yourself, what is this person really trying to achieve or convey? Second, learn the art of strategic questioning, asking open-ended questions that encourage others to reveal more, or precise, close questions that confirm specific details, all while maintaining a neutral, observant demeanor. Third, practice subtle silence, sometimes saying nothing at all, or allowing a moment of silence to hang in the air, can be a powerful tool for prompting others to fill the void, often revealing more than they intended. Fourth, identify and counter common manipulation tactics, such as flattery, guilt-tripping, or gaslighting, by acknowledging them internally and refusing to let them dictate your emotional response. Finally, develop your ability to communicate clearly and concisely when necessary, ensuring your own message is understood while avoiding ambiguity that could be exploited. Mastering these conversational strategies can significantly empower your interactions, both personally and professionally. Our final key point for this chapter focuses on Gottman's immense wealth and, more importantly, his desperate, all-consuming desire for the Maltese Falcon. The opulence of his apartment, while only briefly glimpsed by Spade, speaks volumes about his financial standing. He is not merely comfortable. He is extraordinarily wealthy, a man capable of sustaining the multi-decade global search for a single object. Yet, his wealth is secondary to the palpable, almost fronted obsession he harbors for the Falcon. This isn't a mere collector's whim. It's the culmination of a lifetime's pursuit, a driving force that has shaped his entire existence. His detailed, almost reverent recounting of the Falcon's storied history, tracing its ownership from the Knights Templar through various European aristocrats, and the astronomical sums it has commanded, serves to underscore its unparalleled value and, by extension, the depths of his personal investment. He isn't just a buyer. He's a fanatic, willing to spend fortunes, manipulate individuals, and even condone violence to finally possess his ultimate prize. This desperation, this almost spiritual longing, is what makes him so utterly relentless and consequently so dangerous. He had pursued this bird for 17 years, he reveals, dedicating a significant portion of his life and resources to its acquisition. He's so close, and that proximity fuels an intensity that borders on madness, making him willing to offer Spade a considerable sum, indicating the staggering value he places on the successful retrieval of the artifact. Considered as a real-world storytelling example, the relentless pursuit of historical artifacts, like the mythical Holy Grail in various legends, or even the historical quest for something like the Amber Room, a chamber decorated with amber panels, lost during World War II. Individuals or even entire nations have dedicated immense resources, risked lives, and explored every conceivable avenue to find such treasures. Or think of the modern-day tech billionaire who becomes utterly obsessed with acquiring a specific company or intellectual property, pouring limitless resources into the endeavor, not just for financial gain, but for the sheer satisfaction of possessing it, of integrating it into their vision, or of achieving a lifelong dream. This level of desire transcends mere material acquisition. It becomes an integral part of one's identity and life purpose. The pursuit itself often consumes them, shaping their character and their morality psychologically, while both government's immense wealth and desperate desire for the Falcon hold such profound importance. This desperation, while seemingly a weakness, is part of secret government's greatest strength and its most formidable weapon. It makes him utterly relentless, willing to push boundaries, to commit unethical acts, and to accept immense risk that less obsessed individual would never contemplate. It reveals the core motivation behind all this charming manipulation, his intellectual displays, and his world threats. For Gottman, the Falcon is not just an object. It has become an extension of himself, a symbol of his life's achievement, validating his very existence. This level of obsession illustrates how profound desire can corrupt and consume, transforming a seemingly rational, cultured individual into someone capable of extreme measures. For Spade, understanding this depth of Gottman's yearning is crucial for predicting his actions, for identifying his true vulnerabilities, and for devising a strategy to navigate the dangerous game he's been drawn into. It provides Spade with the ultimate leverage once he figures out how to apply it. It shows us how human psychology, when driven by an all-consuming passion, can lead to monumental efforts, but also to destructive and immoral behaviors. In terms of practical application steps for you, the listener, understanding this psychological dynamic can be invaluable in your own life. Firstly, learn to identify what truly motivates the people you interact with. Is it money, power, recognition, love, or something far deeper and more personal, like Dartman's all-consuming quest? Uncovering these core motivations allows you to better predict behavior, understand underlying intentions, and, if necessary, influence outcomes. Secondly, be acutely aware of your own obsessions or intensely desired goals. While ambition is often lauded, recognize the fine line between passionate pursuit and destructive aspiration. Ensure your own aspirations don't lead you down paths of unethical conduct or cloud your judgment. Understanding that for some individuals, the pursuit of an object or goal can completely override all other considerations, moral, ethical, or personal, is crucial. This awareness can help you manage your expectations, protect yourself from exploitation, and develop strategies for dealing with individuals whose desires are so potent they render them unpredictable and potentially dangerous. In summary, Chapter 8, The Fat Man, is far more than just a meeting. It is a meticulously crafted psychological battleground where Samuel Spade confronts the true architect of the chaos surrounding the Maltese Falcon. We've seen how Castor Bugman uses his formidable physical presence and deceptive geniality to disarm and dominate, a masterclass in mask in ruthless intent beneath a veneer of charm. We've analyzed their intricate verbal sparring and psychological warfare, where words become weapons and shields in a high-stakes game of intellect and will. And finally, we've explored the profound impact of Gutman's immense wealth fused with his desperate, decades-long obsession for the black bird, revealing the driving force behind his every dangerous action. This chapter strips away some of the mystery, revealing the depth of the antagonist's cunning and the unwavering intensity of his desire. The stage is now set. The player's cards have been partially revealed, and the game is about to escalate. Spade has gained invaluable insight into his adversary, but this knowledge comes with its own price and its own perils. How will he use this understanding? What moves will Gutman make next? Knowing Spade is now fully aware of his primary objective, the tension has ratcheted up considerably, promising even more twists and turns as our story progresses. Join us next time as we continue to unravel the intricate web of deceit and desire in the Maltese Falcon. Chapter 9, History of the Falcon. Welcome back, dear listeners, as we delve deeper into the shadowy world of the show amidst the Maltese Falcon. In this chapter, we arrive at a truly pivotal moment, a revelation that redefines everything we thought we knew about the mysterious black bird. Imagine yourself in that small filled room, the air thick with tension, as Casper Gutman, the corpulent, enigmatic figure, begins to speak. He doesn't just talk. He unwraps a story, layer by intricate layer, pulling back the veil of history to reveal the astonishing weight and immense monetary value of that inaugural slogan statuette. This isn't merely about a quest for a valuable object. It's about uncovering a legend, a tangible piece of history that has been hidden in plain sight for centuries. Gutman, with his theatrical flair and connoisseur's passion, transforms a simple chase into a grand, historical epic, making the listener, and indeed Sam Spade, grasp the sheer audacity and profound significance of what they are pursuing. It's a masterclass in storytelling, designed not just to inform, but to utterly enthrall and perhaps even to corrupt. Our journey into the past begins with a tale as rich and intricate as any tapestry woven in the medieval courts of Europe. Gutman's voice, perhaps a little witty but brimming with an almost reverent enthusiasm, transports us back to the year 1530. Can you envision the scene? The venerable Knights Templar, backed ancient and powerful military order, had suffered a profound loss. They had been driven from their stronghold on the island of Rhodes, their centuries-old bastion. A homeless order, yet still formidable, they sought a new haven. It was Emperor Charles V, a ruler whose dominion stretches across vast swaths of Europe and even into the burgeoning New World, who, with an act of strategic generosity, granted them the island of Malta. This was no small gift. It was a sovereign territory, a new foundation for their storied legacy, and a key strategic point in the Mediterranean. But such a gift, even from an emperor, was not without its symbolic expectations. Its subtle demand for acknowledgement and fealty. As government meticulously explains, the knights, in a gesture of profound gratitude and a demonstration of their continued allegiance, pledged an annual tribute. And what a tribute it was! For their very first offering, they commissioned a masterpiece. Picture it vividly: a statuette, a falcon, not merely crafted from precious, gleaming gold, but literally encrusted, head to talon, with the most magnificent, glittering jewels imaginable, diamonds, rubies, emeralds, sapphires, catching every flicker of light. This was to be a gift fit for an emperor, a dazzling testament to their renewed allegiance, the enduring wealth, and their commitment to their new protector. It was a potent symbol, meticulously designed to convey both opulence and respect. Think of it like the legendary treasures whispered about in ancient myths: the Golden Fleece, the fabled Ark of the Covenant, or the imperial state crown of Great Britain, each imbued with layers of history, power, and myths. These aren't just objects. They are vessels of human endeavor, symbols of power, prestige, and the incredible drive to create beauty, express loyalty, and solidify alliances. When we hear about the Knights Templar and Emperor Charles V, our minds immediately conjure images of crusaders, grand castles, immense political chess games played out on the European stage, and the forging of destinies. It's a narrative that speaks to the very foundations of Western civilization, imbuing the Falcon with an almost sacred historical significance. Psychologically, why does this matter so deeply to us, and to the characters within the narrative? Because it establishes an unbroken chain of significance, stretching back across centuries. It tells us that this object isn't just valuable in a modern, superficial sense. It possesses a gravitas, a historical weight that elevates it to an almost mythical status. It taps into our inherent human fascination with legacy, with the rise and fall of empires, and with the hidden stories that shape our world. We are drawn to secrets, especially those shrouded in the mist of time, and their idea of a lost treasure from such a pivotal historical moment fuels our imagination and ignites a primal sense of desire for connection to such grandeur. We yearn for a tangible link to such epic narratives, a piece of history we can hold, admire, and ultimately possess. It provides a profound answer to the question of why, explaining the depths of obsession. Now, how can we apply this lesson in our own lives, in our understanding of the world around us? Consider the immense power of a compelling backstory. Whether you're presenting a new idea, sharing a fairy story, or even describing your own personal journey, weaving in a rich, historical narrative can elevate it beyond the mundane. A simple product becomes a heritage item when its origins and evolution are explained. A personal achievement gains depth and resonance when the struggles, the inspirations, and the lineage of mentors are acknowledged. Understand that true value often isn't just about what it is in its present form, but profoundly about what it represents and where it came from. When you seek to persuade, to inspire, or simply to connect on a deeper level, always endeavor to weave a narrative that gives context, history, and a sense of enduring significance. What profound stories are waiting to be told about the things you cherish or the ideas you champion, stories that could elevate them in the minds of others. But here, dear listener, is where the story takes a truly fascinating twist, a turn that perfectly encapsulates the hidden dangers and delicious ironies of seeking such a legendary prize. Kaufman recounts how this magnificent, jewel-encrusted golden falcon, this dazzling tribute intended for an emperor, never actually reached Charles B. The ship carrying it, laden with such a priceless cargo, was seized by audacious Barbary pirates. Imagine the sheer nerve of it. A king's ransom, snatched away before it could even complete its inaugural journey, vanishing into the murky, treacherous underbelly of the Mediterranean. It became a phantom, a whisper among thieves and desperate men. Its true value perhaps only dimly understood by those who initially founded it. Over the subsequent centuries, it reappeared traded, perhaps stolen again and again, passed from hand to shadowy hand, always just out of reach of those who knew its true historical importance. And somewhere along its long, clandestine journey, a cunning and absolutely brilliant decision was made to hide its immense, unmistakable value, to allow it to travel unnoticed, to be possessed without attracting the immediate, dangerous attention of every greedy eye in every port and every marketplace. The dazzling golden statuette was completely, utterly covered, not with another layer of gold, or even the protective, ornate casing, but with a thick, unremarkable coat of plain black enamel. This wasn't just a disguise. It was a deliberate, audacious act of profound direction, transforming a glittering symbol of unimaginable wealth and power into a drab, almost worthless-looking object that could easily be overlooked or dismissed as cheap, decorative junk. Can you visualize it? A priceless treasure, glowing with an inner fire of diamonds, rubies, and emeralds, yet outwardly resembling nothing more than a cheap, mass-produced trinket, a dull, uninspired piece of ceramic or metal. It's like finding a Renaissance masterpiece painstakingly painted over with a child's crude crown drawing, or a solid gold bar disguised as a lead weight found in a junkyard. This deliberate act of concealment is precisely what has allowed the Falcon to survive, to traverse history's turbulent currents, ultimately landing in the hands of people who, for the longest time, were utterly unaware of the true fortune they possessed. It's a testament to the fact that sometimes the greatest treasures are hidden in plain sight, protected by the very unassuming nature. Consider real world parallels. Think of the captivating story of a priceless antique found collecting dust in an attic, mistakenly thought to be worthless junk, only to be later identified by an expert. Its true beauty and value revealed after careful restoration. Or perhaps the narrative of a disguised monarch walking incognito among the subjects, the true identity shielded by simple garments and an unassuming demeanor, allowing them to observe without prejudice. The dramatic tension here arises from the stark contrast between the hidden, profound value in the mundane, everyday appearance. It's a powerful narrative tool, isn't it? It speaks to our own experiences of looking past the surface psychotically. Why does this particular twist, this deliberate act of concealment, resonate so deeply within us? Because it speaks to our inherent desire for discovery, for unveiling secrets, for knowing something others don't, that tantalizing feeling of being privy to hidden knowledge. There's an undeniable thrill in seeing beyond the superficial, in peeling back the layers of deception to reveal a profound truth that others have missed. This hidden aspect makes the object even more desirable, almost intoxicatingly so, because it implies cunning, resilience, and a hidden world of intrigue that few are privy to. It evokes the thrill of finding a diamond in the rough, or the satisfaction of understanding that truth often lies beneath an unassuming exterior. It also taps into the very human desire to possess something unique, something that holds a secret known only to a select few, a secret that confers a special status upon its possessor. It transforms the mundane into the magnificent for those with a discerning eye. Now, how can we practically apply this understanding in our daily lives, beyond the realm of treasure hunts? Firstly, it's a potent reminder to never, ever judge a book by its cover. True value, whether in people, opportunities, or even potential solutions to complex problems, often isn't ostentatious or immediately apparent. We must cultivate the habit of looking deeper, of questioning initial impressions, of seeking the hidden potential that lies beneath a plain or even deceptive facade. In problem solving, sometimes the most elegant and effective solution is overlooked precisely because it appears too simple or too commonplace to be significant. In relationships, true character and depth are rarely on immediate display. They reveal themselves through time, careful observation, and genuine connection. This narrative also powerfully underscores the incredible power of camouflage and misdirection, both in the grand sweep of historical events and in more personal, strategic applications. Sometimes, the most effective way to protect something truly precious is to make it appear utterly ordinary, to hide its light under a bushel. As Gottman continues his masterful exposition, the air in the room must have crackled with an almost palpable energy. He isn't just reciting facts, he's painting a vivid picture, allowing his words to linger, to fully impress upon some space the gravity and the glittering allure of his tale. Imagine him pausing, perhaps taking a slow, deliberate puff from the cigarette, letting the silence hang heavy, permitting the immense historical weight of his words to fully sink in. His eyes, keen and assured, would surely have watched Spade's reaction, gauging the depth of the detective's comprehension, the burgeoning greed slowly kindling in his gaze. He's a showman, after all, and this is his grandest act, the revelation of the original golden, jewel-encrusted form of the falcon, and then the subsequent unveiling of its stout, black, enamel coating would have been delivered with a dramatic flourish, a connoisseur's delight in the sheer irony and brilliant simplicity of the disguise. He likely didn't just state the value, he built up to it, perhaps speaking in hushed, almost conspiratorial tones, emphasizing the hundreds of years, the lost and found narratives, the countless hands it must have passed through, before finally, and with immense, lingering satisfaction, dropping the bombshell of its true, staggering monetary worth, millions. Think of that single word, delivered with a slow, deliberate emphasis, perhaps a soft, not in chapel, not mere thousands, or hundreds of thousands, but millions. A figure so vast it immediately transforms the object from a mere curiosity into a life-changing, utterly irresistible prize, capable of rewriting futures and erasing past failures. This careful pacing, this deliberate unfolding of the narrative is precisely what builds not just a sense of awe at the object's history, but a profound and almost intoxicating sense of grief within the listener and characters alike. It transforms a cynical detective's pursuit into a desperate, all-consuming quest, a feverish obsession. The listener, just like Spade, is drawn into the spiraling vortex of desire. The object moves from being an abstract math into a concrete, world-altering treasure, a source of ultimate power. We begin to understand, with chilling clarity, why so many people are willing to lie, cheat, steal, and even commit murder for it. It's not just a bird. It's a dream, a fortune, a piece of an extraordinary past, all rolled into one deceptively plain package. The emotional resonance here is undeniable. Imagine the sheer weight of possibility that Gottman's words deposits in the minds of his listeners. He's not just talking about money. He's talking about freedom, power, security, and perhaps even a twisted form of immortality through the possession of such a storied artifact. The hunger he instills isn't just for wealth, but for the very essence of what wealth represents in their fractured, desperate lives. It's a hunger for control, for an escape from the mundane and the dangerous, a belief that this simple item can rewrite their destinies. He meticulously cultivates this yearning, allowing it to blossom in the fertile ground of their existing desperation, turning the chase from a mere investigation into a feverish, almost primal scramble for ultimate dominion over their fates. So, there you have it, dear friends. Gottman's mesmerizing narrative doesn't just provide a history lesson. It fundamentally shifts our perspective on the entire saga of the Maltese Falcon. The blackbird is no longer merely a MacGuffin, a convenient plot device, but a living, breathing artifact, imbued with centuries of intrigue, horse troubles, and clandestine journeys. We've journeyed from the solemn walls of the Knights Templar to the opulent court of Emperor Charles V, through the hands of audacious pirates and clever deceivers, all leading to this pivotal moment in a dimly lit room in San Francisco, the ingenious act of concealing its golden, jewel-encrusted brilliance beneath the drab coat of black enamel is a testament to the enduring human capacity for both boundless greed and cunning ingenuity. This chapter is not just about a bird's past. It's about the present and future implications of that past. It explains, with devastating clarity, why the characters around Spade are so utterly obsessed, so willing to sacrifice everything for it. Gottman's story transforms a quest into something ancient, epic, and profoundly dangerous, with stakes now reaching far beyond any initial understanding. It sets the stage for the dramatic culmination, where the stakes are now clear, and the pursuit of this legendary treasure will inevitably lead to even more desperate and violent measures. As we prepare to turn the page, or rather, to listen to the next unfolding moments, remember the weight of this history, the glittering secret hidden beneath the dull facade, for it is this profound knowledge that will drive the narrative to its thrilling, inevitable, and perhaps tragic conclusion. What price, indeed, are these characters willing to pay for a piece of such a dazzling, deadly path? Chapter 10: The MacGuffin. Welcome, esteemed listeners, to another riveting, chapter in our journey through the shadow world of the Maltese Falcon. Today, we delve into a pivotal and profoundly disorienting moment for our protagonist, Sam Spade, in Chapter 10, The Mighty Thing. This chapter is a masterclass in the sudden and shocking loss of control, a narrative twist that fundamentally alters the power dynamic and propels the story into uncharted, more desperate territory. The core concept we'll explore here is Sam Spade's abrupt and involuntary surrender to the machinations of Casper Goodman and his associates. It's the moment Spade, the ever-vigilant, the perpetually cynical, the man who prides himself on being 2 steps ahead, is caught entirely off guard and rendered utterly helpless. Have you ever felt that sensation, that sudden, unwelcome realization that you are no longer in command of your own destiny, even for a fleeting moment? It's a deeply unsettling experience, isn't it? This chapter captures that feeling with a visual intensity that few authors can achieve. Spade is not defeated in a fair fight. He is undermined, poisoned, and stripped of his agency through a calculated act of deception, a classic Mighty Thing. This isn't merely a plot device. It's a profound exploration of vulnerability, even for the toughest among us, and the unsettling ease with which one's faculties can be compromised. It forces us to confront the uncomfortable truth that even our sharpest wits and the strongest wills can be temporarily circumvented by cunning and chemical intervention. Our journey through this chapter will unfold across 3 key moments, each building upon the last to deliver a powerful punch of narrative impact. First, we will narrate the chilling instant Spade realizes his drink has been tampered with. Then, we plunge into the disorienting chaos as the room spins, and he fights a losing battle against the encroaching darkness. Finally, we will experience the stark, sobering reality of waking up alone in a ransacked hotel room, utterly bereft and betrayed. Let us begin with that first insidious revelation. Imagine Sam Spade sitting across from the popularly smiling, yet utterly ruthless figure of Casper Goodman. The conversation has been a tense dance, a battle of wits, each man probing the other, revealing just enough to maintain the facade of negotiation. Spade takes a sip of his drink, perhaps a whiskey, a familiar comfort in the tense atmosphere. But this time, something is different. There's an unusual aftertaste, a subtle bitterness that lingers on his tongue, not entirely unpleasant, but undeniably alien. It's too late, of course. The liquid has already begun its journey into his system, but his finely tuned instincts, honed by years in the grimy underbelly of San Francisco, immediately registered an anomaly. His eyes, sharp and assessing, start to Goodman, then to Wilmer, Goodman's young, bold bodyguard, and perhaps to the ever-present Joe Cairo. He might catch a flicker of satisfaction in Goodman's usually impassive gaze, a barely perceptible smirk on Wilmer's lips. The pieces clicked into place with a horrifying swiftness. He's been dropped. The drink was not a gesture of hospitality, but a carefully orchestrated delivery of incapacitation. The world, which moments before was a chessboard where he was a cunning player, suddenly becomes a cage, and he's the unwitting prey. It's a moment of chilling clarity before the storm. Consider a real-world storytelling example of such an insidious realization. Think of a spy movie where the protagonist, after a seemingly cordial meeting with an adversary, suddenly feels a strange dizziness or a metallic taste after a shared meal or drink. They might glance at this innocuous coffee cup, then at the lingering, Too bright smile of their host, and that cold dread settles in. Them understanding that they walk straight into a trap. We see this often in narratives where the hero's intellect is their primary weapon, and the villain's cunning aims to disarm that very intellect. It's not about brute force. It's about subversion, psychologically. Why does this moment matter so profoundly? It's the crushing blow to one's sense of control and self-preservation. For Spade, whose entire persona is built on being alert, being suspicious, being impervious to manipulation, this realization is a profound violation. It's an intellectual humiliation before the physical one. The mind is a fortress, and when that fortress is breached, not by direct assault but by treachery, the blow is far more devastating. It engenders a feeling of helplessness that is terrifying. Furthermore, it highlights the coming of Goodman, establishing him as a truly formidable antagonist who plays by a different, dirtier set of rules. This psychological impact, the solemn understanding of being compromised, is what makes the impending physical collapse even more harrowing for the audience. For us, as listeners, what practical application steps can we glean from this chilling moment? It's a potent reminder to cultivate heightened situational awareness, especially in unfamiliar or potentially adversarial environments. Always be mindful of your surroundings, observe the subtle cues in people's behavior, and trust your instincts if something feels even slightly off. Be cautious about accepting drinks or food from strangers, or even from acquaintances in suspicious circumstances. It sounds like common sense, doesn't it? But how often do we let our guard down, assuming good intentions, or simply not wanting to appear rude? This scene reminds us that vigilance is not paranoia. It is a vital tool for self-preservation in a world that can, at times, be far more predatory than we care to admit. Now, let's move into the heart of the crisis, the terrifying descent into incapacitation. As the drug takes hold, Spade's world begins to warp and spin. The room, which moments ago was a stable, predictable space, now feels precariously, its walls seeming to curve and sway. His vision blurs at the edges, Goodman's portly figure momentarily splitting into two, then merging back into an indistinctness. The voices around him, once crisp and clear, become distorted, echoing as if from a great distance, their words morphing into an incomprehensible mumble. His limbs, usually so responsive, feel impossibly heavy, leaden and unresponsive. He might try to push himself up, to fight, to simply stand his ground, but his muscles refuse to obey. His legs buckle beneath him, sending him lurching forward, catching himself on the table, only to have it feel like rubber beneath his trembling hands. The floor rushes up to meet him, or perhaps he is simply falling through a void. Anger, sharp and hot, flares within him, a desperate desire to lash out, to resist this ignoble surrender. But that anger is quickly dulled by the relentless tide of the drought. It stops becoming fragmented, scattered, impossible to hold on to. He might manage a grunt, a curse, a final, futile gesture of defiance before the darkness consumes him entirely, pulling him down into an abyss of unconsciousness. He is overpowered not by strength, but by chemistry, a far more insidious and humiliating defeat. Think of a scene from a classic film where a character is hit with a tranquilizer dart. One moment they are running, leaping, fully in control, and the next, the legs betray them, the movements becoming clumsy, their vision tunneling, until they crumble to the ground helpless. or perhaps a novel where a protagonist, after unknowingly ingesting a powerful sedative, describes the horrifying sensation of their mind detaching from their body, witnessing their own collapse at it from a distance, utterly unable to intervene. These portrayals resonate because they tap into a primal fear, the loss of physical autonomy, the betrayal of one's own body. From a psychological perspective, this moment is crucial for several reasons. Firstly, it amplifies Spade's vulnerability. He is stripped naked of his formidable intellect and physical prowess, revealing the very human fragility beneath the tough exterior. This makes him more relatable, more sympathetic, despite his often morally ambiguous actions. Secondly, it elevates the stakes. It even some Spade, the master manipulator, can be brought low so easily. What hope is there for anyone else? This moment signifies a stark shift in the power dynamic. Batman has effectively neutralized his most dangerous adversary, at least temporarily. This psychological blow is designed to demoralize and disorient Spade, making him question his own invincibility. It underscores the psychological warfare at play, where breaking an opponent's spirit is often as important as breaking their body. What practical application steps can we draw from Spade's trouble against the drug? While most of us won't be robbed by nefarious criminals on a daily basis, the principle of resisting overwhelming forces applies. It teaches us about resilience, even in the face of inevitable defeat. There are times in life when we find ourselves overwhelmed by circumstances beyond our control, a sudden illness, an unexpected tragedy, a betrayal. In such moments, the immediate instinct might be to fight, to rage against the injustice, much like Spade attempts to fight the drug. But sometimes, wisdom lies in recognizing the futility of resistance against an unstoppable force and conserving one's energy for recovery and retaliation. It's about understanding when to retreat, when to endure, and when to regroup, even if that retreat is an involuntary descent into unconsciousness. It's about remembering that even in defeat, the spirit of resistance can remain, awaiting this moment to reassert itself. Finally, we arrive at the sobering aftermath. Spade waking up alone in a ransacked hotel room. The first sensation is often a crushing headache, a dull throb behind the eyes that seems to pulsate with every beat of his heart. His mouth feels dry, tasting of ash and regret. His tongue thick and unresponsive. A heavy, leaden quality permeates his entire being, a lingering residue of the powerful sedative. As consciousness slowly filters back, fragmented images flash through his mind. Batman's smile, the strange taste, the swirling groan. He must groan, a sound of pain and frustration, as he tries to orient himself. His eyes flutter open, adjusting to the dim light filtering through the drawn curtains. And then he sees it. The room is a disaster. Drawers are pulled out, their contents spilled across the floor. Papers are scattered, furniture overturned, as if a small hurricane has passed through. The bed, where he presumably now lies, is disheveled, the sheets tangled. The air itself is cold, permeated by a sense of violation. His wallet might be open, his contents strewn, a small sum of money perhaps left as a mocking gesture, or perhaps completely gone. And the most significant absence, the one that truly clenches his gut, the Falcon, it is gone. The realization seemed like a physical blow, stripping away the last vestiges of the drug-induced haze. They not only drove him but systematically searched his room, knowing he carried the priceless artifact. This indeedity of the dragon is compounded by the professional surrounding him. He is alone, defeated, and robbed. But beneath the profound sense of physical and emotional violation, a spark ignites a cold, hard fury, and a renewed, steely determination to recover what was stolen and settle the score. This isn't just a loss, it's a gauntlet thrown down, an insult that demands retribution. Consider the classic narrative trope of the hero waking up in an unfamiliar or damaged environment after a major ordeal. Think of James Bond, emerging from a coma or a drug state, disoriented but quickly piecing together what happened, his first instinct being to assess the damage and formulate a counterplan. Or perhaps a detective in a noir film, coming to consciousness with a throbbing head, surveying the chaos, and finding a cryptic clue left behind, fueling their resolve. The common thread is that immediately shift from victimhood to renewed purpose, often driven by a sense of injustice and the burning desire for vengeance or resolution. Psychologically, this awakening is a potent catalyst. It transforms Spade's passive suffering into active resolve. The physical discomfort and the visual evidence of the ransacking solidify the realities of his vulnerability, but also forge a new layer of determination. The violation of his personal space, combined with the loss of the Falcon, serves as a powerful motivator. It's no longer just a case. It's personal. This moment strips away any remaining detachment Spade might have had about the Falcon, turning it into a deeply personal quest for justice and recovery. It's the lowest point, from which the hero must inevitably rise, stronger and more cunning than before. The psychological aftermath is not despair, but a simmering, controlled rage that will fuel subsequent actions. What practical application steps can we, the listeners, take from this pivotal moment of waking up to a harsh reality? This scene powerfully illustrates the concept of resilience in the face of setback. We all experience moments of failure, betrayal, or unforeseen hardship that leave us feeling metaphorically ransacked. The temptation might be to wallow in self-pity or let despair consume us. However, Spade's awakening, despite its physical discomfort and emotional sting, immediately pivots towards assessment and action. It teaches us the importance of moving beyond an initial shock and pain to evaluate the damage, understand what was lost, and formulate a plan for recovery. It's about taking stock, gathering your wits, and deciding on your next strategic move, rather than remaining paralyzed by the setback. This is where character is truly forged, not in the absence of adversity, but in the response to it. In summary, Chapter 10, The Mickey Thing, is a crucial turning point, a stark reminder that even the most formidable individuals can be brought low by cunning and treachery. It underscores Spade's vulnerability, shifts the balance of power, and ignites a deeply personal vendetta that will drive the rest of the narrative. From the insidious realization of the spiked dream to the disorienting battle against unconsciousness, and finally, to the stark awakening in a ransacked room, Spade's journey through this chapter is one of profound loss, humiliation, and ultimately, a hardening of resolve. It leaves us, the audience, on the edge of our seats, eager to witness how our bruised and battered hero will rise from this indignity. As we conclude this chapter, we anticipate a new Sam Spade, one perhaps even more dangerous because he has tasted defeat and humiliation. What strategies will he employ now that he knows his adversaries are willing to go to such lengths? How will he navigate the perilous path to reclaim the Falcon and restore his own sense of control? These are the questions that will undoubtedly drive us into the next gripping installment of the Maltese Falcon. Stay tuned for the hunt, now more personal than ever, has only just begun. Chapter 11, The La Paloma. Welcome back, dear listener, as we delve deeper into the labyrinthine world of sound, space, and the elusive Maltese Falcon. In our previous discussions, we witnessed Spade navigate the treacherous currents of deception, facing down the formidable Casper Gutman, the enigmatic Joe Cairo, and the captivating Bridget O'Shaughnessy. He has been like to double-crossed and even dropped, yet his resolve remains unyielding, his sharp mind constantly sifting through the layers of deceit. Now, as we open chapter 11, the very landscape of the investigation undergoes a profound transformation. The focus, once confined to the opulent apartments and shadowy backrooms of San Francisco's elite, dramatically shifts to the city's bustling, grimy waterfront. Have you ever found yourself in the midst of a perplexing problem, realizing that the real answer lies not in the obvious places, but in an entirely new direction, one that requires a different kind of pursuit, a different kind of vigilance? This is precisely where Spade finds himself. He understands that the Falcon, a physical object, must have arrived in the city through conventional means, and in a port city like San Francisco, that invariably points to the sea. The investigation transitions from the psychological battlegrounds of human motives to the logistical trials of international transport, specifically the arrival of a ship from the distant, exotic shores of Hong Kong. This pivotal shift isn't merely a change of scenery. It represents a deepening understanding of the conspiracy's goal. Spade recognizes that while the immediate players, Gottman, Cairo, Bridget are critical, they are ultimately facilitators, not the originators, nor the sole custodians of the Falcon's journey. The true path of the bird, its lineage, and its immediate whereabouts must be traced back to its point of entry. It's a pragmatic, almost cold-blooded approach, typical of Spade's no-nonsense methodology. He moves from the who and the why of the local scheme to the how and where of the object itself. This methodical shift emphasizes that even in the most human-centric mysteries, the inanimate objects often hold the keys to unlocking the truth if one knows where to look and how to follow the silent tracks. Our journey with Spade now leads us directly to the docks, to the salty air and the cacophony of a working port, as he meticulously tracks the movements of a particular vessel, the steamer La Paloma. Imagine the scene: Spade, not in a crisp suit but perhaps in a rumpled trench coat, his eyes scanning shipping manifest, his ears tuned to the offside gossip. He's navigating a world of stevedores, customs officials, and merchant captains, a place where information is scarce and the secrets are often hidden in plain sight, veiled by the sheer volume of daily commerce. He's not relying on grand pronouncement or dramatic confrontations here. His work is one of painstaking inquiry, of connecting subtle threads. He is asking the right questions, to the right people, knowing precisely what details to pry for: arrival times, cargo manifests, passenger lists, anything that might shed light on the Falcon's journey. Consider, if you will, the real-world parallel of investigative journalists or detectives pursuing a crucial lead to a specific location. They might sift through public records, interview countless witnesses, or even engage in surveillance, all to pinpoint the moment and manner of a critical item's arrival. Think of the intense efforts involved in tracking stolen art or historical artifacts, which often involves meticulous tracing through international shipping lanes and complex logistics networks. The search for specific items, like the Maltese Falcon, invariably leads to these port cities. These hubs of global exchange were goods, and often illicit traders, change hands and traverse continents. This phase of the investigation underscores Spade's relentless tenacity and his astute ability to see beyond the immediate, to predict where the next crucial piece of the puzzle might emerge. It's about being proactively engaged in the search for information, rather than merely reacting to events as they unfold. It builds a powerful sense of suspense for us, the audience, because we know Spade is closing in, step by painstaking step, psychologically. This focused pursuit matters immensely. It demonstrates Spade's commitment to verifiable facts over ambiguous narratives. It isn't swayed by the emotional appeals or dramatic lies of his clients and antagonists. Instead, it seeks the objective truth embedded in the physical world. This methodical tracking reveals his core competency as a detective, his ability to break down a complex problem into manageable, verifiable steps. For us, the listeners, it provides a sense of progress, a feeling that despite the myriad deceptions, there is a tangible path forward. It's a reassuring sign that logic and persistent effort can cut through the thickest fog of deceit. So, what practical application can we draw from Spade's actions here? When faced with a complex problem in your own life, particularly one involving disparate elements or shadowy figures, consider shifting your focus. Don't just concentrate on the immediate players and their motivations. Instead, broaden your perspective to include the logistical pathways, the points of origin, and the destinations of any critical items or information. Where would a truly important piece of the puzzle logically travel? Who would handle it? By asking these questions, you begin to uncover the hidden infrastructure of any given situation. Then, just as this anticipation reaches a fever pitch, a startling and dramatic twist unfolds. The La Paloma arrives, but not in the manner anyone expected. It appears on the horizon, shrouded in an ominous plume of smoke, its deck scarred by a mysterious fire. This isn't merely an unfortunate accident. It's a calculated, brutal act that instantly escalates the danger and deepens the conspiracy. Imagine the shock, the abrupt turn of events, as space careful tracking culminates not in a straightforward arrival, but in a scene of chaos and destruction. The fire isn't just a physical event. It's a narrative grenade designed to obscure, to eliminate, to create confusion. The timing, the nature of it all points to deliberate action, a desperate attempt to cover tracks or create a diversion, perhaps even to destroy evidence. The La Paloma, once a vessel of hope for answers, now becomes another grim symbol of the Falcon's deadly allure. Think of a real-world scenario where a sudden fire erupts at a crime scene, or crucial evidence is deliberately destroyed just as investigators are closing in. Consider historical accounts of ships carrying valuable cargo meeting mysterious fates, often with the convenient destruction of records or witnesses. While the infamous Mary Celeste is an extreme example of maritime mystery, The concept of a ship suffering an accident at critical juncture is a potent storytelling device. How does Spade react to this unexpected setback? Does it frustrate him, leading to despair? Or does it, perhaps, confirm his suspicions that something far deeper and more ruthless is at play? For a detective like Spade, this isn't just a problem. It's a clue. The fire itself is information, signaling the desperation and cunning of his adversaries psychologically. The fire is a classic complication in storytelling. It dramatically ups the stakes, deepens the mystery, and forces the protagonist to immediately reevaluate all the previous assumptions. It creates an undeniable sense of urgency and danger, serving as a stark reminder that Spade is dealing with powerful, unscrupulous individuals who will stop at nothing to achieve their aims. For us, the audience, it's a moment of collective shock and renewed intrigue, a testament to the unpredictable nature of the criminal underworld. The plot thickens, not through added information, but through destructive action. So, what practical application can we derive from this sudden, destructive twist? How do you, dear listener, react when a carefully laid plan goes entirely awry, or when an unexpected obstacle completely derails your progress? Do you succumb to panic, allowing the chaos to overwhelm you? What do you, like Spade, immediately begin to look for the hidden meaning behind an apparent catastrophe? Sometimes, a significant setback isn't merely an unfortunate stroke of bad luck. It can often be a deliberate maneuver by an unseen hand, a signpost indicating a deeper, more sinister agenda at work. Learning to analyze these disruptive events for the underlying intent can be a powerful tool in navigating life's complex challenges. And then, the final, gut-wrenching realization of this chapter delivers the ultimate blow. The ship's captain, Jacoby, has vanished. And with him, it's immediately clear, so had the Maltese Falcon. The fire, it turns out, wasn't just a diversion. It was a prelude, a smokescreen orchestrated to facilitate the escape of both man and treasure. This is the moment when the pieces truly begin to snap into place for Spade, revealing the full extent of the cunning and ruthlessness he's up against. The captain's disappearance is the definitive smoking gun, confirming that the Falcon is no longer on board the escorted vessel. It answers the crucial question of how the bird could possibly have gotten off that ship, even as it was supposedly docking and being investigated. It implies a precise, calculated operation. But how did it all happen? How did the Falcon travel from Hong Kong to the La Paloma? Was Captain Jacoby always an accomplice in this grand scheme, a willing participant in the theft and the smuggling? Or was he a manipulated pawn, perhaps even a victim who managed to slip away with a prize? Spade, with his incredible deductive reasoning, quickly connects the crucial dot. The missing captain, the opportune fire. The specific timing of that fire, all of it coalesces into a genuinely clear picture. The Falcon, he now understands with absolute certainty, is no longer among the charred remains of the ship's cargo. It was spirited away, likely under the cover of the very chaos designed to draw attention elsewhere. Consider, as a real-world parallel, how master con artists or skilled criminals often employ elaborate diversions to ensure they can escape with their prize while everyone else is focused on the manufactured chaos. Think of a high-stakes band heist where a sudden fire alarm is pulled, or a small bomb is deployed, allowing the perpetrators to vanish with the loot amid the confusion. or even smaller scale misdirection in magic tricks, the hand is quicker than the eye, precisely because the audience is looking where the magician wants them to look, not where the real action is taking place. This is the essence of what Gottman and his associates have pulled off psychologically. This revelation is a chapter's defining moment, a crucial turning point where the full scope of the conspiracy finally becomes clear. It's a bitter pill for Spade, but also a clarifying one. It confirms his deepest instincts about the ruthlessness and intricate cunning of his opponents. For us, the audience, it reveals the true extent of the antagonists' ruthlessness and their methodical planning. It also adds a layer of potential betrayal if Captain Jacoby was initially perceived as a more benign or unwitting figure. His disappearance with the Falcon Pen seemed as an active, if shadowy, participant in the larger scheme. For Spade, it confirms his suspicions, sharpens his focus, and narrows the field of possibilities. Even as it increases the urgency, the Falcon isn't just missing. It's been taken by someone who was on that very ship, so what practical application can we draw from this final, shocking twist? When you are analyzing a complex situation, especially one fraught with deception and misdirection, always look for the disappearing act. What critical element, what key person, or what highly anticipated object has vanished just when it was most expected? Its absence often tells a more profound and revealing story than its presence ever could have. The unexpected vacuum, the sudden blank space, can be the most potent clue of all, guiding you towards the true machinations hidden beneath the surface. It forces you to ask, why is this missing? What purpose does its absence serve best? Chapter 11 concludes with a thunderous impact. We've journeyed with Spade from the general SWAT investigation to the specific, painstaking pursuit of the steamer La Paloma, only to witness its mysterious fiery arrival. This led directly to the shocking disappearance of its captain Jacoby, and with him, the priceless Maltese Falcon. The stakes, already incredibly high, had now soared into the stratosphere. The game is no longer merely about finding a statuette. It's about outwitting a network of ruthless individuals who will resort to fire, deception, and perhaps worse, to achieve their ends. With this potent revelation, the hunt for the Maltese Falcon becomes even more personal, more urgent, and significantly more dangerous. What's that, dear listener? We're spectated now, knowing the Falcon is off the ship, but still very much within reach, having been snatched from under the very noses of those who sought it. We shall discover the answer in our next chapter. Chapter 12: The Captain's Last Stand. Welcome, dear listener, to a pivotal moment in our exploration of Dashiell Hammett's classic, The Maltese Falcon. Today, we delve into Chapter 12, The Captain's Last Stand, a chapter that dramatically alters the trajectory of our story and thrusts Sam Spade into the immediate, perilous orbit of the coveted Blackbird. This isn't just a scene. It's an explosion of plot, a collision of fate, and a masterclass in how a single, visceral event can redefine an entire narrative. Our core concept for this chapter, the very heartbeat of its significance, is this: a shocking arrival at the office brings the Falcon directly to Spade. Think about that for a moment. For chapters, we've been chasing this elusive object, this legendary statuette that has left a trail of deception, violence, and murder in its wake. Spade has been circling, observing, interrogating, trying to piece together the puzzle of its whereabouts. only for it to suddenly, violently, and without warning, land directly at his feet. It's the ultimate be careful what you wish for moment, the answer arriving with its own set of immediate, terrifying questions. This isn't information delivered quietly, or package sent through the mail. No, this is the raw, unadulterated consequence of the Falcon's deadly arrow walking right into space office, embodied by a dying man. It's a moment that rips through the mundane fabric of a typical workday, injecting adrenaline and a chilling sense of reality into the heart of the detective's world. It's again suddenly, no longer theoretical, but undeniably, terrifyingly real. Let's dissect this momentous event, starting with our first key point. The harrowing description of the bloodied Captain Jacoby stumbling into the agency. Can you picture it? The quiet hum of an ordinary office afternoon, perhaps the rhythmic clatter of a typewriter from down the hall, the familiar scent of old paper and stale coffee. Then, a sudden, heavy shuffle from the outer office. A figure appears in the doorway, swaying, tittering, a silhouette against the frosted glass of the entrance, but unmistakably a human form in dire distress. The air crackles with an immediate, palpable tension. This is not a casual visit. This is an intrusion of chaos and consequence. We see the blood, smeared and dark, staining his clothes, a grim testament to the violence he has just endured. His face, etched with pain and desperation, conveys a silent plea, a final, desperate mission. He is a man driven by an impossible will, pushing past the limits of human endurance to deliver something of immense importance. To truly grasp the impact of such a scene, consider our real-world storytelling example. Imagine the opening sequence of a classic spy thriller. A man, disheveled, bleeding from a fresh wound, stumbles into a safe house or a busy public square. He doesn't speak, or can barely utter a few babbled words, but his very presence screams danger and urgency. He clutches a microphone, a coded message, or strange device before collapsing. The audience immediately understands that this dying man is the bearer of critical information, the final messenger of a profound secret. Think of the memorable scene in the original Mission Impossible film where the entire team is systematically eliminated, leaving Ethan Hunt the sole survivor, forced to grapple with the immediate aftermath and the realization that he is now a suspect. That immediate, shocking violence, the sudden loss of life, sets the tone for the entire narrative that follows. Psychologically, why does this matter so deeply to us as readers and listeners? The arrival of a bloody, dying man is an immediate, visceral jolt. It triggers our most primitive responses: alarm, fear, and a morbid curiosity. We are hardwired to react to the sight of blood and distress. It signals danger, conflict, and a break out of the ordinary. This moment shatters any lingering sense of complacency. It forces us to confront the brutal realities of the world's begging habits. It also creates an instant sense of urgency. The clock is ticking, not just for Jacoby, but for Spade and for the unfolding mystery. We immediately asked, who did this? Why? What is he trying to tell us or give us? This isn't mere exposition. It's an emotional shockwave that pulls us deeper into the narrative, making us active participants in the unfolding drama, demanding our attention and empathy, even as we feel the chill of impending danger. It is a brilliant narrative device to escalate stakes from 0 to 16 in an instant. For writers and storytellers, The practical application steps here are invaluable. How do you create such a potent scene? First step, focus on sensory details. The visual horror of the blood, the sound of the stabber's footsteps, the shallow, rasping breaths, the sickly sweet scent of coppery blood. Second, emphasize the contrast, the violence against the mundane setting of the office. This juxtaposition heightens the shock. Third, use economy of language to convey maximum impact. Jacoby doesn't need to deliver a long soliloquy. His condition speaks volumes. His actions, however limited, have the key, finally, ensure the character's motivation for this final, desperate act is clear, even if unstated. Jacoby isn't just collapsing. He's delivering. His purpose, even in death's shadow, is paramount. This makes his sacrifice meaningful, not just a random act of violence. Moving on to our second crucial point, the moment when the heavy thud of the wrapped package hits the floor. As Jacoby, gasping for breath, clinging to the last vestiges of life, makes his way into Spade's inner office, his eyes fix on the detective. His arm raises, not in aggression, but in a final, monumental effort to complete his task. And then, with a profound, almost metallic sound, the package leaves his grasp. It drops, not gently, but with a solid, undeniable thud onto the rock. This isn't just a sound effect. It's a statement. It's the audible confirmation of weight, of substance, of something significant and tangible arriving. It's the climax of Jacoby's agonizing journey, the moment of successful delivery just before this final collapse. The sound echoes in the sudden silence, a stark counterpoint to the man's failing heartbeat. Think of storytelling examples where an object's physical presence is underscored by its impact. In many heist films, the moment the stolen jewels or the critical data drive are slammed onto a table after a daring escape, there's a distinct sound that signifies the mission's completion. Or consider the iconic moment in Pulp Fiction when Jules and Vincent retrieve the mysterious briefcase. While its contents are only hinted at, the way it's handled, the way it's opened, the golden glow emanating from within, all underscore its immense, if undefined, value. The physical interaction with the object, even just its impact when dropped, imbues it with a sense of rarity and immense significance that words alone might struggle to convey. It is a tangible proof that the quest has reached a new stage. From a psychological perspective, the thought is a brilliant narrative device. It immediately shifts our focus from the dying man to the object itself. Our ears are drawn to it, our eyes follow its descent, and our minds race to comprehend its meaning. The weight implied by the sound suggests value and solidity, something ancient and heavy, reinforcing the idea that this is no ordinary parcel. It's the material manifestation of all the intrigue, all the danger, all the lives lost. It represents the fulfillment of a long-standing quest. It's almost as if the object itself is asserting its presence, demanding attention. It's the ultimate MacGuffin, finally made corporeal. It creates a sense of suspense, even as it delivers. We know something important has arrived, but the identity of that something is still veiled, heightening our anticipation. It's a primal satisfaction of a delivered promise, even if that promise is shrouded in death. How can a storyteller apply this effectively? First, understand the power of sound design, even in prose. Choose your verbs and adverbs carefully to convey not just the action, but the sonic texture, thud, clatter, clop, clean, each has a different implication of material and weight. Second, use the physical action of deliveries as a dramatic climax for the character performing it. Jacoby's sole purpose in his final moments is to get that package to Spade. The drop is his last, most significant act. Third, ensure that the object itself, even wrapped, conveys a sense of importance. Its size, its shape, to where it's wrapped, these subtle cues can add to the mystery before the reveal. This anticipation built around this object is just as critical as its eventual unveiling. And this brings us to our third and final key point for this chapter, the confirmation that the package contains the Falcon as Jacoby dies on the rock. With the package delivered, Jacoby's last reserves of strength vanish. His body slumps, his eyes glaze over, and with a final, shuddering breath, he succumbs to his wounds. He dies right there, on Spade's office rock, a tragic, silent sentinel to the package he delivered. Spade, often with professional detachment yet underlying urgency, immediately moved to the package. The wrapping, perhaps a simple newspaper, is torn away. And there it is, the black bird, the Maltese Falcon. Its dark, enameled form, heavy and ancient, is revealed. This is the moment of truth, the climax of a long simmering mystery, and the beginning of an entirely new, more immediate set of problems for Sam Spade. The quest for the Falcon is over. The real trouble, however, has just begun. For a storytelling parallel, consider the opening of the Ark of the Covenant in Raiders of the Lost Ark. The long-awaited reveal, after perilous adventures and untold dangers, is spectacular and horrifying. The object is finally unwrapped, its power unleashed, but the consequences are immediate and devastating for those who sought to exploit it. Think of the reveal of the Holy Grail in Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade. The moment the correct cup is chosen, the Ancient Object is finally in hand, confirming its existence and power, but the journey to get it, and the test to pass, have been deadly. These moments are not just about showing the object. They are about validating the entire narrative journey that led to its discovery. Psychologically, this is a moment of profound payoff and profound dread. For the reader, the long-held question of the Falcon's whereabouts is answered, satisfying a deep-seated narrative curiosity. We see it finally, with our own eyes, through Spades, yet this satisfaction is tinged with the stark reality of Jacoby's death. The Falcon arrives bathed in blood, a clear signal that its possession is deadly, its allure fatal. This juxtaposition, the triumph of discovery against the tragedy of death, is incredibly powerful. It confirms the Falcon's status as a deadly MacGuffin, an object that brings not fortune, but fatal misfortune to those who pursue it. It immediately raises the stakes, transforming the narrative from a search to a fight for survival. Spade is no longer merely looking for it. He now possesses it, and everyone involved in this deadly game knows it. The psychological weight of this object, now in his hands, becomes immense. Practically speaking, how do authors make such a reveal resonate? First, good anticipation. The longer the search, the more satisfying the reveal. Second, ensure the reveal is visually striking and impactful. The blackbird's distinctive appearance is key. Third, always connect the reveal to immediate consequences. Jacoby's death isn't just a side note. It's an integral part of the Falcon's unveiling, a brain-warming. Fourth, use descriptive language that elevates the object beyond mere physical description, imbuing it with history, mystique, and deadly power. The Falcon isn't just a statuette. It's a legend, a curse, a focal point of human greed and ambition. Its arrival should feel momentous, a turning point from which there is no return. In summary, Chapter 12, The Captain's Last Stand, is a masterstroke of narrative efficiency and emotional impact. From the shocking, bloody intrusion of Captain Decolley, to the resonant thud of the delivered package, and finally, to the stark, chilling revelation of the Maltese Falcon itself cradled in Spade's office amidst a dying man. Every bit of this chapter is meticulously crafted to propel the story forward with relentless momentum. It's a testament to Hammett's genius, showcasing how a simple, dramatic event can fulfill plot points, raise stakes, and deepen character all at once. The hunt is over, for now, but the battle to keep, understand, and perhaps even survive the Falcon's treacherous influence has just begun. What will Spade do now that the bird has literally landed in his lap, soaked in the blood of its last loyal bearer? We'll delve into the immediate aftermath and Spade's next calculated moves in our next chapter. Until then, ponder the weight of that dark, enameled bird, and the deadly secrets it holds. Chapter 13, Stashing the Bird. Welcome back, dear listener, as we delve into the intricate dance of strategy and suspense in Chapter 13 of Dashiell Hammett's timeless masterpiece, The Maltese Falcon, aptly titled Stashing the Bird. Here, our enigmatic protagonist, Sam Spade, truly solidifies his control over the unfolding drama, taking the crucial steps to secure the coveted prize and meticulously preparing for the inevitable final confrontation with the dangerous individuals who covet it as much as he does. This chapter isn't just about moving an object. It's about a master chess player setting his pieces, anticipating every possible move his opponent might make, and establishing the battlefield on his own terms. It is a moment where Spade transitions from merely reacting to actively orchestrating the endgame, seizing the reins of fate with a practiced, cynical hand. He understands that possession is 9/10 of the law, especially when dealing with something as elusive and valuable as a falcon, and he knows that to win, he must not only possess it but also protect it from those who would stop at nothing to snatch it away. Our exploration begins with Spade's ingenious first move, checking the wrapped package, which presumably contains a priceless statuette at a local baggage claim for safekeeping. Now, why is this particular action so profoundly significant? Consider, if you will, the classic heist movie trope where the valuable item is hidden in plain sight, or disguised, or placed in a high-security vault. Spade's choice of a baggage claim is a stroke of genius, marrying the mundane with the extraordinary. Think of Indiana Jones, for instance, often stashing ancient artifacts in seemingly unremarkable crates or locations, knowing that overt security often draws attention, whereas anonymity can be its own powerful shield. Or picture a spy thriller where a crucial document is hidden not in a safe, but in a library book or a dusty old locker, precisely because no one would expect it to be there. This isn't just about hiding. It's about making the search space infinite for his pursuers without expending excessive personal resources psychotically. This act speaks volumes about Spade's profound understanding of human nature and criminal methodology. He knows his adversaries are coming relentless and likely to use force or deception. Keeping the Falcon on his person would make him an immediate walking target, susceptible to ambush mobbing or even a direct attack. By entrusting it to the impersonal bureaucracy of a baggage claim, he effectively neutralizes himself as a primary, immediate point of attack for the statuette itself. It's a strategic disengagement, a brilliant move to separate the asset from the vulnerable human bearer. This reveals a deep-seated caution, a calculated paranoia that is absolutely essential for survival in his dangerous profession. He trusts no one, not even the anonymous baggage handler completely, but he trusts the system's inertia more than he trusts his own ability to constantly defend against a multitude of determined adversaries. It's an exercise in risk mitigation, spreading the vulnerability rather than concentrating it. For us, as listeners, what practical application can we derive from space sagacity? Consider the importance of diversifying your metaphorical valuables and securing them independently. Perhaps it's not a priceless falcon, but rather sensitive digital information, important documents, or even personal well-being. Do you keep all your critical data on one device? Do you store all your vital papers in a single, easily accessible location? Space strategy encourages us to think about creating layers of security. If you have an important document, consider having a digital backup in a cloud service, a physical copy in a secure location away from your primary residence, and perhaps even a third copy with a trusted professional. It's about not putting all your eggs in one basket, about understanding that any single point of failure can be exploited. This might mean using different complex passwords for different accounts, or physically separating your emergency cash from your daily wallet. It's about building resilience into your personal security architecture. Next, Spade elevates his security protocol even further by mailing the claim ticket to a post office box, ensuring this remains off his person. This seemingly minor detail is another masterstroke of foresight. Why go to such lengths for a simple paper ticket? Imagine a scenario where Spade is apprehended, or worse, incapacitated. If the plane ticket were in his pocket, it would be the first thing his adversaries would seize, instantly leading them to the Falcon. By mailing it to a remote, impersonal post office box, it creates another significant barrier. It's not enough to simply take the tickets from him. His adversaries would then need to know where he mailed it, when it would arrive, and then obtain access to that specific post office box. This adds layers of complexity and time, crucial elements in any game of cat and mouse. It's a move akin to encrypting a message and then sending the decryption key through a completely separate circuitous route. Psychologically, this demonstrates Spade's absolute commitment to making himself a less attractive target for direct confrontation over the Falcon itself. He's not just hiding the bird, he's hiding the key to the bird, and then making the process of finding that key incredibly convoluted. This level of strategic thinking suggests a mind that constantly runs simulations of worst-case scenarios, anticipating every potential failure point. It's a brilliant manifestation of an adept strategy, creating a complete separation between himself and the means of retrieval. This isn't paranoia in a clinical sense, but rather a hyper-awareness of risk, a professional deformation born from years of navigating the treacherous underbelly of society. He knows that in his world, information is power, and controlling access to even the smallest piece of information can be the difference between life and death, or in this case, between finding the falcon and losing it forever. How can we apply this in our own lives? Think about critical access information. Do you carry all your house keys, car keys, and work keys on one single keyring? What if that keyring is lost or stolen? Do you have all of your essential digital login credentials stored in one easily accessible note on your phone, or perhaps written down in a single physical location? Space method encourages us to think about decoupling critical access. For instance, if you rely on a physical key for a steady deposit box, perhaps the box is at one bank, and the key is stored in a secure location at your home, not in your wallet. It is digital access. You might use a password manager that itself requires a master password, and that master password isn't written down next to your computer. It's about recognizing that the key to any valuable asset is itself a valuable asset, and it requires its own independent security strategy. Finally, having set this elaborate safeguards in motion, Spade returns to his apartment to patiently wait for the criminals to make their move. This isn't a retreat. It's a strategic positioning, a deliberate choice to establish his territory for the impending showdown. Why, after all this elaborate setup, would he simply sit and wait? Because he understands the fundamental dynamics of power and control. He possesses the information they desperately need, where the falcon is, and they know he has it. By returning to his own domain, his apartment, he forces them to come to him. He dictates the terms of engagement. Consider the classic Western standoff, where the hero is in the saloon or his office, knowing the others will eventually arrive. Or picture a high-stakes poker game, where one player holds a powerful hand and simply waits for the other players to raise the stakes, knowing they must play into this strategy psychologically. This act embodies an incredible blend of confidence, strategic patience, and a deep understanding of human motivation. Spade knows their desperation will drive them to him. He doesn't need to hunt them. They agreed, and their need will lead them directly to his door. This demonstrates his desire to control not just the asset, but the very narrative of the confrontation. He wants them on his turf, where he is most comfortable, where he has the home field advantage. It's a masterful display of turning a reactive situation into a proactive one, allowing them to observe, analyze, and ultimately manipulate the situation to its benefit. This patience isn't passive. It's an active, watchful waiting, a readiness to spring into action when the moment is right. He's allowing the pressure to build, knowing that like a boiling pot, his adversaries will eventually reach a breaking point and reveal their true intentions. For us, the practical application of this strategic waiting lies in understanding the power of leverage and choosing your battles wisely. How often do we rush into situations, feeling compelled to act immediately, when a period of patient observation might yield far better results? If you are negotiating a significant deal, for example, sometimes the strongest position is to clearly state your terms and then wait for the other party to respond, rather than constantly pursuing them. If you are dealing with a difficult personal conflict, sometimes allowing the other party to make the next move or to reveal their full hand can give you invaluable insight and advantage. It is about recognizing when you have the upper hand. Even subtly, and using that to your advantage by creating a situation where the other side must engage on your terms. It's about strategic restraint, allowing events to unfold to your benefit rather than trying to force them. In essence, Chapter 13, Stashing the Bird, is a profound lesson in strategic thinking, risk management, and psychological warfare. Since it doesn't just hide a statuette, it orchestrates a complex security ballet, creating layers of physical and informational barriers, and then establishes its own vantage point for ultimate confrontation. He has taken the Falcon out of immediate play, secured its keys in a separate, equally convoluted manner, and now waits, the spider at the center of a meticulously woven web, for his desperate adversaries to tangle themselves within it. This chapter sets the stage for the dramatic unraveling that is to come, moving us from the murky depths of detective work to the high-stakes chess match of a criminal climax. We have witnessed space cunning at its peak, and now we are left to ponder what intricate traps await those who dare to challenge him for that coveted black pearl. And so, with the stage set and the pieces in place, we prepare to witness the grand finale, the moment when all these intricate plans will converge. Chapter 14, The Waiting Game. We're going back to our exploration of Dashiell Hammett's timeless masterpiece, The Maltese Falcon. In this chapter, The Waiting Game, we find ourselves plunged headfirst into the novel's pivotal and most intensely charged scene. All the major players, the architects and pawns of this intricate criminal web, converge in Sam Spade's apartment for what becomes a truly electrifying and tense standoff. It's here that the various threads of deceit, desire, and danger are finally intertwined, creating an atmosphere so thick with unspoken threats and calculated maneuvers that you could practically cut it with a knife. This isn't just a meeting. It's a crucible where alliances are tested, betrayals loom, and the true cost of obsession is laid bare. Every glance, every carefully chosen word, every prolonged silence is laden with consequence, shaping the destiny of the characters and the ultimate fate of the legendary bird. Let us first immerse ourselves in the very fabric of this critical scene by focusing on the heavy, smoke-filled atmosphere of Spade's apartment. Can you almost smell the stale cigarette smoke mingling with the faint scent of whiskey and the metallic tang of unspoken fear? The air itself is presented as a physical entity, oppressive and suffocating, much like a moral quagmire in which these characters are trapped. Hammett masterfully uses this environmental detail not merely as background resin, but as a direct reflection of the internal chaos and moral ambiguity swirling within the room. Think of those classic film noir scenes, perhaps a smoky backroom where a high-stakes poker game is underway, or a dimly lit office where secrets are exchanged under the pall of heavy cigar smoke. In such settings, the haze doesn't just obscure vision. It metaphorically blurs the lines between right and wrong, truth and deception. It makes the space feel smaller, more claustrophobic, trapping the characters together in their shared predicament psychologically. This matters immensely because it heightens the tension and intensifies the emotional responses at both the characters and, by extension, us, the listeners. When the air is thick and heavy, it mirrors the weight of the decisions being made, the pressure bearing down on everyone present. It can make characters feel cornered, pushing them to reveal their true selves, or conversely, to retreat further into their carefully constructed facades. It's a palpable signifier of corruption, secrecy, and the unraveling of societal order. For us, as listeners and storytellers, this detail offers a practical lesson. Never underestimate the power of setting to convey more than foreshadow events. When you're imagining a scene, ask yourself, how does the environment feel? Does it support or contradict the emotional state of your characters? How can the air itself become a character in your narrative, influencing interactions and escalating drama? Next, our attention turns to the core of the discussion, the negotiation of the final financial terms for handing over the priceless Maltese Falcon. This isn't just about money. It's about perceived value, ultimate control, and the lengths to which people will go to achieve their desires. Picture a high-stakes business negotiation, perhaps one involving a merger or acquisition where billions hang in the balance, or even a hostage situation where demands are being carefully weighed. In Space Apartment, we witnessed the astonishing spectacle of Kaufman, almost jovial in his demeanor, discussing fortunes as if he were loose change, all while masking the ruthless and desperate nature of his decades-long quest. This haggling over a fortune, not just a physical object but a symbol of their life's work and deepest desires, becomes a fierce test of Will's Spade, ever the shrewd operator, is trying to extract maximum benefit, his keen intellect probing for weaknesses, while Batman, with his calculated charm, attempts to dictate terms. Bridget O'Shaughnessy, meanwhile, observes with a desperate hope, a future hinging on the outcome. Psychologically, this negotiation is fascinating because it peels back the layers of each character. It reveals Spade's underlying pragmatism, Gottman's unwavering obsession, and Bridget's vulnerable desperation. The money, in this context, transcends its mere monetary value. It becomes a proxy for power, security, and redemption for some, and the ultimate price for others. How do people negotiate when the stakes are literally life or death? What are the subtle tells, the unspoken cues, the shifts in posture or tone of voice that betray inner thoughts? As listeners, we can appreciate how these moments of intense negotiation highlight the characters' true motivations and their capacity for strategic thinking under duress. Consider in your own life how composure can be maintained or lost when so much is on the line. Finally, we confront perhaps the most chilling and morally complex demand made in this scene, that government provide a full guide to satisfy the police investigation into the recent murders. This demand, coming from Spade himself, underscores the profoundly cynical pragmatism that defines this world. It's a stark reminder that, in this underworld, justice is often a matter of convenience, and human lives are cheap, particularly if they can serve a purpose. Imagine a police procedural where a case absolutely must be closed and a scapegoat, whether truly guilty or merely expedient, is needed to appease public opinion or higher authorities. Here, Spade understands that the police will not rest until someone is charged for the deaths of Archer and Thursby. His demand for a full guide isn't about true justice, but about maintaining a semblance of order and good in his own interests and those of the others, but everything official scrutiny. This act reveals the moral bankruptcy of many of the characters and the transactional nature of their existence. Life is not sacred. Self-preservation and reputation are paramount. Psychologically, this is pivotal because it showcases Spade's deep understanding of the corrupt systems at play. He knows that in this chaotic, lawless environment, A perfect resolution is unattainable, but a practical one is essential. It also exposes the moral compromises everyone is willing to make to escape consequence, illustrating how easily ethics can be sacrificed for self-interest. For us, this raises profound questions. How do individuals justify morally questionable actions for their own survival or gain? What are the broader implications when justice becomes negotiable, a commodity to be traded? This aspect of the narrative forces us to consider the dark corners of human nature and the societal structures that allow such arrangements to exist. As the waiting game draws to its close, the suffocating atmosphere, the tense financial haggling, and the sharping demand for scapegoat coalesce into a powerful and unsettling portrait of human ambition and moral compromise. The air may still be thick with smoke, but the plans had been laid, the deals are almost struck, and the characters have revealed the depths of their desperation and cunning. The waiting, as it turns out, was just a prelude. The game itself is about to be played, with consequences that will irrevocably alter all their lives. Join us next time as we discover what happens when the Falcon finally comes into reach, and the final cards are played. Chapter 15: The Fall Guy. Welcome back to our journey through the shadowy world of the Maltese Falcon. In this chapter, Chapter 15: The Fall Guy, we plunge headfirst into a moment of chilling clarity, a stark illustration of the depth to which ambition and greed can drive individuals. Our core concept today revolves around the ruthless sacrifice of loyalty for profit, specifically how government, the corporate mastermind, coldly discards its devoted counsel Wimmer to secure this elusive deal for the Falcon. It's a moment that shatters any lingering illusion of camaraderie or honor among thieves, revealing the naked, brutal truth of their alliance. Cutman's actions here define him not just as a criminal, but as a predator whose moral compass points exclusively towards personal gain, regardless of the human cost. Have you ever witnessed such a calculated betrayal, where a pawn is sacrificed without a second thought for the ultimate prize? Let's delve into the specifics of this unforgettable scene, starting with the cold-blooded betrayal itself. Imagine the scene. The room is thick with tension, the air crackling with unspoken agreements and simmering resentments. Godwin, after hours of convoluted negotiation and psychological warfare, finally lays out his terms. He needs a fall guy, someone to take the blame for the murders, to clear the path for their escape with the Falcon. And who better than Weller, the young, volatile, and fiercely loyal enforcer who has, until this moment, in Godman's shadow. Godman's voice, often so suave and jovial, takes on an almost surgical precision as he explains the necessity of handing Wilmer over to the authorities. It's not a plea, but a statement of fact, delivered with a detached practicality that is far more terrifying than any overt threat. Wilmer's reaction is visceral, a sudden eruption of disbelief and rage, his face contorting as the realization dawns. He is not a partner, but a disposable asset. In the realm of storytelling, we often see this trope of the indispensable subordinate suddenly becoming expendable. Think of the political operative who, after years of dedicated service, is thrown under the bus to protect a powerful candidate from a scandal. Or consider a mob boss who sacrifices a loyal foot soldier to appease their authorities and save his own skin, ensuring the larger criminal enterprise survives. It's a classic narrative device because it speaks to a fundamental human fear, being used and then discouraged psychologically. This act of betrayal profoundly impacts our understanding of trust. It highlights the brutal calculus of self-preservation, where individuals are dehumanized, reduced to mere instruments for achieving a goal. Why does this resonate so deeply? Because it exposes the inherent fragility of human relationships when confronted with overwhelming ambition and greed. It forces us to question the true nature of loyalty when the stakes become impossibly high. For our practical application, consider how you identify signs of expandability in your professional or personal life. Are you truly valued, or are you merely serving a purpose that could easily be replaced? Understanding the motivations behind such betrayals can equip you to protect yourself from becoming someone else's fall guy. Next, we move to the physical struggle that ensues as Spade and Gottman, in an astonishing momentary alliance, disarm the furious young man, Wilmer. His face contorted with fury and a sense of profound injustice, makes a move for his gun. He didn't win quietly. A sound Spade, ever the pragmatist, and Gottman, for all his bob, are surprisingly agile. The scene erupts into a brief, violent struggle. It's a shocking display of power dynamics shooting in an instant. Wilmer, who moments before held a menacing sway over the group, is suddenly overpowered, his rage turning into desperate thrashing. The casual brutality with which Spade and Gottman subdue him underscores their shared, albeit temporary objective, securing the Falcon and eliminating any obstacles. It's a testament to the fact that we're faced with a common, overriding goal. Even sworn adversaries can find common ground, however fleeting or unsavory. As a real-world storytelling parallel, envision a high-stakes spy thriller where an intelligence asset, once considered crucial, is suddenly deemed a liability. Their handler, along with an unexpected ally from a rival agency, might be forced to neutralize them quickly and efficiently to prevent greater compromise. Or, in a classic Western, a double-crossed henchman might turn on his boss in a saloon, only to be swiftly disarmed and subdued by the combined might of his former comrades, all aligned by a shared need to maintain order or protect their secrets. From a psychological standpoint, Wilmer's instinctual fight-or-flight response is on full display, highlighting the overwhelming humiliation of being overpowered, especially by those he once served. This moment vividly demonstrates the power of collective action against a single individual. What does Spade's active participation reveal about his character? It showcases his pragmatic, often immoral side. He will align himself with anyone, even the devil, if it serves his immediate interest and brings him closer to solving the mystery and securing his own position. For you, the listener, this offers practical insight into observing group dynamics during conflict. Notice how quickly alliances can form or dissolve based on immediate threats and shared objectives. It's a lesson in understanding both physical confrontation and the lightning-fast shifts in power that can occur in high-pressure situations. Finally, we arrive at the chilling aftermath and the Eureka as the transaction is finalized, awaiting the arrival of morning. With Wilmer subdued and disposed of, literally tied up and relegated to a closet, the atmosphere in the room changes. The immediate threat is neutralized, and the focus returns entirely to the prize, the Maltese Falcon. The group settles into a tense waiting game. The rolling motion of the struggle gives way to a cold, calculated patience. They know the Falcon is within their grasp, but its true nature, its value, and the ultimate payoff still hinge on daylight and the official exchange. It's a period of intense psychological tension, an almost agonizing delay filled with a mixture of anticipation and lingering suspicion. Each passing minute is heavy with the weight of what has transpired and what is yet to come. To draw a real-world storytelling example, consider the high-stakes heist movie where, after overcoming the final security measures and securing the prize, the team must wait for a specific time or condition to make the escape or finalize the deal. Think of the intense quiet as they sit in the getaway vehicle, listening to police scammers, or in a hidden vault, awaiting the morning light to confirm their success. Another example might be the tense courtroom drama where, after all the evidence has been presented and the closing arguments made, the characters must endure the agonizing wait for the jury's verdict, their futures hanging in the balance psychologically. This period of waiting highlights their human capacity for delayed gratification, but also the immense psychological toll of uncertainty. It's an interplay of hope and fear, where the mind races, replaying events and trying to predict the outcome. How does this waiting period heighten the dramatic tension for the reader or listener? It allows for reflection on the profound events that have just occurred, while simultaneously building anticipation for the ultimate climax and the long-awaited reveal of the Falcon's true nature. For a practical application, this chapter teaches the importance of patience in achieving long-term goals, and also the necessity of managing anxiety during periods of waiting. It's about recognizing that often, after a period of intense conflict, there is a crucial cooling off or waiting phase before the final resolution can unfold. In summary, Chapter 15 is a brutal and unflinching expose of ruthless pragmatism. Gardner's sacrifice of Wilmer is a stark reminder of the cost of ambition, demonstrating that, for some, human loyalty is a paltry price to pay for the ultimate prize. It underscores Gardner's unyielding, almost maniacal, focus on the Maltese Falcon above all else. As we conclude this intense chapter, we are left with a chilling question. Will the Falcon prove to be worth such a callous act of betrayal and the violence it precipitated? We now stand on the precipice, waiting for the dawn that will reveal the truth of the Falcon, and with it, the resolution to this intricate web of deceit and desire. Join us next time as the morning finally arrives, and the legendary bird is brought into the light. Chapter 16 The Package Arrives. Welcome back, dear listener, as we delve into the heart of Dashiell Hammett's masterful The Maltese Falcon. Today, we arrive at Chapter 16, a moment of profound anticipation and tension, aptly titled The Package Arrives. This chapter represents the pivotal juncture where all the relentless pursuit, the cunning strategies, and the deadly betrayals converge into a single, tangible moment, Sam's by retrieving the fabled Falcon itself, thereby bringing our desperate band of treasure seekers to the very brink of their coveted victory, or perhaps their ultimate downfall. This isn't just about obtaining an object. It's about the raw, visceral impact of finally possessing what one has so desperately sought, and the immediate, terrifying question of what happens next. Our journey through this crucial turning point begins with a seemingly simple yet strategically profound act: Spade's decision to call his loyal secretary, Effie Perrin, and entrust her with the task of picking up the plane ticket and retrieving the package. Why Effie, you might ask? Why not Spade himself? This choice is a testament to Spade's shrewdness, his ability to orchestrate events from a slight remove, minimizing direct risk while ensuring the critical mission proceeds. Think of it like a seasoned chess master moving a pawn to protect his queen, or a master spy sending a trusted or assuming contact to pick up sensitive materials from a drop-off point to avoid drawing unwanted attention. For instance, in many espionage thrillers, the protagonist often uses a seemingly peripheral character, like a secretary or a driver, to handle a sensitive exchange, thereby maintaining their own deniability or tactical advantage. Much like James Bond might delegate preliminary information retrieval to Moneypenny when the stakes are too high for him to be immediately compromised psychologically. This act of delegation builds a fascinating layer of anticipation for us, the audience. We know the package is coming. We know its immense significance, but the fact that it's being brought in by Effie, a familiar and dependable figure, runs the extraordinary event in a veneer of the ordinary, making the subsequent reveal even more jarring. It also subtly reinforces Spade's character. He trusts Effie implicitly, a rare commodity in his world of deceit, and it showcases his strategic mind, always thinking several steps ahead, leveraging his resources wisely. For us, as listeners, this offers a practical application. How often do we consider the power of strategic delegation in our own high-stakes personal or professional endeavors? Recognizing when to empower a trusted ally can be as crucial as acting ourselves, sometimes even more so, allowing us to manage our exposure and focus our energy where it's most needed. Next, the script masterfully builds suspense as a heavy bundle is finally carried into their apartment. Effie, panting slightly from the effort, bluffs in a package that, despite its innocuous wrapping, clearly possesses substantial weight and, by extension, immense consequence. The air in the room thickens, pregnant with unspoken expectations, imagined, if you will, the harsh reverence and barely contained excitement in the moments before the Ark of the Covenant is brought into a secret warehouse in Raiders of the Lost Ark, or the mysterious, glowing briefcase open in Pulp Fiction. The physical manifestation of the long-sought object, its sheer density, serves as a powerful symbol psychologically. This physical weight isn't merely descriptive. It's metaphoric. It carries the weight of all the preceding murders, the betrayals, the endless scheming. The heavy bundle becomes an almost palpable presence, a silent character in itself, laden with the history and the future of everyone in that room. Each sheer mass amplifies its perceived value and the immense stakes involved. For us, this highlights the profound difference between abstract knowledge and tangible presence. When something we've only theorized about or longed for finally materializes before us, its reality often carries a far greater emotional and psychological impact than mere anticipation ever could. It's a moment to appreciate the visceral culmination of a quest, whether it's a long-awaited degree in hand, the keys to a new home, or the physical proof of a dream realized finally. The narrative plunges us into the core of the moment, the game's gritty anticipation as the wrappings are torn away. The room is filled with a collective holding of breath. Each character, Godman, Cairo, Wilmer, and even the conflicted Bridget or Shaughnessy, their eyes fixed, their faces etched with a desperate hunger. The paper rustles, the string snaps, the cloth gives way, each sound amplifying the tension. This isn't just curiosity. It's avarice laid bare, the very essence of human desire for wealth and power. It's akin to the moment children eagerly tear into presents on Christmas morning, but with a far darker, more dangerous edge, or the collective gasp when a lost treasure chest is finally prized open, revealing its contents to a group of desperate adventurers. Psychologically, this moment is a brilliant study in shared obsession. The tearing of the wrappings is not merely a physical act. It's symbolic of peeling back layers of mystery, deceit, and years of relentless pursuit. It's the truth revealing itself, the ultimate convergence of all their individual, selfish interests into a singular object of desire. The greedy anticipation underscores the destructive power of avarice, the very human flaw that has driven so much of the novel's intricate plot and violence. This is the ultimate kick of tension before the big reveal, where the promise of triumph or the crushing weight of disappointment hangs precariously in the balance. As listeners, it compels us to observe how our own desires and expectations can escalate to almost unbearable levels, and how the act of finally unwrapping the long-awaited result can be a moment of both thrilling fulfillment and terrifying revelation. Thus, the package arrives isn't merely a plot point. It's a meticulously crafted sequence designed to manipulate our emotions, to draw us further into the desperate, dangerous world of the Maltese Falcon. The Falcon is now here, physically present, but its arrival does not conclude the drama, rather, it intensifies it. For now that an object of everyone's obsession is physically within reach, the deeper, more complex questions emerge. Is it real? What is its true value? And most importantly, who will ultimately claim this legendary bird, and at what cost? This sets the stage for the dramatic, unpredictable revelations that lie ahead in our next chapter, where the Falcon's authenticity and the ultimate fate of its pursuers will finally be confronted. Chapter 17: The Fate. Welcome back, dear listener, to our continued journey through Dashiell Hammett's iconic work, The Maltese Falcon. We now arrive at Chapter 17, a pivotal moment of truth, ominously titled The Fate. This chapter delivers a truly devastating reveal. The legendary Falcon, the elusive treasure that has spurred so much violence, deception, and relentless pursuit, is ultimately nothing more than a worthless lead counterfeit. Can you truly grasp the profound sense of anticlimax, the crushing irony of such a discovery after all the blood and treachery spilled in its name? It's a moment that shatters expectations and redefines the very nature of the chase. Let us first delve into the initial moments of this realization, focusing on Gutman's frantic scraping at the black enamel, hoping to expose the jeweled glory beneath. Imagine the scene. Gutman, the portly, enigmatic mastermind, has finally, after years of obsession and a recent whirlwind of events, obtained the bird. His hands, no doubt trembling with a mixture of anticipation and exertion, eagerly begin to chip away at the dull, black surface. This isn't a gentle inspection. It's a fervent, almost desperate scraping, driven by an unwavering conviction that underneath lies an unparalleled fortune. Have you ever been so close to achieving a long-sought goal, so utterly convinced of its inherent value, that your actions become an almost primal manifestation of your desire? This is Gutman's moment. In our lives, this frantic scraping can be likened to a real-world storyteller example. Consider the passionate prospector, whose eyes gleam with feverish intensity as he sifts through countless tons of riverbed sediment, each grain holding the promise of a golden nugget, each discard adding to his growing impatience. Psychologically, this matters immensely because Gutman's frantic motions are not merely physical. They are an outward expression of his colossal emotional and financial investment. It's the ultimate moment where hope confronts reality, with decades of belief either validated or utterly destroyed. It reveals the deep human need for reward following immense effort and the anxious, desperate energy that can accompany a high-stakes unveiling. Practically, for us, observing God-man here prompts reflection. When we approach the culmination of our all significant endeavors, do we act with calm assurance, or does a similar, perhaps frantic, need to confirm our success take hold? How do we manage that intense blend of anticipation and the potential for truly crushing disappointment with so much hangs in the balance? Then the scraping stops. A profound and crushing silence descends upon the room as the start. Irrefutable truth sinks in. The Russian general Kamedov had forged the bird. The magnificent Maltese Falcon was not real. It was a clever deception, a worthless imitation designed to fool Godman. This science is not merely the absence of sound. It is a palpable entity, a heavy, suffocating blanket woven from shattered dreams and wasted years. It's the sound of collective deflation, a shared gasp held prisoner in the sterile air. Have you ever experienced a moment when a profound revelation leaves everyone speechless, when words fail to capture the magnitude of a shared disillusionment? Think of a crowded auction house, where a sudden, authoritative pronouncement declares a price antique to be a forgery, and the immediate, stern quiet that follows, replacing the eager buzz with utter dismay psychologically. This silence is incredibly potent because it amplifies the weight of the devastating revelation. It underscores the shared despair, the collective understanding that the monumental, life-consuming effort has led to nothing more than a cheap, leaden trinket. It's the sound of ambitions crumbling, of lives irrevocably altered by a phantom. This moment highlights the inherent vulnerability in investing so much of oneself into an external object or an ultimate goal, and the staggering impact when that object or goal proves to be an illusion. For us, this invites a crucial reflection. How do we react to such profoundly crushing news, not just as individuals, but as part of a group sharing a common fate? Do we lash out, or do we retreat into this heavy silence? Understanding this narrative moment helps us to observe our own reactions and those of others when deeply held beliefs or expectations are suddenly and dramatically invalidated. Yet Gottman, in an astonishing display, breaks this suffocating quiet not with a whimper, but with manic laughter, tilting immediately to continuing the global hunt. This is not laughter born of genuine mirth, but of dark, almost unhinged sound, a bizarre symphony of bitter irony and absurd futility. It acknowledges the cruel job played upon them, yes, but crucially, Gottman does not descend into despair. Instead, with a chilling swiftness, his thoughts, his plans, his entire being, turn to the next step, to the relentless pursuit of the real fountain. The obsession is too deeply ingrained, too much a part of his very essence, to be deterred by a mere setback, no matter how monumental. Can you fathom such an unwavering, almost pathological, commitment to a goal, even in the face of such absolute, unequivocal failure? Consider, as a storytelling parallel, the seasoned gambler, after losing everything at the table, lets out a wry, unsettling chuckle and, without missing a beat, asks for another hand. his eyes burning with an unshakable conviction that his luck is bound to turn psychotically. Gottman's laughter is a fascinating, if disturbing, coping mechanism. It's a way to process a monumental letdown by transforming it into a dark, existential jest. His immediate, decisive defeat demonstrates an almost pathological inability to surrender, an unwavering commitment to this goal regardless of the obstacles or the costs. It reveals the extraordinary, often terrifying, power of obsession, how it can both propel individuals to incredible lengths and simultaneously blind them to reason and self-preservation. It is the ultimate manifestation of the adage that sometimes the chase is the thing itself, more important than the prize. Practically speaking, these offers are so powerful, albeit without lesson in resilience and adaptation. When confronted with a truly monumental failure, do we crumble into resignation, or can we find that seemingly irrational spark to pivot long and persist, even if it means leaning into an almost obsessive drive? Gottman's reaction, though unsettling, provides a stark contrast to despair, highlighting the complex human capacity to persist even in the face of what appears to be utter, unequivocal defeat. So, Chapter 17 concludes not with the end of a long and arduous quest, but with its ironic perpetuation. The discovery of the fake falcon does not provide closure, rather, it ensures the hunt will continue, rendering all the preceding violence, betrayal, and bloodshed as nothing more than a cruel prelude to an endless cycle of desire. This devastating reveal sets the stage for future endeavors, underscoring the enduring futility and the consuming, relentless nature of ultimate greed. What mysteries, what new twists and turns await us as the hunt for the genuine Maltese Falcon begins anew. Join us next time as we delve deeper into this compelling narrative. Chapter 18: The Arrest. Welcome back, dear listeners, as we delve into the thrilling climax of the Maltese Falcon. We witness some spade navigate a labyrinth of deceit, greed, and murder, his sharp mind always a step ahead, even when it seemed he was caught in the tangled web of Kaufman, Cairo, and the enigmatic rigid O'Shaughnessy. Tonight, we'll explore the pivotal moment where Spade, with masterful precision, ensures that the architects of so much tragedy finally face the long arm of justice, even as their ultimate prize, the blackbird, slips through their grasping fingers, empty-handed and furious. The core of this chapter, you see, lies in Spade's calculated orchestration of consequences. It's about the law finally asserting itself, not through a sudden burst of violence, but through the deliberate, almost surgical application of intelligence gathered over days of tense encounters. Isn't it fascinating how the pursuit of one object, the Falcon, can unveil such a cascade of human banality and ultimately lead to a reckoning for unrelated, yet equally heinous, crimes? Spade's brilliance isn't just in finding the bird, but in understanding the people involved, in knowing precisely when and how to spring this trap. Let's break down this crucial sequence, starting with that pivotal moment. Watching Kaufman and Cairo depart, their faces contorted with a mixture of disbelief and a renewed, desperate resolve to continue their elusive quest. Imagine the scene. The revelation that the Falcon is a mere lead statuette, not the priceless jewel encrusted artifact they've hunted for years, has just shattered their world. The air in Spade's apartment is thick with disappointment and nascent fury, yet Spade allows them to leave. He observes, he waits. He knows that their obsessive dread for the regal Falcon will propel them out of that room, back into the night, momentarily blind to the true danger now closing in. It's much like a seasoned poker player allowing a rival to bet big on a losing hand, knowing that by letting them commit fully, this eventual loss will be all the more devastating and irrefutable psychologically. This waiting game underscores Spade's profound understanding of human nature and addiction. Their compulsion for the Falcon is so overwhelming. It overrides any sense of immediate self-preservation or suspicion towards Spade himself. For us, the listeners, it's a powerful lesson in strategic patience. Sometimes, the most impactful move isn't the first one you think of, but the one you execute after observing the full scope of your opponent's intentions and vulnerabilities. Are you allowing events to unfold just enough to ensure your intervention will have a maximum, unavoidable impact? It's a question worth pondering in our own strategic decisions. Then, with the quiet click of the Dorset refined Gutman and Cairo's departure, Spade's demeanor shifts entirely. The charade, the intricate dance of deception and feigned alliance, is over immediately. Without hesitation, he picks up the phone to call the police. This isn't a moment for contemplation or a dramatic pause. It's a swift, decisive act born of careful planning. Think of it like a conductor bringing a symphony to its triumphant close after a long, complex movement. Every note has been played. Every instrument has contributed. And now, the final, resounding chord. There's no ambiguity, no doubt. This immediate action speaks volumes about Spade's character. Despite his often cynical exterior and his sometimes ethically ambiguous methods, when it comes to the gray matters of murder, his loyalty to a higher justice shines through. Psychologically, this decisiveness provides a profound sense of closure. It's a cathartic release after sustained tension, the satisfying moment when the pieces of a complex puzzle finally snap into place. For those of us navigating our own challenges, it's a powerful reminder when the moment for action arrives. Seize it with unwavering conviction. Don't let opportunity slip away through hesitation. And what does he provide to the authorities? Not just a vague, but the exact descriptions of the perpetrators, their known weapons, and the precise details needed to ensure their swift and sure arrest. Spade doesn't simply report a crime. He delivers a case wrapped up with a bow. He recounts government's imposing figure, Cairo's nervous disposition, the presence of firearms, every pertinent detail. He's akin to the detective briefing a specialized tactical unit with surgical precision, outlining not just the target, but their habits, vulnerabilities, and the exact tools needed for apprehension. This meticulous communication reflects Spade's exceptional professionalism and his intimate knowledge of police procedure. He understands that clarity and detail are paramount in law enforcement. Psychologically, this attention to detail reinforces Spade's moral compass, proving that despite his personal entanglements, he is ultimately committed to bringing those responsible for mass actors and Captain Jacoby's deaths to account. It's the ultimate validation of his investigative prowess. How often do we, in our own communications, neglect to provide the crucial details that could make all the difference? This moment in the Maltese Falcon serves as a masterclass in effective, comprehensive information sharing. So, as Gutman, Cairo, and their confederates pursue the illusory prize into the night, Spade's call ensures their true destiny awaits them. His strategic patience, his swift action, and his meticulous detailing of information guarantee that justice, however convoluted its path, will ultimately be served. This entire sequence is a testament to the power of calculated foresight and decisive execution. Join us next time as we explore the profound implications of these arrests and Spade's final, heartbreaking decisions regarding Bridget O'Shaughnessy as we move into the poignant conclusion of our journey through the Maltese Falcon. Chapter 19: The Prize. Welcome, dear listeners, to a pivotal moment in our journey through the shadowy world of the Maltese Falcon. We arrive now at Chapter 19, aptly titled The Prize. This isn't just another chapter. It is, in many respects, the emotional fulcrum of the entire narrative, the point where all the intricate threads of deception, desire, and danger converge into a single, breathtaking confrontation. Here, we witness the ultimate test of Sam Spade's character, his principles, and the very definition of justice in his eyes. It's a raw, visceral climax where Spade finally confronts Bridget O'Shaughnessy, the woman who has captivated and confounded him, and irrevocably seals her fate. Isn't it fascinating how, even after all the twists and turns, all the revelations, the true test of a character often comes down to one agonizing decision? This chapter strips away all the pretense, all the mystery surrounding the Falcon, and brings us face to face with the human cost of the choices made. It's a profound exploration of love, loyalty, and the grim reality of consequence. Let's delve deeper into the key moments that define this unforgettable chapter, starting with Bridget's desperate final gambit. Bridget, cornered and exposed, makes her ultimate play, delivering what she hopes will be a most convincing and heartbreaking performance. She weaves a final tapestry of lies concerning her involvement in Miles Archer's murder. She pleads, she rationalizes, she attempts to deflect blame onto Joel Carroll, onto Casper Botman, onto the enigmatic rumor, anyone but herself. Her voice, we can imagine, is laced with a seductive vulnerability, her eyes wide with feigned innocence and desperation. She claims Miles was shot by someone else, that he was merely a pawn, caught in a web far more dangerous than she could control. She even tries to appeal to Spade's burgeoning feelings for her, hinting at a shared future, a life together free from the clutches of their criminal past. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where someone, facing the dire consequences of their actions, tries one last, desperate attempt to manipulate your emotions, to rewrite history in their favor? It's a common trope in storytelling, isn't it? Think of a classic film noir femme fatale, her back against the wall, using every ounce of charm and pursued witness to sway the stoic detective. Or perhaps a more contemporary example, a character in a spy thriller, caught red-handed, suddenly confessing a partial truth while omitting the most damaging details, or to evoke sympathy and buy time. They might even shed tears, as Bridget does, manufacturing the scene designed to melt the toughest heart psychologically. This moment is incredibly revealing about Bridget's character. It highlights her profound capacity for manipulation and her deep-seated pathological dishonesty. For Bridget, truth is merely a tool, a malleable concept to be twisted and shaped to her immediate advantage. Her actions underscore the human tendency towards self-preservation, even when it means sacrificing integrity and exploiting the emotions of others. It forces us, as observers, to question the very nature of trust and how easily it can be shattered by a carefully constructed lie. This final performance isn't just about avoiding jail. It's about maintaining her illusion of control and escaping the ultimate accountability. It also serves as a critical test for Spade. Can he see through the final, most sophisticated veil of deceit, over his own feelings blinding? For us, as listeners, the practical application of observing Bridget's desperate maneuver lies in developing our critical discernment. We are often bombarded with information, with narratives, some genuine, others crafted to mislead. This scene encourages us to question narratives, especially when they are accompanied by intense emotional appeals, when they conveniently absolve the speaker of blame, or when they feel just a little too perfect. Learning to distinguish genuine vulnerability from calculated manipulation is an invaluable skill, not just in consuming stories, but in navigating our personal relationships, our professional interactions, and even the broader media landscape. It teaches us the importance of looking beyond the surface emotions to the underlying facts, no matter how uncomfortable those facts may be. Always ask yourself, what is the agenda behind the story? Who benefits from me believing this version of events? This brings us to the very core of the chapter, and indeed, much of the Maltese Falcon, Spade's atomic, pragmatic speech. This is where Sam Spade articulates his unwavering, almost brutal, personal code. He listens to Bridget's final pleas, acknowledges his attraction to her, his desire to be with her, and then systematically, dispassionately, dismantles her arguments and seals her fate. He tells her, in no uncertain terms, why he won't play the side for her. His reasoning is multi-layered, pragmatic, and deeply revealing. Firstly, there is his loyalty to his dead partner, Miles Archer. Regardless of his personal feelings for Miles, Spade feels a professional obligation, a sense of duty, to avenge his murder. He outlines the dangerous precedent it would set if he, a detective, let a murderer go free, especially a murderer who killed his partner. It would make him untrustworthy, a sap who could be swayed by pretty eyes or a tragic story. Secondly, he considers the practical implications of letting Bridget walk free. He's a non-killer, capable of doing it again. He couldn't trust her, couldn't sleep soundly knowing what she was. And perhaps most chillingly, he talks about the danger to himself if he were to shield her. He would constantly be looking over his shoulder, fearing exposure, fearing that her past would inevitably catch up to them both. He acknowledges his desire for her, admits he's beautiful, attractive, but his principles, his hardwired cynicism, outweigh his passion. He chooses integrity over emotional entanglement, professional close over personal gratification. Consider Rick Blaine in Casablanca. In that timeless cassette read, a man deeply in love with Elsa makes the agonizing decision to put her on a plane with her husband, Victor Laszlo. His famous line, "The problems of three little people don't amount to a hill of beans in this crazy world," echoes Spade's pragmatic detachment. Both men sacrifice personal desire for a larger, albeit different, principle. Rick for the antagonisticals, Spade for his professional code and an idiosyncratic sense of justice. It's about making a clear right decision, even when it tears you apart internally, knowing that the greater good, or at least your personal code, demands it psychologically. Spade's speech is the ultimate triumph of rational pragmatism over raw emotion. It's his defining moment, showcasing his unique blend of stoicism, cynical idealism, and an unwavering moral compass. He doesn't deny his feelings. He simply chooses not to be ruled by them. This reveals a deep understanding of human nature, particularly his own. He knows his weaknesses and meticulously erects a defense against them. His refusal to play the sad isn't just about Bridget. It's about not betraying himself, not compromising his professional identity, and not allowing emotion to cloud his judgment in a profession where clear-headedness is paramount. It's a profound exploration of personal integrity, and there are often painful choices required to maintain it, especially when love is involved. His decision is a testament to the idea that true character is forged in the crucible of difficult choices, not in the comfort of easy ones. What can we, as listeners, take away from Spade's uncompromising stance? The practical application of his speech lies in challenging us to define our own principles, our own code, if you will. When faced with difficult decisions where conflicting emotions and responsibilities collide, what guides us? How do we balance personal desires with ethical obligations? Spade's example, though stark and perhaps even cold, underscores the importance of foresight, of understanding the long-term consequences of emotional indulgence, and of having a clear, guiding set of values. It reminds us that while passion can be intoxicating, it can also lead us astray if not tempered by reason and a firm commitment to our convictions. It encourages us to think about that kind of person we want to be, and what sacrifices we are willing to make to uphold that identity. Is there a line you would never cross, regardless of the emotional cost? Spade's answer is a resounding yes. And then, with Spade's words hanging heavy in the air, the chapter draws to its abrupt, unsparing conclusion. The external world, which Spade had held at bay for so long, finally intrudes. The police arrive, Bridget, her final performance over, her last play having fallen on deaf ears, is led away. The door closes, leaving Spade alone in his apartment. The silence now deafening. The Falcon is gone, Bridget is gone, and he is left to sit with the weight of his choice. The emotional aftermath of a decision that, while principled, surely carries a profound personal cost. Think of the final shot of a classic film noir, perhaps a lone detective standing by a window, looking out into the rain-slicked city street. The case solved, but the protagonist irrevocably changed, perhaps even diminished, by the experience. Or consider the ending of Chinatown, where Jack gets his toll. Forget that date. It's Chinatown, an acknowledgement that even victory can be tinged with bitter resignation and an enduring sense of loss. The arrival of the police here isn't just a plot device. It's the external manifestation of the internal consequence Spade has chosen. Psychologically, this ending emphasizes the profound isolation that often accompanies tough, principled decisions. Spade, having chosen duty over desire, is left to confront the immediate emotional toll of that sacrifice. It highlights the lingering burden of choice, even when that choice is morally sound. The silence after Bridget's departure speaks volumes about the depths of his internal conflict, hinting at pain that he, in his stoic way, will never fully articulate. It leaves us, the audience, contemplating not just the outcome of the plot, but the raw, human cost to the man who made the impossible decision. His solitude underscores that some battles, even when won, are fought and endured alone. So, what can we take from this lonely departure? The practical application for us, as we reflect on this moment, is a poignant reminder that even when we make the right decision, the principled choice, it doesn't always feel good. It often comes with a personal cost, a sense of loss, a profound loneliness. True strength isn't about avoiding pain. It's about enduring it for the sake of one's values, for the integrity of one's character. This chapter teaches us that living by a code, especially a rigorous one like Spades, requires immense discipline and a willingness to face the emotional consequences head-on. It's a sobering thought, but an essential one for understanding the complex tapestry of human experience. As we conclude our reflection on the prize, we are left with a lasting image of Sam Spade alone, a man who chose what was right according to his own unyielding code, even when his heart undoubtedly yearned for a different path. It's a testament to the enduring power of Dashiell Hammett's writing, which dares to show us a hero who is flawed, human, yet uncompromising. The stage is now set for the quieter, yet no less significant aftermath, as Spade grapples with the fallout of his choices and the lingering shadows cast by the Maltese Falcon. For 7-day action plan. Welcome back, listeners. In our previous discussions, we peeled back the layers of Sam Spade's enigmatic persona, exploring the sharp edges of his intellect and the steely resolve of his character. We've admired his ability to see through deception, to remain unswayed by emotional theatrics, and to navigate a world teeming with shadows and hidden agendas. But what good is admiration if it doesn't lead to application? Today, we embark on a practical journey, a 7-day action plan designed to help you integrate Spade's unique observational and emotional detachment skills into the fabric of your own modern life. This isn't about becoming a hardened private eye, not literally anyway. It's about cultivating a mindset that empowers you to approach challenges with clarity, to make more informed decisions, and to protect your peace and purpose from the myriad of manipulative forces or simply overwhelming demands that life throws your way. Think of it as developing a sophisticated internal radar, finely tuned to distinguish signal from noise, fact from fiction, and genuine intent from veiled motives. We're aiming for a kind of detached engagement, fully present and aware, yet not easily swayed or entangled by emotional currents that often cloud judgment. Imagine for a moment how much more effective you could be in a negotiation if you weren't caught up in the urgency or the perceived stakes, but instead calmly observe the other party's thoughts, their unspoken anxieties, or their true bottom line. How much more resilient would you be in a stressful situation if you could acknowledge your own emotional reactions without letting them dictate your immediate response? That, my friends, is the essence of Spade's brilliance, and it's a skill set entirely within your grasp. It requires discipline, certainly, and a willingness to look at the world, and indeed yourself, with a new, perhaps uncomfortably objective gaze. But the rewards enhance self-awareness, stronger boundaries, better decision-making, and a profound sense of personal agency are immeasurable. Let's dive into our actionable plan, beginning with Day 1. Day 1. Practice active listening while keeping your own emotional reactions neutral. This might sound deceptively simple, but it is, in fact, a profound challenge for many of us. We often listen to respond, to judge, to interrupt, or to filter incoming information through the lens of our own pre-existing beliefs, biases, and emotional states. Sam Spade, however, listened to understand. He absorbed every word, every inflection, every pregnant pause, without allowing his personal feelings about the speaker or the situation to color his immediate interpretation. He wasn't necessarily emotionless, but he was emotionally detached in his analysis. Consider a real-world scenario. You're in a team meeting, and a colleague, let's call her Sarah, is presenting a new project proposal. Suddenly, another colleague, Mark, interrupts her, aggressively challenging her data and questioning her competency, perhaps even with a dismissive tone. Your immediate human reaction might be indignation on Sarah's behalf, or perhaps annoyance at Mark's rudeness, or even a twinge of anxiety if you fear similar criticism. A spade-like approach would involve acknowledging these internal emotional stirrings. I feel annoyed by Mark's tone, or I feel sympathetic towards Sarah, but then consciously setting them aside for a moment. Instead of letting those emotions dictate an impulsive interjection or a quick judgment, you would actively listen to Mark's precise words. Are his arguments fact-based, or are they laced with personal attacks? What is Sarah's specific response, both verbally and non-verbally? Are other team members reacting silently, perhaps with subtle glances or shifts in posture? You are collecting data, not forming an opinion based on your initial emotional impulse. From a psychological perspective, this practice is absolutely vital because our brains are wired for efficiency, often taking shortcuts through emotional heuristics. When an event triggers a strong emotion, that emotion can fog our cognitive processes, making it difficult to access the rational, analytical parts of our brain. This is often referred to as an amygdala hijack, where the primitive part of our brain, the amygdala, takes over, pushing us towards fight, flight, or freeze responses. By practicing emotional neutrality, we are essentially training our prefrontal cortex, the seat of logic and reasoning, to maintain control, even under emotional duress. This allows for more accurate and comprehensive intake of information, enabling better decision-making, preventing reactive behaviors, and fostering a more objective understanding of any given situation. It creates a critical space between stimulus and response, a space where genuine wisdom can reside. So, how do you apply this practically? For day 1, make a conscious effort in every conversation you have, whether with a family member, a friend, or colleague, to truly listen. When you feel an emotion begin to surface, anger, frustration, joy, defensiveness, simply label it internally. I notice I'm feeling defensive right now. Then, take a deep breath and consciously redirect your attention back to the speaker's word, tone, and message, without allowing that initial emotion to color your interpretation or formulate your response. Practice effective listening, where you paraphrase what you've heard to ensure understanding, like so. If I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying X because of Y. Do this without adding your own opinions or judgments. Try journaling after a particularly charged conversation, noting down only the objective facts, the precise words spoken, and your observed emotional reaction, rather than just venting. This practice builds a muscle memory for objective assessment. Day 2. Observe the body language of people you interact with daily. Sam Spade was a master of nonverbal cues. He understood that what people don't say can often be more revealing than what they do. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, missed nothing: a twitch, a nervous gesture, a subtle shift in posture, a fleeting expression. These minute details provided him with invaluable insights into a person's true intentions, their anxiety, their desertions, or their genuine agreement. Imagine you are in a business negotiation, discussing a new contract. The other party, let's call him Mr. Sterling, is verbally assuring you of his commitment and enthusiasm for the deal. He says, "I'm genuinely excited about this partnership and fully on board." Yet, as he speaks, his arms are crossed partly over his chest. He avoids sustained eye contact. His shoulders are hunched forward slightly, and he keeps touching the back of his neck. A spade-like observer would instantly notice the incongruence between Mr. Sterling's enthusiastic words and his defensive, closed-off body language. The crossed arm suggests resistance or self-protection. The lack of eye contact might indicate discomfort or insincerity, and touching the neck is often a self-soothing gesture associated with stress or deception. While none of these individuals are definitive proof of deceit, taken together, they paint a picture that suggests Mr. Sterling's verbal assurances might not align with his true feelings or intentions. This observation would prompt Spade to dig deeper, to ask more probing questions, and to approach the deal with a healthy dose of skepticism, rather than taking the verbal affirmations as face value. Psychologically, nonverbal communication accounts for a significant portion, often cited as 70–93%, of the total message transmitted in human interaction. Our brains are constantly processing these subtle signals, often unconsciously, but bringing conscious awareness to them. We tap into a rich vein of information that can inform our understanding of others. Body language reveals emotions, attitudes, intention, and even aspects of personality that words may mask or contradict. Understanding these cues helps us build empathy, detect inconsistencies, and navigate social dynamics more effectively. It helps us discern true comfort from discomfort, genuine agreement from reluctant compliance, and sincerity from manipulation. It's an evolutionary skill rooted in our need to quickly assess threats or allies, and honing it allows us to become more attuned social creatures. For your practical application on day 2, make it a point to cautiously observe the body language of everyone you interact with. Start small. During a casual conversation, notice where people's eyes go when they're thinking, or whether their hands are up and relaxed or clenched. Observe the posture. Are they leaning in, showing engagement, or leaning back, indicating disinterest? Pay attention to the congruence or incongruence between their verbal message and their nonverbal cues. If someone says yes but shakes their head almost imperceptibly, note it. If they claim to be relaxed but are feasting incessantly, take note. You can also practice discreet observation in public places like a coffee shop or a park without staring. Simply observe how strangers interact, their spatial relations, their gestures, and try to infer their mood or relationship dynamics. This isn't about judgment. It's about building a richer understanding of human communication. Day 3. Identify a situation where you need to set a hard boundary and enforce it. Sam Spade operated with a clear, unwavering code, and part of that code involved not being exploited or taken advantage of. He understood the value of his time, his skills, and his personal space. In our modern lives, we are constantly bombarded with requests, demands, and expectations from colleagues, friends, family, and even strangers. Without clear boundaries, we risk becoming overwhelmed, resentful, and ultimately ineffective. Let's conjure a scenario. You have a colleague, John, who consistently asks you to just quickly look over his reports, or how about for an hour on his tasks, which invariably turn into multi-hour commitments that cut into your own work or personal time. You feel increasingly resentful, overworked, and stressed. But you always said yes because you're a team player, or you want to be helpful, or you feel conflict. A spade-like approach would recognize this pattern of exploitation and understand that your resources, time, energy, expertise are finite and valuable. It would involve identifying precisely where this boundary has been breached, acknowledging your discomfort, and then taking decisive action to re-establish it. This isn't about being unkind. It's about being firm, respectful, and clear about what is acceptable and what is not. Perhaps you decide that you can offer constructive feedback on John's reports, but only after he has done a thorough self-review, or that you can offer assistance for a clearly defined 15-minute slot, but no more. Psychologically, the ability to set and enforce boundaries is fundamental to self-respect, mental well-being, and healthy relationships. When we fail to set boundaries, we implicitly communicate that our needs, time, and feelings are less important than those of others. This can lead to a host of negative outcomes: burnout, resentment, decreased productivity, emotional exhaustion, and a diminished sense of self-worth. People who struggle with boundaries often do so out of a fear of conflict, a desire to be liked, or a misguided sense of obligation. However, true strength lies not in endless accommodation, but in defining and protecting your personal space. It teaches others how to treat you, fosters mutual respect, and frees up your mental and emotional resources for pursuits that genuinely align with your values and goals. It is an act of self-reservation and empowerment. For your practical application on day 3, identify one specific area in your life where you feel your boundaries are weak or non-existent. It could be saying yes to too many social engagements, checking work emails after hours, or letting a family member constantly criticize you. Once identified, articulate to yourself what your ideal boundary would look like. Then, prepare a clear and assertive statement to communicate this boundary. For instance, instead of "I guess I can try to help you with that again," try, "I appreciate you asking, but my schedule is full right now, and I won't be able to assist with that particular task." Or, "I can't talk about that topic right now. Let's discuss something else." Practice delivering this statement, perhaps even rehearsing it in front of a mirror. The key is to be firm without being aggressive, and to accept that some people may push back. Your job isn't to control every action, but to maintain your boundary with integrity. Day 4. Question the hidden motives behind a deal offer that seems too good to be true. If there's one thing Sam Spade understood implicitly, it's that nothing comes for free, and people rarely accumulate out of altruism, especially when large sums of money or valuable items are involved. He had an innate skepticism, a healthy distrust of overt generosity, knowing that behind seemingly benevolent offers often lay intricate webs of self-interest, manipulation, or outright deception. The Maltese Falcon itself was a prime example, a priceless artifact pursued by people whose motives were anything but straightforward. Consider this common modern scenario. You receive an unsolicited email or phone call presenting an investment opportunity that promises incredibly high returns with little to no risk. Double your money in 6 months. It exclaims, or guaranteed profits without any effort. The offer seems almost miraculous, requiring only a small initial investment. A spade like mine would immediately be on high alert. Rather than succumbing to the allure of quick wealth, he would instinctively ask, "What's the catch? Why me? What does the person making this offer stand to gain?" He would scrutinize the details, look for logical inconsistencies, and question the source. Is the person reputable? Are there verifiable facts to back up these claims? What are the underlying mechanics of this deal? He wouldn't be swayed by the promise of his money. Instead, he would focus on dissecting the potential risks and the likely hidden agendas. His assessment wouldn't be based on hope or greed, but on a cold, hard evaluation of facts and probabilities. From a psychological standpoint, our brains are often susceptible to cognitive biases that make us vulnerable to such enticing offers. Confirmation bias leads us to seek out information that confirms our hopes, while neglecting contradictory evidence. The allure of scarcity and urgency can trigger impulsive decisions, bypassing rational thought. And the too good to be true offers often prey on our natural desire for convenience, security, or advantage. Cultivating a detective skepticism is a crucial defense mechanism against being exploited. It trains our minds to engage in critical thinking, to demand evidence, to perform due diligence, and to recognize common manipulation tactics. It teaches us to look beyond the surface, to consider second-order consequences, and to question the underlying motives of others, especially when their generosity seems disproportionate or stubborn. This isn't cynicism. It is an intelligent and protective form of discernment. For your practical application, and therefore, choose a situation where something seems suspiciously easy, or an offer appears unusually generous. This could be a new product advertised with unbelievable features, a political promise, a sales pitch, or even an overly flattering compliment from someone with a known agenda. Instead of passively accepting it, consciously adopt a questioning stance. Ask yourself, what is the true cost here, beyond the obvious? Who benefits most from this? What hidden risks are them not seeing? What information is being withheld? Do a quick search online for reviews, testimonials, or independent analysis. Talk to a trusted, impartial third party. Force yourself to articulate at least 3 potential downsides or hidden motives. Even if they seem unlikely, this exercise strengthens your critical thinking muscles and trains you to look for the angle in any proposition. Day 5. Map out a contingency plan for a major project that might go wrong. Sam Spade was a man who understood the unpredictable nature of life. He knew that even the best laid plans could unravel due to unforeseen circumstances, the treachery of others, or simply bad luck. His strategic mind wasn't just about crafting a primary path to success, but also about anticipating roadblocks and having backup plans, or even backup plans for his backup plans. He was prepared for contingencies, which allowed him to adapt quickly and maintain control when others descended into panic. Imagine you are leading a crucial presentation to your company's executive board next week. You prepare meticulously. The data is solid, and your sites are perfect. You're confident. However, a spade-like approach would compel you to ask, what if something goes wrong? What's my contingency? What if a projector fails? What if the internet connection drops? What if your keyboard person calls in sick? What if you run out of time? A diligent detective would not only have his primary strategy honed, but he would also have thought through these potential pitfalls. He might have a printed copy of the presentation as a fallback. He might have a hotspot ready for internet access. He would know who could step in if his support person were absent. He would have identified the absolute core message of his presentation, ready to deliver it concisely even if time became severely limited. This proactive planning reduces stress and allows for nimble adaptation when the unexpected inevitably occurs. Psychologically, engaging in contingency planning, also known as pre-mortem analysis, is incredibly beneficial. It shifts our mindset from optimistic bias everything will go well to a more realistic assessment of potential challenges. This process, while seemingly pessimistic, actually increases our sense of control and reduces anxiety. By mentally rehearsing potential failures and formulating solutions beforehand, we create neural pathways that enable us to respond more calmly and effectively when real problems arise. It transforms potential crises into manageable challenges. It fosters resilience, adaptability, and a proactive problem-solving orientation, equipping us to navigate complex situations with greater confidence and less emotional reactivity. It's about designing robustness into your plans rather than simply hoping for the best. For your practical application on day 5, select one significant project or event in your near future. It could be a work deadline, a major personal goal, or even a travel plan. Now, brainstorm all the ways it could potentially go wrong. Don't hold back. Think of worst-case scenarios, technological failures, human errors, external disruptions. For each potential failure point, develop at least one concrete contingency plan. What is your plan B if the primary approach fails? What is your plan C if plan B is also compromised? Write these down. For example, if your plan relies on a specific software, what would you do if it crashed? If your plan depends on a team member, what if they're unavailable? The goal isn't to become anxious about every possibility, but to mentally prepare and equip yourself with viable alternatives, thereby minimizing surprises and maximizing your ability to recover. Day 6. Streamline your workspace to be as pragmatic and efficient as a detective office. Some space office, while not opulent, was undoubtedly functional. Every file, every piece of evidence, every tool had its place, organized not for aesthetic appeal, but for maximum efficiency and immediate access. Clutter, disorganization, and inefficiency were an mathematical approach to solving mysteries. His environment reflected his mind, sharp ordered and geared towards purposeful action. Consider your own workspace, whether it's a home office, a cubicle, or even your digital desktop. Is it a sprawling landscape of papers, half-finished projects, and distracting items? Is your digital space a labyrinth of unfiled documents, random downloads, and an overflowing email inbox? How much time do you spend searching for a specific document, an email, or even a pen? A spade-like approach would view such disarray as an impediment to clear thought and efficient action. It would recognize that physical and digital clutter creates mental clutter, draining energy and hindering focus. The task here is to strip away the non-essential, organize what remains with ruthless efficiency, and create an environment that supports, rather than detracts from, your core work. This means having only what you need, where you need it, and ensuring that information flows smoothly and is easily retrievable. It's about creating a system, not just a clean space. Psychologically, our environment profoundly impacts our cognitive mood and productivity. A cluttered space can lead to increased stress, difficulty concentrating, and a feeling of being overwhelmed. Each misplaced item, each notification, each visual distraction demands a small portion of our mental energy, leading to decision fatigue and reduced capacity for complex tasks. Conversely, an organized, minimalist, and functional workspace reduces cognitive friction. It allows for clearer thinking, fewer interruptions, faster retrieval of information, and a greater sense of calm and control. It supports focused work, encourages good habits, and eliminates unnecessary friction from your daily routine. By optimizing our external environment, we effectively optimize our internal one, making room for more creative and strategic thinking, much like a detective needs a clear head to connect disparate goals. For your practical application on day 6, dedicate time to systematically streamline your physical and digital workspaces. For your physical desk, remove everything that isn't essential for your immediate work. Categorize what remains, and give everything a designated home. Implement the one-touch rule if you pick something up. Either act on it, file it, or discard it. Don't let papers pile up. For your digital workspace, declutter your desktop, create a clear folder structure for your files, and establish a routine for processing emails and digital documents. Unsubscribe from unnecessary newsletters. Turn off non-essential notifications. The goal is to minimize distractions and optimize for seamless workflow. Ask yourself, does this item or file genuinely serve my current objectives, or is it a source of clutter? Be ruthless in your elimination, striving for functional elegance. Day 7. Reflect on your core principles and ensure you aren't compromising them for anyone. James paid for all his morally ambiguous actions and cynical worldview, ultimately operated from a bedrock of personal principles. He might bend the rules, but he wouldn't break his own code. He had a deep-seated integrity, a sense of justice, and an unwavering commitment to seeing things through, even when it meant making incredibly difficult choices or disappointing others. His code was his compass, guiding him through the moral murkiness of his profession. In our complex modern world, we constantly face situations that test our values. It could be a professional decision where integrity is challenged for the sake of profit, peer pressure to engage in behavior that contradicts your ethics, or even a personal relationship where you're asked to compromise your beliefs for the sake of harmony. The temptation to take a shortcut, to avoid conflict, or to gain approval can be powerful. A spade-like reflection would involve a candid self-assessment. What are my non-negotiable principles? Am I truly living by them? Or have I let them erode under pressure or convenience? He would understand the profound long-term cost of betraying one's own values, a corrosion of self-respect, a loss of inner peace, and a diminished sense of authenticity. If a course of action felt wrong, deeply wronged, he wouldn't pursue it, no matter the external promises or threats. He might not articulate it in lofty terms, but his actions would speak of a man who owned his choices and lived by his internal compass. Psychologically, living in alignment with our core values is fundamental to our sense of well-being, purpose, and self-esteem. When we compromise our principles, even in small ways, it creates cognitive dissonance, a mental discomfort arising from holding conflicting beliefs or engaging in behavior that contradicts our values. This dissonance can manifest as guilt, anxiety, self-doubt, and a pervasive feeling of unease. Conversely, adhering to our values, even when it's difficult, strengthens our integrity, builds self-trust, and fosters a robust sense of self. It provides a stable anchor in a turbulent world and empowers us to make decisions that truly reflect who we are, rather than who we think others want us to be. It is the ultimate act of self-ownership and moral courage. For your practical application on day 7, dedicate time to deep self-reflection. First, clearly articulate your top 3 to 5 core principles. Are they honesty, fairness, compassion, courage, independence, excellence, loyalty? Write them down. Next, review your decisions and actions over the past week, months, or even year. Have there been instances where you felt a subtle unease, a nagging doubt, or outright regret because you acted in a way that felt misaligned with these principles? Be honest with yourself. Identify one specific situation where you might have compromised a core principle. Now, consider how you would approach that situation differently if you were steadfastly committed to upholding your value. Develop a proactive strategy for how you will uphold that principle in a similar future scenario. This isn't about self-condemnation, but about cultivating self-awareness and reinforcing your moral framework, ensuring that your actions are always a true reflection of your most authentic self. And so, we conclude our 7-day action plan. This journey, from active listening and keen observation to setting boundaries, questioning motives, planning for contingencies, optimizing your environment, and finally, anchoring yourself in your core principles, is a comprehensive path towards integrating the powerful spirit-like skills into your everyday life. Remember, this isn't about becoming a hardened cynic, but about cultivating a strategic awareness and an emotional resilience that empowers you to navigate the complexities of modern existence with clarity, strength, and unwavering purpose. Each day's practice builds upon the last, strengthening your resolve and sharpening your perceptions. As you move forward, continue to observe, continue to question, and most importantly, continue to reflect. The world may be full of shadows, but with the right mindset, you can always find your light. In our next chapter, we will delve deeper into the art of strategic thinking, exploring how Spade's ability to anticipate these adversaries' moves can be applied to long-term planning and achieving your most ambitious goals. Until then, stay observant and stay true to your own code. Summary. Welcome, esteemed listeners, to this pivotal chapter in our exploration of Dashiell Hammett's masterful work, the Maltese Falcon. Today, we arrive at Chapter 5, a moment not of new discoveries, but of profound reflection and synthesis. This is where we distill the complex brew of deception, desire, and moral ambiguity that has simmered throughout our journey. We are here to summarize, to connect the threads, and to truly craft the lasting impact of this enduring tale. Think of this as our opportunity to step back from the whirlwind of events and see the entire landscape of intrigue and human nature that Hammett so brilliantly laid out before us. Our primary goal in this session is to embark on a deep dive into the intricate web of lies that ensnared almost every character, including, at times, our protagonist Sam Spade himself. We'll trace their relentless, often brutal, pursuit of the legendary Maltese Falcon, a pursuit that ultimately reveals the object of such fervent desire to be nothing more than a worthless imitation. And it, perhaps most importantly, we will uncover and dissect the thematic core of the entire story, a core that speaks volumes about human greed, illusion, and the difficult, often lonely path of integrity in a morally compromised world. Let us begin with the first thread of this complex tapestry, the pervasive, suffocating web of lies. For the very first knock on some space door, delivered by a seemingly distressed young woman calling herself Miss Wonderly, the narrative is shrouded in an almost impenetrable fog of untruths. Bridget O'Shaughnessy, for that is her true name, immediately sets about constructing an elaborate fiction. Her initial plea for help, her fabricated stories about a mysterious man named Thursby, who she claims is a dangerous menace, and her tearful lamentations about a missing sister, are expertly crafted to elicit sympathy and to spade into her orbit. Keith is a master manipulator, weaving a tale so compelling that even a hardened detective like Spade finds himself wrestling with its contradictions. But Bridget is not alone in this grand deception. Soon, another player emerges, Joe Carroll. He appears with his own set of demands, his own version of events, equally contradictory and self-serving. Carroll is not as smooth or as captivating as Bridget. His lies are more nervously delivered, more transparently theatrical. He carries himself with an almost effeminate air, yet he is undeniably dangerous, willing to use force to get what he wants. His presence adds another layer of confusion, another conflicting account, further obscuring the truth about the Falcon and its whereabouts. Who is telling the truth? Is anyone? How do you discern fact from fiction when every utterance is designed to mislead? Finally, the grand orchestrator of this desperate hunt reveals himself, Caspar Gutman, the fat man, with a charming, avant-garde demeanor and an encyclopedic knowledge of the Maltese Falcon's illustrious, albeit often violent, history. Gutman presents yet another narrative. His story, unlike Bridget's emotional pleas or Carroll's nervous demands, is rooted in history, in the deep past of sultans and knights. He paints a picture of a treasure of unparalleled value, a legendary artifact that justifies any means to acquire it. While his historical account of the Falcon may contain kernels of truth, it is ultimately another piece of the overarching deception, designed to inflate the bearer's perceived value and motivate his desperate team. This constant bombardment of conflicting information, this strategic deployment of untruths by every major character, forces Sam Spade, and by extension, us as the audience, to operate in a constant state of uncertainty. There is no reliable narrator in this world, no benevolent guide to handhold us to the truth. Instead, we must, like Spade, rely on observation, deduction, and a finely tuned cynical intuition. We are challenged to look beyond the surface, to question every motive, and to dissect every utterance for inconsistencies. As a real-world storytelling example, consider the classic Japanese film Rashomon. In that masterpiece, the same dramatic event, a samurai's murder and his wife's rape, is recounted by multiple characters from their own perspectives, each accounted for insignificantly, often to protect their self-image or to cast themselves in a more favorable light. The audience is left to piece together a fragmented and ambiguous truth, or perhaps to accept that a singular truth is unattainable. This Rashomon fact perfectly illustrates the power of Hammett's narrative technique, forcing us to engage actively, to become our own detectives, sifting through the layers of deceit psychologically. This constant deception preys on our inherent human desire for coherence and narrative closure. Our brains are wired to create sense out of chaos, to construct a logical story from fragmented information. When faced with conflicting accounts, especially in high-stakes situations. Our cognitive processes work overtime to resolve the dissonance. This can make us susceptible to confirmation bias, where we unconsciously favor information that aligns with our pre-existing beliefs, or if we're as skilled and disciplined as some speak, it can force us to strip away the emotional appeals and focus purely on inconsistencies, motivations, and patterns of behavior. It's a mental exercise in separating the signal from the noise. With the noise is often deliberate misdirection. So, how can we apply this lesson practically in our own lives? Cultivate a healthy skepticism, not a debilitating cynicism, but a pragmatic caution when presented with conflicting accounts, especially in situations that carry significant personal or professional weight. Pause before accepting any single narrative. Consider the motivations of each speaker. What do they stand to gain or lose by presenting that particular version of events? Look for corroborating evidence beyond their words, and critically evaluating emotional appeals being made. Is someone trying to sway you with tears, flattery, or an inflated sense of urgency? Understanding that manipulation is often a strategic act can empower you to see through the smoke and mirrors and make more informed decisions. Now, let's turn our attention to the relentless pursuit itself, the chase for the fake bird. The entire plot of the Maltese Falcon is propelled by this singular, all-consuming quest for mythical objects of immense value. The legend, as passionately recounted by Gottman, describes a jewel-encrusted golden falcon, a gift from the nice temper-to-date Emperor Charles V, supposedly imbued with untold riches and historical significance. This magnificent image, this promise of unimaginable wealth and prestige, fuels the character's desperate, often violent actions. From the moment we learn of its existence, the Falcon becomes the ultimate MacGuffin, the object that everyone wants, a catalyst for every betrayal, every murder. We witness the journey of the various characters, each driven by their own brand of avarice, attempting to obtain a bird. They scheme, they threaten, they kill, they lie with breathtaking audacity. The climax of this frantic chase arrives with the La Paloma sequence, the ship bearing the actual Falcon, or so they believe, finally reaching San Francisco. The dead captain, the frantic retrieval of the package, the excitement of Batman and his cohorts as they finally lay hands on their prize. The tension is palpable, the anticipation immense. And then, the caution, devastating reveal, the long-sought, priceless Falcon is nothing more than a worthless late replica covered in cheap black enamel. A common, heavy piece of metal, utterly devoid of the jewels and gold they envisioned. This isn't just about the physical chase for an object. It's about the relentless pursuit of an idea of immense wealth, a phantom promise that fuels murder, betrayal, and obsession. All the bloodshed, all the lies, all the calculated risks were expended for something utterly valueless. It is the ultimate ironic twist, a cruel joke played by fate, or perhaps by human folly itself. As a compelling real-world storytelling example, consider the search for the Holy Grail in Arthurian legends. It's an object of immense spiritual and symbolic value, a quest that defines the lives of knights, drives them to incredible feats of bravery and sacrifice. Yet, the Grail itself is often less important than the journey, the transformation it inspires, and the ultimate, often elusive, nature of its true meaning. Or, in a more cynical vein, think of the MacGuffin in Alfred Hitchcock's thrillers an object like the uranium in Notorious or the secret plans in the 39 Steps, whose specific nature is less important than its role in driving the plot and the character's desperate actions. Its inherent value is often secondary to its function as a catalyst for human drama. Hammett elevates the MacGuffin to a philosophical statement, making the Falcon's worthlessness the ultimate punchline. Psychologically, the lure of the fake bird represents humanity's profound susceptibility to illusion and the intoxicating power of perceived value. With often immense emotional, financial, and even moral capital into goals that, upon attainment, prove to be hollow or far less valuable than we imagined. This reflects a deep-seated cognitive bias towards the potential reward over a clear-eyed assessment of the effort, risk, or ethical compromises involved. The promise of something glittering in the distance can blind us to the ugliness of the path we take to get there. It highlights how powerful collective delusion can be, where the belief in something's value, however unfounded, can draw people to extraordinary and often destructive lengths. So, what practical applications can we draw from this profound revelation? Regularly reflect on your own Maltese Falcons. Are there goals you are pursuing with relentless zeal, dedicating vast amounts of time, energy, and perhaps even compromising your principles? Are you absolutely certain that the actual value of that goal, if achieved, aligns with the effort, sacrifice, or potential moral compromises it demands? Regularly reassess your ambitions. Is the chase itself more compelling than the object of the chase? Are you pursuing genuine fulfillment, or are you chasing an illusion of happiness, success, or status that, upon a closer inspection, might prove to be as hollow as a lead bird? This constant self-inquiry can prevent us from falling into the same trap as Gorman and his cohorts. This brings us to the thematic core of the Maltese Falcon, a core that pulsates with discussions of human greed, moral ambiguity, the corrosive nature of obsession, and the thin, often brittle, veneer of civilization. Harriet, through its stark prose and uncompromising characters, strips away the polite niceties of society to reveal our human desires and the shocking lengths to which people will go for power and wealth. The central theme of human greed destroying logic and morality is arguably the most potent message of the novel. Consider Caspar Gottman's decades-long obsession. His entire life, his family, his resources, his moral compass all have been sacrificed on the altar of the Maltese Falcon. He has spent years, endured hardships, committed crimes, including murder and betrayal, all for a perceived object of infinite value. This singular obsession has so profoundly distorted his perception of reality that he can rationalize horrific acts as mere inconveniences on the path to his ultimate prize. His charming, alert exterior barely conceals a monster's inner emptiness, a soul consumed by avarice. His logic becomes circular, his morality non-existent. The end of acquiring the bird justifies every conceivable means. Bridget O'Shaughnessy provides another chilling example of greed's destructive power. Her captivating charm is nothing more than a facade for ruthless pragmatism. She orchestrates the murder of Thorsby. She is complicit in other crimes, and she would undoubtedly continue to do so, or to secure a lavish, comfortable life. Her lies are not merely tactical. They are an extension of her self-serving nature, an innate part of her survival mechanism. She wields her sexuality and her apparent vulnerabilities as weapons, using them to manipulate man and advance are all material balls, demonstrating a complete lack of empathy or moral compunction. Even Joe Carroll, the smaller player caught in the crossfire, is driven by the same force. His an effeminate, somewhat cowardly character, yet his willingness to engage in criminal activity, his shooting loyalties, all stem directly from his desire to get rich quickly. He is a pawn, but a willing one, demonstrating how the siren call of easy money can ensnare even those who lack the true cunning or ruthlessness of the masterminds. He gambles his freedom, and very nearly his life, for a share of a prize that turns out to be worthless. As a powerful real-world storytelling example of unchecked obsession leading to moral destruction, one immediately thinks of Captain Ahab in Herman Melville's Moby Dick. Ahab's monomaniacal pursuit of the white whale consumes him entirely, driving him to sacrifice his crew, his ship, and ultimately his own life. Like Gottman, his singular focus warps this perception of reality, blinding him to all other considerations, ethical or otherwise. Similarly, the corrupting influence of power and greed is a foundational theme in countless narratives, from Shakespeare's Macbeth to the intricate political machinations of House of Cards. Psychologically, obsession, particularly with material gain, can lead to profound cognitive distortions, where ethical considerations are dismissed as mere obstacles. The brain becomes fixated on the reward, filtering out contradictory information, moral alarms, or the legitimate suffering of others. This is a profound form of adaptive behavior, where the pursuit itself becomes the primary driver, overriding all other concerns, including basic human decency. Individuals caught in such a grip may even rationalize their horrific actions as necessary steps toward a greater good or a destiny they believe they deserve. Their moral compass spins widely, pointing only towards their desired object, no matter the cost. So, how can we apply this understanding practically? Be vigilant about your own obsessions and those of others. While passion and ambition are admirable qualities, when they override ethics, logic, and human connection, they become destructive. Regularly conduct a values audit for yourself. Are you sacrificing essential aspects of your life, your relationships, your health, your integrity for a singular goal? Are you allowing a perceived external reward to dictate your internal moral code? Be wary of individuals who rationalize morally dubious or harmful actions with grand, overarching goals. Often, these are simply sophisticated excuses for raw self-interest. Understanding the corrosive power of unchecked greed can help you avoid its pitfalls. Finally, we must turn to the character of Sam Spitzenstock and his pivotal tragic, yet utterly necessary choice to uphold his personal code over his genuine, albeit complex, attraction to Bridget O'Shaughnessy. This is the moral crucible of the novel, the moment where Spade's true character is laid bare. Spade's code is not about strict legality or altruism in a conventional sense. It's a cynical, pragmatic, almost brutal code born of self-preservation, professional integrity, and a deeply personal, if idiosyncratic, sense of justice. It operates in a morally gray world, a jungle where predators lurk and rules are often bent or broken. For Spade, survival depends on consistency, on not being playful or subtle. He cannot let Bridget get away with murdering his partner, Miles Archer, not just for Archer's sake, but for his own reputation, his standing in the underworld, and ultimately, his very survival as a private investigator in a dangerous city. To do so would mark him as weak, as compromised, and would open him up to being exploited by others in the future. His code is built on a foundation of cynical realism. You make your own rules, and you stick to them, or you perish. His relationship with Bridget is undeniably complex. There is a genuine attraction, a spark-flying dance of wit, danger, and desire between them. He is drawn to her captivating beauty, her vulnerability, her sheer manipulative skill, perhaps even loves her in his own hardened way. But critically, he never truly trusts her. From the outset, he sees through her carefully constructed lies, even as he allows himself to be drawn closer. His final choice is agonizing precisely because he does feel something for her, making his decision all the more painful and profound. This culminates in his powerful, extended monologue often referred to as the Dingle speech, where he lays out his reasoning for turning her over to the police. It's a masterclass in pragmatic ethics. He explains that he cannot allow her to get away with murder because it would fundamentally compromise him. It's about playing fair, not by society's idealized rules, but by his own brutal, consistent rules of conduct. He speaks of preventing himself from becoming a fall guy, from being seen as an accomplice to a murderer, or from allowing the system to view him as unreliable. Ultimately, it's about the kind of man he must be to survive and maintain his integrity in his profession. When a man's partner is killed, he's supposed to do something about it, he states, establishing the professional imperative. And then, perhaps more chillingly, he continues, I won't play the support for you. I won't be a fall guy. I couldn't be sure you wouldn't make a supper out of me again. His reasons are deeply personal, driven by a need for self-preservation and consistency, not by a conventional desire for justice. Consider it brain in the classic film Casablanca as a real-world startling example. Rick, like Spade, is a cynical, moralist, ambiguous character who initially appears detached and self-serving, yet, in the climax, he makes an incredibly difficult choice to put his ideals and the cause of fighting fascism above his personal love for Ilsa, sending her away with Victor Laszlo. He sacrifices his own happiness for a greater, if somewhat abstract, principle, much like Spade sacrifices his personal desire for Bridget to uphold his professional and personal code. Both characters are left alone, but intact, having made a necessary, albeit tragic choice psychologically. Spade's choice reveals a deeply ingrained sense of self-preservation and a professional identity that transcends personal affection. He understands that in his treacherous world, allowing emotion to compromise principles would be fatal, leading to both professional ruin and personal danger. It's a pragmatic, almost stoic approach to a morally ambiguous existence. His psychological strength lies in his profound emotional self-control and his ability to see through selfish appearances, even when those appearances are seductive. He recognizes that true emotional connection, true trust, requires honesty, a quality Bridget utterly lacks. His internal struggle highlights the painful conflict between intellect and emotion, where the logical mind, honed by years of dealing with deception, must ultimately override genuine human desire. What practical applications can we draw from this profound choice? Firstly, define your own non-negotiable principles, especially in your professional and ethical life. What lines will you absolutely not cross, even for personal gain, emotional comfort, or the allure of an easy path? Understanding these boundaries beforehand can save you from immense regret and ethical dilemmas when you are inevitably put to the test. Secondly, in personal relationships, learn to distinguish between genuine attraction or emotional connection and an objective assessment of character. While love and desire are powerful forces, ignoring consistent red flags or patterns of deception can lead to devastating consequences. Sometimes, the most loving choice you can make, both for yourself and, paradoxically, for the other person by forcing them to confront their actions, is to protect your integrity and remove yourself from destructive patterns, even if it means letting go. The tragic element of Space's decision is undeniable. He wants to be with her. He says as much. But his principles, his code, and his understanding of the brutal reality of his world prevent it. This isn't a simple victory of good over evil in a conventional sense, because Space himself is far from conventionally good. Instead, it is a victory of a complex, flawed man's pragmatic code over his own desires. It leaves him alone, yes, walking away into the empty corridor, but he walks away intact, his identity and his self-respect preserved. He has chosen integrity, however cynical, over a potentially dangerous and ultimately dishonest law. This necessity is paramount for his survival in his dangerous profession. Letting Bridget go would not only make him complicit in murder but would mark him as a fool, a weak man, or a patsy in the eyes of the criminal underworld. Such a reputation would ultimately jeopardize his life, his livelihood, and his ability to operate effectively. It's an act of self-preservation, a deeply considered long-term strategy in a world where sentimentality is a fatal weakness. He understands that sacrificing his code, even for love, will unravel his entire professional and personal structure, making him vulnerable to future manipulation and danger. This final act solidifies Space's place as a quintessential anti-hero, a man who navigates a corrupt world without becoming entirely corrupted himself, not by adhering to conventional morality, but by forging his own rigorous, albeit harsh, ethical framework. In summary, Chapter 5, our summary chapter, has illuminated the intricate dance of deception that defines the Maltese Falcon. We've seen how relentless, almost insane, pursuit of a legendary treasure ultimately reveals the object of desire to be a worthless fact, underscoring the profound human folly fueled by greed. We've dissected the central theme of human avarice, observing its destructive power on logic, morality, and relationships through the tragic figures of Dogma and Bridget and Cairo. And finally, we've reflected deeply on Sam Spade's monumental decision, a choice that, so tragic and solitary, was absolutely necessary for him to uphold his unique personal code, maintain his integrity, and survive in the harsh, unforgiving world he inhabits. The Maltese Falcon is not just a detective story. It is a profound commentary on human nature, an unflinching look at the darkness within, and a timeless exploration of what it means to live by a code, however unconventional. When surrounded by chaos, it leaves us with haunting questions about the true value of our pursuits, the cost of our desires, and the difficult choices required to remain true to ourselves. As we conclude this summary, consider these lingering thoughts. What are the Maltese Falcons in your own life? What illusions do you chase? And what personal codes do you live by, or perhaps need to establish? These are deep, enduring questions that Dashiell Hammett's masterpiece invites us to ponder. In our next session, we will shift our focus to the lasting legacy of the Maltese Falcon, examining its profound influence on the detective genre, film noir, and popular culture as a whole. We will explore how Hammett's lean, hard-boiled prose and his morally complex characters set a new standard for crime fiction, forever changing the landscape of storytelling. Join us then as we delve into the cultural impact of this iconic novel. 68. My dear listener, as the final reverberations of Dashiell Hammett's timeless masterpiece, The Maltese Falcon, settle around you, I hope you find yourself thoroughly engrossed, perhaps still picturing the shadowy streets of San Francisco, hearing the clipped, sardonic tones of Sam Spade, and feeling the intricate web of deception and desire that ensnared or sought the fabled blackbird. You journeyed through a landscape of moral ambiguity, razor-sharp dialogue, and relentless suspense, culminating in an ending that, much like life itself, offers no easy answers, only consequences. It's been a privilege to share this classic of hard-boiled detective fiction with you, to bring its vivid characters and unforgettable plot to life through the power of sound. And now, as the immediate thrill of the narrative concludes, we arrive at a pivotal moment, a chance to extend this rich experience beyond the final words of the story itself. This chapter, perhaps like any other you've encountered, is dedicated to you, the discerning listener, and to the vibrant community of audio enthusiasts to which you now belong. Our core concept here is elegantly simple, yet profoundly impactful, to encourage your engagement, to invite you to share your journey and, most excitingly, to guide you towards your next thrilling audio adventure. Think of it not as an ending, but as a bridge that connects your singular listening experience to a wider world of fellow aficionados, and then seamlessly transports you to the threshold of another captivating story waiting just beyond. Why, you might ask, is this engagement so crucial? Why do we dwell on it after such a compelling narrative? Well, it's multifaceted, truly. For you, the listener, it's an opportunity to deepen your connection with the stories you love. It allows you to process your thoughts, to articulate the impact a book has had on you, and to solidify your place within a collective appreciation for great literature. For us, the creators and publishers, your engagement is the lifeblood of our work. It provides invaluable feedback. It helps us understand what truly resonates and, perhaps most importantly, it ensures that we can continue to bring more exceptional stories, more masterful performances, and more unforgettable audio experiences directly to your ears. It's a symbiotic relationship, a dialogue that transcends the traditional author-reader dynamic, evolving into a collaborative journey between storyteller and audience, all united by the magic of the spoken word. We're not just offering stories, we're cultivating a shared passion, building a community where every voice, including yours, contributes to the rich tapestry of our literary world. Now, let's delve into the specific ways you can transform your passive listening into active engagement, ensuring that your experience with the Maltese Falcon leaves a lasting ripple effect, both for you and for others. Our first key point, and one of the most direct ways to contribute, is to ask you, with genuine sincerity, to take a moment to leave a star rating and, if you feel so moved, a brief review for this audiobook wherever you acquired it. Perhaps you're listening on Audible, Apple Books, Google Play Books, or through a library app like Libby or Hoopla. Regardless of the platform, the mechanism for expressing your appreciation and opinion is readily available and immensely valuable. Let's expand on this idea. Why does a star rating, a few thoughtful words, hold such weight in the vast ocean of digital content? Consider the concept of social proof. In an era saturated with choices, we naturally look to the experiences and opinions of others to guide our own decisions. When you're browsing for your next audiobook, aren't you instinctively drawn to titles that boast a multitude of high ratings and glowing reviews? It's a fundamental aspect of human psychology. We trust the character wisdom of the crowd. A book with an average of 4.5 stars across thousands of reviews inherently feels more appealing, more trustworthy, more worthy of your time and credit than one with only a handful of ratings or no reviews at all, even if the latter might be equally brilliant. Your star rating, even without a single word of commentary, becomes a beacon for future listeners, a tiny but significant signal in the noise, affirming the quality and enjoyment potential of this particular production. It's a quiet testament to the hours of effort put into bringing this narrative to life, from the author's original vision to the narrator's performance, the sound engineering, and the publisher's dedication. To truly grasp the significance, let's conjure a real-world storytelling example. Imagine, if you will, a hypothetical listener named Eleanor. Eleanor is a self-professed connoisseur of classic mystery fiction, always on the lookout for her next captivating listen. She's just finished a particularly thrilling contemporary detective novel and now craves the greatest authenticity of the genre's origins. She opens her preferred audiobook app, types classic mystery into the search bar, and a plethora of titles appears. Among them, the Maltese Falcon stands out. But what truly makes it pop? It's not just the iconic title or the striking cover art. Eleanor's eyes are immediately drawn to the shimmering constellation of 5-star ratings, accompanied by a vibrant collection of user reviews. She sees phrases like, "A masterpiece of the genre," "Speed is unforgettable," or the narration perfectly captures the cynical weight and dark atmosphere, or even couldn't stop listening. The twist kept me guessing until the very end. Eleanor hesitates, scrolling past other potentially interesting titles that lack such a robust chorus of praise. She thinks to herself, well, if so many people love it, and if they are saying the narration is top-notch, then it must be the safe bet for my next credit. Her internal monologue continues. I need something that will transport me, something that feels authentic, and these reviews suggest this one truly delivers. The cumulative weight of these positive endorsements tips the scales, compelling her to choose the Maltese Falcon over several other worthy contenders. Your future rating and review will become one of those very voices, one of those digital nudges that guide someone like Eleanor to discover the magic of this story. Without the collective effort of listeners like you, the Maltese Falcon, despite its literary merit and our meticulous production, might remain a hidden gem, overlooked by those who need that extra push of reassurance. It truly makes a difference in the discoverability and ultimately the legacy of these treasured works. Now, let's consider the psychological underpinnings of this act of reviewing. Firstly, there's the reciprocity principle. You've invested your time, your attention, and perhaps even a credit or purchase in this audiobook, and in return, we've endeavored to deliver an immersive and enriching experience. Leaving a rating and review is a small, yet powerful act of reciprocity, a way to acknowledge the value you receive. It's a natural human inclination to give back when we've been given something of worth. Secondly, there's a fundamental need for belonging. By contributing those thoughts, you're not just a passive consumer. You become an active participant in a community. You join the ranks of those who have engaged with this story, processed its themes, and share their perspectives. It fosters a sense of shared experience, a quiet camaraderie with fellow enthusiasts who appreciate the intricate dance of good versus evil, or perhaps, in the word of some spade, cynical pragmatism versus moral compromise. You're no longer listening in isolation. You're part of a larger conversation. Thirdly, we touch upon the desire for influence. Your opinion truly matters. It has the power to sway others, to highlight nuances, to comment specific aspects of the narration or production, or even to offer constructive criticism that helps us improve. There's a quiet satisfaction in knowing that your insights can genuinely guide another person's decision, helping them discover a new favorite or avoid a title that might not align with their tastes. This influence extends beyond individual listeners. Everyday data from reviews can inform publishers' decisions about future projects, narrators' approaches to character, and even marketing strategies. Your voice, in this context, resonates far beyond your own headphones. And finally, there's a fascinating element related to cognitive dissonance reduction. When we finish a compelling story, especially one with complex themes or an ambiguous ending like the Maltese Falcon, our minds naturally seek to make sense of it, to categorize and solidify our experience. Articulating your thoughts in a review, even a short one, helps to resolve any lingering ambiguities or strong emotions, bringing a sense of closure and integration to the listening journey. It transforms raw emotional response into structured thought, allowing you to fully own and understand your reaction to the narrative. So, how can you practically apply this understanding and leave your mark? The steps are remarkably straightforward, designed to be quick and intuitive. Let me walk you through them step by step, no matter which platform you predominantly use for your audiobooks. First, and most obviously, open the audiobook application on your device, be it your smartphone, tablet, or computer. Navigate to your library or your list of recently finished titles. Find the Maltese Falcon within that list. Once you've selected it, you typically see various options, often including a visual representation of stars, usually 5 of them. This is where you can assign your star rating. A quick tap on the 5th star, if you thoroughly enjoyed it, is all it takes to register a 5-star review. Even if your experience was mixed, selecting the appropriate number of stars provides valuable data. Think about your overall satisfaction. Did it meet your expectations? Did the narration enhance the story? How would you objectively rate the experience from 1 to 5? After selecting your stars, look for a button or a prompt that says something like write a review, add a review, or submit your thoughts. Clicking on this will open a text box where you can articulate your feelings. Now, don't feel pressure to write a lengthy literary analysis. Even a few concise sentences are incredibly helpful. Consider these prompts. What was your favorite aspect of the book? Was it the intricate plot, the unforgettable characters, the evocative atmosphere, or the narrator's compelling performance? Did a particular scene or piece of dialogue stand out to you? How did the story make you feel? Did it surprise you, thrill you, or make you ponder deeper questions? Perhaps you could mention a specific character you found fascinating, or a twist that genuinely caught you off guard. For example, you might write, "The moral ambiguity of some space was absolutely captivating, and the narrator perfectly captured his sardonic weight." A true classic of the genre, highly recommended for anyone who loves a gritty mystery. Or simply, a masterclass in hard-boiled detective fiction. The plot unravels beautifully, and the ending is truly powerful. Remember, authenticity is key. Share your genuine impressions. Your unique perspective adds to the richness of the collective feedback. There's no right or wrong way to review, just your way. And please, don't feel obligated to write a novel-length critique. Publishers and potential listeners value brevity and clarity. A few honest sentences can be far more impactful than a thrown-in, unfocused essay. The goal is to convey the essence of your experience, to provide a beacon for others who might be searching for the next auditory journey. So, take a moment, right now or very soon, to find the Maltese Falcon in your library and share your experiments with the world. It makes a tangible difference. Our second key point shifts our focus from the wider community to your immediate circle. We warmly suggest sharing this enthralling experience with a friend who, like you, cherishes classic mystery fiction. After all, the joy of a truly great story is often magnified when it's shared, discussed, and debated with someone whose literary sensibilities align with your own. Let's delve deeper into why the simple act of recommendation holds so much power. Think of the shared experience not just as a casual suggestion, but as an invitation to a deeper, more personal engagement with the narrative. When you recommend a Maltese Falcon to a friend, you're not just pointing them towards a book. You're offering them a gateway into a world you just explored, and setting the stage for future conversations, shared insights, and even friendly disagreements about character motivations or plot intricacies. It reinforces your own enjoyment, as articulating why you love something often deepens your appreciation for it. It allows the story to live on beyond your headphones, to become a topic of conversation, a shared reference point in your relationship. Furthermore, in an age where algorithms often dictate our entertainment choices, a personal recommendation from a trusted friend stands out as an incredibly potent and authentic endorsement. It cuts through the digital noise with a warmth and sincerity that no algorithm can replicate. To illustrate this with a vivid, real-world storytelling example, let's picture two friends, Mark and Sarah. They've been friends since college, united by many shared interests, but especially by their fervent love for classic literature and, more specifically, the intricate puzzles and the shadowy allure of mystery novels. Mark has just completed the Maltese Falcon and is still buzzing from the experience. He calls Sarah, his voice alight with enthusiasm. "Sarah," he exclaims, "you absolutely have to listen to the Maltese Falcon. I just finished it, and it's everything we talk about when we lament the lack of truly sharp, morally complex detective stories today." Sarah, who trusts Mark's taste implicitly, listens intently. Mark describes the atmospheric San Francisco setting, the iconic, cynical protagonism speed, the layers of deception surrounding Bridget O'Shaughnessy, and the relentless hunt for the titular, jewel-encrusted Falcon. It doesn't spoil the ending, of course, but he paints a compelling picture of the emotional states and the intricate plot. It's got that gritty, no-nonsense dialogue we love, Sarah, he continues, and Spade is not the typical hero. He makes choices that will make you squirm, but you understand him. The narration, by the way, is phenomenal. It just brings a whole dark world to life. Sarah, captivated by Mark's passion, immediately adds it to her audio-book wishlist. A few weeks later, he texts Mark, "Just finished the Maltese Falcon. Oh my god, the ending. We have to talk about it. What did you think of Spade's decision?" This sparks a lively, hour-long phone call, dissecting the characters, debating the moral implications, and sharing their favorite quotes. They find new layers in the story through each other's perspectives, deepening the individual appreciation and strengthening their bond. They've not just shared a book. They've shared an experience, an intellectual and emotional journey that became a topic of rich, personal connection. This is a profound ripple effect of a simple recommendation. It fosters connection, sparks intellectual curiosity, and ultimately it enriches lives. From a psychological perspective, there are several fascinating reasons why recommending a beloved book to a friend is so satisfying and effective. Firstly, it provides another layer of social proof. But from your perspective as a recommender, when you tell a friend, "This book is amazing," you're not just sharing information. You're stating your personal credibility on it. If your friend enjoys it, it validates your taste and enhances your reputation as a discerning source of entertainment, which in turn reinforces your own positive feelings about the book. Secondly, there's a powerful effect of confirmation bias. When you champion a book to someone else, you are actively seeking to confirm and solidify your own positive feelings about it. The act of articulating why you enjoyed it, recalling specific details, and expressing your enthusiasm helps to cement those positive associations in your own mind. It's a reinforcing loop. You loved it. You recommend it. Your recommendation strengthens your love for it. Thirdly, and perhaps most profoundly, is what psychologists term the hyper's high. There's an inherent altruism in sharing something you believe will bring joy or enrichment to another person. The act of helping a friend discover a new favorite, of guiding them towards an experience you know they'll appreciate, releases neurochemicals that create a sense of well-being and satisfaction. It feels good to do good, and in this context, good means sharing good stories. Finally, consider the network effect and shared reality theory. When you share your literary experiences, you're not just expanding the fan base for a particular author or title. You're expanding your personal network of shared understanding. Discussing a book with a friend allows you to validate your own perceptions, to see if your interpretations align, and to potentially gain new insights you might have missed. It turns a solitary act of listening into a collective intellectual and emotional endeavor, building that shared reality around a narrative. This communal validation and exploration deepens the overall impact of the story for everyone involved. So, how do you practically go about sharing this experience with a friend? It's often simpler than you might think, and there are multiple avenues you can pursue depending on your comfort level and your friend's preferences. Begin by identifying that friend, that one person in your life who shares your passion for intricate plots, compelling characters, and the timeless allure of classic mystery fiction. Perhaps they've mentioned loving Agatha Christie, Raymond Chandler, or even contemporary authors who build upon the hard-boiled tradition. Once you have that person in mind, consider the best way to reach out. A quick text message can be incredibly effective. Something like, "Hey, just finished the Maltese Falcon audiobook. You have to listen to it. It's quintessential hard-boiled detective fiction. Sam Spade is amazing, and the narration is perfect. I think you absolutely love it." Or, if you prefer a more detailed approach, an email could work, allowing you to elaborate a little more on why you think they specifically enjoy it. Perhaps mentioning the unique atmosphere or a particular character trait that reminds you of their own literary tastes. Don't underestimate the power of an in-person conversation. The next time you see your friends, perhaps over coffee or dinner, bring it up naturally. "You know, I just finished listening to the Maltese Falcon, and it's been on my mind ever since. I kept thinking of you while listening, because I know how much you appreciate well-crafted mysteries with complex moral dilemmas. Your genuine enthusiasm conveyed through your voice and body language will be far more persuasive than any written message. When recommending, try to highlight aspects that you know will appeal to your friends. If they love seeker protagonists, emphasize Sam Spade's unflinching pragmatism. If they enjoy intricate plots with unexpected twists, mention the layers of deception surrounding the Falcon. If they appreciate evocative settings, describe the smoky, rain-slicked streets of 1930s San Francisco. You could even offer to lend them your audiobook if your platform allows for sharing, or simply provide them with the title and author, guiding them to where they can find it on their preferred platform. You might even consider suggesting a shared listening experience. What if we both listen to it, and then we can discuss it next week? This elevates the recommendation to a truly interactive social activity, offering a shared journey and a guaranteed topic for stimulating conversation. Imagine the richness of a discussion where you both dissect Bridget O'Shaughnessy's motives or Sam Spade's final, difficult choice. The possibilities for deeper connection and enjoyment are boundless when you invite a friend to share in the magic of a powerful story. So, reach out, share your excitement, and help spread the appreciation for this enduring classic. Now, as we near the conclusion of this particular auditory chapter, let's look ahead. You've just savored the gritty, compelling world of Dashiell Hammett's The Maltese Falcon. You've navigated its labyrinthine plot, wrestled with its more or less ambiguous characters, and appreciated its groundbreaking contribution to the hard-boiled detective genre. It's only natural, having experienced such a rich and satisfying journey, to feel a desire for more. You might be asking yourself, what's next? Where can I find another story that delivers that same blend of sharp wit, intricate mystery, and unforgettable atmosphere? And that brings us to our third and final key point. To tantalize you with a suggestion, a carefully curated tease for your next available hard-boiled detective audiobook from our very own publisher catalog. Let's unpack the immense value of this guidance. After immersing yourself in a masterpiece like The Maltese Falcon, your literary palate is primed for similar flavors. You've developed an affinity for the genre's distinct rhythm, its unique voice, and its particular brand of justice. Rather than leaving you adrift in a sea of countless options, facing what is often called the paradox of choice, where too many choices can lead to indecision and even dissatisfaction, we aim to provide a clear, enticing pathway to your next adventure. We understand that finding a new book, especially one that lives up to the high standards you've just experienced, can be a daunting task. Our role here is to act as your trusted literary guide, leveraging our expertise and passion for this genre to present you with a seamless continuation of your listening journey. It highlights our commitment as a publisher to curating and producing high-quality content within this beloved genre, ensuring that listeners like you can consistently find more of what you love. It's about building a bridge from one great story to another, ensuring the journey through the world of audiobooks is filled with continuous discovery and delight. Let me paint a picture, a real-world storytelling example to show you how this suggestion can effortlessly lead you to your next literary obsession. You just finished The Maltese Falcon. The narrator's final words echo in your mind, leaving you with a lingering sense of satisfaction, yet also a subtle hunger for another dose of hard-boiled noir. You sigh contentedly, perhaps reaching for a cup of coffee, and think, what now? Love the intricate plot, the morally great protagonist, the snappy dialogue, the palpable atmosphere of deceit and danger. You want more of that distinct flavor. Suddenly, a voice, perhaps like mine, gently suggests, "Is the word of some spade resonated deeply with you? If you found yourself captivated by the shadows and moral complexities of classic hard-boiled detective fiction, then allow me to guide you towards another essential experience, Raymond Chandler's Immortal the Big Sleep." Immediately, your ears perk up. The name Raymond Chandler evokes the same era, the same literary sensibility as Hammett. The narrator continues, conjuring an image for you. Imagine the sun-drenched, yet equally corrupt, sprawling metropolis of Los Angeles. Picture a new protagonist, Philip Mull, a private investigator cut from a similar cloth to spade, yet with his own distinctive code of honor, his own poetic cynicism. He navigates a world of wealthy, to-budget families, ruthless gangsters, and dangerous, alluring women, all entangled in a bewildering web of blackmail, murder, and hidden secrets, stemming from a seemingly simple case of a missing person. The description builds. The dialogue is just as sharp, perhaps even more lyrical than Hammett's, brimming with indelible metaphors and word-wearied observations. The plot is equally complex, not always even, for its intricate, sometimes almost impenetrable twists. But the journey itself, the atmosphere, the characters, and Marla's unwavering moral compass amidst the chaos, that is the true reward. It's an exploration of a different kind of darkness, baked in a Californian haze, yet just as profound and unforgettable. You, the listener, feel a spark of recognition. Yes, you think, that's precisely what I'm looking for. Another iconic detective, another multi-mystery, another master of the genre. The suggestion feels less like a sales pitch and more like a thoughtful continuation of your current enjoyment. It's presented as a natural progression, a seamless transition from one literary giant to another, satisfying that hunger for continuity and maintaining the momentum of your audio journey. This is how a well-placed text can transform uncertainty into exciting anticipation. Let's delve into the psychological mechanisms at play when we offer such a curated recommendation. Firstly, there's the zygomic effect. This fascinating psychological phenomenon states that people tend to remember unfinished or interrupted tasks better than completed ones. While the Maltese Falcon is indeed finished, the experience of the hardboiled genre isn't necessarily complete for you. A good tease for the next book taps into this desire for narrative continuity, creating a slight unresolved feeling that encourages you to seek out the suggested title to satisfy that lingering genre craving. It's not just about finishing a book. It's about continuing a journey within the genre. Secondly, we address the aforementioned paradox of choice. In today's digital marketplace, the sheer volume of available audiobooks can be overwhelming. Faced with thousands upon thousands of titles, many listeners experience decision fatigue, where the effort of choosing becomes so great that they either postpone the decision or opt for something familiar, even if it's not precisely what they truly desire. By offering a simple, highly relevant, and carefully selected recommendation, we alleviate this burden. We streamline the decision-making process, presenting a clear and compelling path forward, making it effortless for you to continue enjoying high-quality content within your preferred genre. It's a gentle hand guiding you through the labyrinth of options. Thirdly, the curiosity depth is powerfully engaged here. We provide just enough information about the big sleep, the author, the protagonist, the general atmosphere, a hint of the central conflict to pique your interest, but not so much that we spoil the plot or diminish the excitement of discovery. We create a gap between what you know and what you want to know, stimulating a natural human desire to fill that informational void. You want to learn more, to understand how Marlowe compares to Spade, to unravel the specific mystery of this new narrative. Fourthly, there is a strong element of priming. Having just absorbed the specific characteristics of the hard-boiled detective genre through the Maltese Falcon, your mind is primed to receive and appreciate similar content. The suggestion of the big sleep lands on fertile ground because you are already in the correct cognitive and emotional state to embrace another story of cynical detectives, vampire tales, and gritty urban landscapes. It feels like a natural extension, rather than an abrupt shift, making the transition feel comfortable and appealing. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, is the principle of consistency and commitment. Having invested your time and emotional energy in the Maltese Falcon and found it rewarding, you have implicitly committed to the enjoyment of this particular genre. Psychologically, people tend to act in ways that are consistent with their past behaviors and commitments. Therefore, having enjoyed one stellar example of hard-boiled detective fiction, you are significantly more likely to commit to trying another one, especially when it comes from a trusted source and is presented as a logical next step in your literary exploration. It's a reinforcing cycle of positive experience and consistent choice. So, having grasped the psychological power of a Wobbly's suggestion, what are the practical application steps for you, our esteemed listener? How do you smoothly transition from the world of Sam Spade to the realm of Philip Marlowe? The first and most crucial step is simply to remember the title and author of our recommended next adventure, Raymond Chandler's The Big Sleep. Jot it down if you're able, or make a mental note. This iconic title will be your beacon. Next, consider where you typically acquire your audiobooks. Most platforms have excellent search functionalities. Open your audiobook app, whether it's Audible, Apple Books, Google Play Books, or even your local library's digital platform. Go directly to the search bar. Type in The Big Sleep or Raymond Chandler. You'll likely find it swiftly, as it is another foundational pillar of the classic mystery genre. Once you've located the title, take a moment to read its synopsis. Perhaps listen to a sample of the narration. You might even find it listed in our listeners also enjoyed or similar titles section on the page for the Maltese Falcon. further reinforcing the connection. Make a decision. Does it sound like the perfect follow-up? Does the narrator's voice in the sample appeal to you? If you're ready to dive in, add it to your library immediately, perhaps using an available credit, or purchasing it directly. If you're not quite ready, add it to your wishlist. Most platforms offer a wishlist feature, allowing you to save titles for future consideration without committing right away. This ensures that when you are ready for your next listen, you won't have to rack your brain trying to remember that tantalizing suggestion. It will be waiting for you, a perfectly primed next adventure, ready to continue your exploration of the pretty, captivating world of hard-boiled detective fiction. It's a small step, but it ensures that the momentum of your enjoyment continues uninterrupted. My dear listener, we've journeyed together through the shadowy alleys of the Maltese Falcon, and now, as the final echo fades, we stand at a crossroads of engagement and anticipation. We've explored the profound importance of your voice, through star ratings and reviews in shaping the future of audio storytelling and guiding fellow enthusiasts to their next great listen. We've celebrated the communal joy of sharing a beloved narrative with a friend, fostering deeper connections and richer discussions around the stories that move us. And we've cast a tantalizing glimpse into your next adventure, a carefully chosen recommendation designed to seamlessly continue your exploration of the hard-boiled detective genre, reducing the burden of choice and igniting your curiosity once more. These seemingly small acts of engagement are, in fact, incredibly powerful. They transform a solitary listening experience into a shared cultural contribution. They fuel the creation of more outstanding audio books, ensuring that the magic of storytelling, brought to life through skilled narration and meticulous production, continues to thrive. Your participation is not just appreciated, it is absolutely vital. Thank you, from the very bottom of our hearts, for choosing this audiobook, for investing your precious time and attention in our rendition of Dashiell Hammett timeless classic. We sincerely hope that the Maltese Falcon has left an indelible mark on your imagination, enriching your understanding of literature and providing you with countless hours of immersive enjoyment. We eagerly await your return, and we look forward to accompanying you on many more audio adventures. Until then, may your listening journey continue to be filled with discovery, delight, and stories that resonate deeply within you. Farewell for now, and happy listening.
Thank you for listening to tonight's story on Stories of Crime. If you enjoyed this crime audiobook, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss another mystery, investigation, or chilling true crime tale. Leave a comment below and tell us what case you'd like to hear next. Until next time, stay curious, stay cautious, and remember, some stories never truly end.